There's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on, we're moving on. I know
So in 2016, after being with my husband for 13 years, I met him when I was 19. I knew it was time to move on to the next thing. I don't know how I knew, but I knew that I knew. And I knew in a very quiet and non-aggressive way, to a degree where I understood that I also had to be patient around the discovery on his part. Coming out of that experience, and maybe other people who have had a similar experience know that you are almost, for lack of a better word, forced to pay attention, to stop and pay attention. That kind of experience that involves more than just one person encourages you to look within and really start accounting for what your role was. The thing about sometimes being in a relationship for a very long time is that even when there are challenges, it's very easy to blame the other person. When you come out of that experience, you are now forced to say, what was my part? And how am I going to redefine myself going into this new experience? Coming out of that relationship, I remember in January, a lot of people obviously will start connecting it, but I started a hashtag 30 Days of Awakening. I sent out a message maybe to the universe, some people call it prayer, and I just said, show me what I need to learn today. I'll give myself 30 days. I went into the day really looking for what would be the lesson today. And I remember at the time, my engagement on social went up. That experience came with this lesson. People want to connect. People want authentic conversation. And people want to be better. It was very encouraging for me. And I remember at the end, I said to the team, I want to chat to young girls. It was the 1st of March when I posted the first call to action. And I said, if you want to hang out with me, send me an email. What people don't know is I was expecting 10 emails. At the end of the day, we had 100 emails. And that was the beginning of Edith's Talks in 2016. Brand Woman is evolving and evolving quickly. We long to understand how other women are dealing with their separations, how they're dealing with divorce, how they're dealing with entrepreneurship, how they're dealing with being a mom, being a wife. I get those questions all the time. Being a boss, being a leader, being a founder, just being a badass woman. But a lot of the time we don't have platforms where we can connect authentically. A lot of feedback that I get from people is that my voice sounds authentic. I don't know how that happens, except that I know that I'm very comfortable with my truth and telling my story and expressing it as honestly as I possibly can. In building this platform, I hope I can do that for other women. I hope they can come into an environment where they can feel free to share who they are and walk away being better. And not only walk away from that experience being better, but longing to make other women better. Is my mic on? I really wish I could dance, then the song was going to be on for a little longer, but I can't dance. So I just want to welcome everyone. I am going to start the day with my first conversation with Lyra in a couple of minutes. But before I do that, I wanted to just quickly share our reason for being. It's quite interesting because our theme this year is working smart and living well, which my head of content calls our brand philosophy. It is the reason we do the work that we do. We want to help women figure out how to find holistic empowerment by thinking through how they are going to empower themselves economically, but also how they're going to live well. I'm going to tell a quick story. I never prepared this speech. Whatever comes, comes. That's clearly what you guys need to hear today. In my 20s, I worked extremely hard, and I'm grateful for the opportunities that I had, but I neglected a lot of my living well. In my 30s, I lived extremely well, and I neglected a lot of my working smart. Looking back now, I recognize that those were the seasons that were important for me to build this platform. Because for anyone who's living in any of these seasons, I promise you there's something that you're leaving behind. So what we want to do today is to help you through other people's stories to figure out how to find the harmony for yourself that helps you prioritize your money, you girls don't talk about money enough. And you are too modest about money. We need to get you familiar with calling the big numbers. And for anyone who's calling the big numbers, we want to help you figure out, how do you make sure that you don't leave home behind? It's often a big challenge for women. Home. Today, I clearly am not going to do as well as I did last year. Last year, I managed to make it all the way up until the end without crying until someone asked a question. I'm extremely passionate about the work that I do. I really believe in the things that I talk about. And I know the challenges that many women face. We live in a world that is not designed for women to strive. So when we get into the workplace, we don't know how to figure out how to be present mothers, present wives, present friends, present sisters. I built this platform for all of us to help each other. When I decided what we were going to write in that about piece, I said Agenda Woman is a female interest online platform curated for modern working women. I was specific about working women because that is the area where we struggle the most. Modern working women who are looking for content and community that will help them navigate the evolving dynamics of being a working woman by working smart and living well through the community's shared experience. So today, in how we run this event, I always think of it as I'm inviting you into conversations with people I admire, people who've impacted me. I've really had an amazing life. I've met so many people. And you know when you are that person that connects people and someone is like, you need to make money out of it. And you're thinking, maybe I need to start like a dating app or something. But for me, this is how I connect people. This is how I figured out, how do I take this knowledge that I'm getting from someone like Oskido or some president that I met somewhere, or a Lira or a Tandiswa or any of the extraordinary people that I've had the honor of meeting and bring that information to you. So we created this beautiful event for you to feel loved, appreciated. Every single touch point here is considered and curated to make sure that when you are in the space, you feel like the woman that you want to be, that you're growing to becoming, and we want you to really experience abundance. Yes. That's why you don't pay for your food, you don't pay for your drink, you get breakfast, you get lunch. If you had to create a day that meant abundance, you're served, you don't have to pick up anything, someone is running around after you, there's volunteers everywhere. This is the vision board. This is the vision board. So we're going to kick off our day with, of course, my first conversation with Lira. Truly honored. We had a situation where we had to think about which direction we go. There were many phone calls to many people about what we should be doing, and many people said, you need to speak to Lira. In a way, they said she resonates with your energy, the authenticity of the work that you do, and the truth of what we all want to become. So I will take this moment to ask Lira to join me on stage to start our conversation.
I love you.
I've already told her not to make me cry. I went to say hi at the back, and I'm not going to look at any of you because they're already crying. How are we going to get through this conversation?
Happy tears.
Happy tears.
Okay.
Happy tears. Happy tears. Lyra, thank you so much for joining me today. It's a true honor to have this conversation with you. And I have a story, but I'm not going to start with it because it's in my notes. You look amazing.
Thank you.
You look happy.
Yes.
There's an energy of just eternal peace and calmness in you. Is that a correct observation? And what does it take to access that level of inner peace and calmness for you in this season?
When I had my stroke, there was a turbulent time when I had the stroke, finding out that I had stroke. There was a turbulent time that lasted 2 days. And what I did with that is I accepted my situation. And there was nothing for me to do. So why don't I accept it and deal with it? And peace and calm overtook me that day when I was in hospital at the ICU in Germany. And the peace and calm has never left me since. Yeah.
I told you a brief story when I came to say hi, and I told you I look away from you so much because I don't know why today is so emotional. I did so well last year. Who was here last year? Oh my gosh, I did so well last year. Please tell the others I'm not like this all the time. I told you a story about last year. Last year we had a spectacular moment. It is actually, for me, when I think about it now, such divine intervention for us to be sitting here talking today and everything that has happened since that moment for us. So at the Agenda Women's Summit in 2022, after a full day of really what you're going to experience today, I could see the emotions in everyone. The last panel, which was our career wellness panel, I think touched a lot of people because it spoke to a lot of the struggles that women are facing in the corporate and working space. So by coincidence, the DJ played your song when we finished that panel. It was something inside so strong. And I remember standing on stage thinking, what am I supposed to be doing now? When the entire room erupted and everyone sang that song and I waited for everyone to stop and no one stopped, right up until the end of the song. When you think about moments like that and the way that your work has impacted people, is that something that 16-year-old Lyra envisioned for her life?
Definitely. I had visions of impacting people, but I never thought it would happen like this. Experiencing it in real life is unbelievable. So it's always been my intention. When I write songs, I write them to make people feel good. I have a motto: feel good, feel God.
I love it.
That's what I hope people will feel for my music. Yeah.
One of the most trending conversations I've had, so we have a podcast on YouTube. This is a shameless plug. One of the most trending conversations in that podcast was a conversation I had with my dear friend Viga Shipalana, who had built an amazing career in the marketing environment. She had risen the ranks and she was in the head of the luxury department at Pernod Ricard. And then she decided to leave her job. Often I think what people who are in corporate environments don't prepare for is the transition of everyone calling you because they want something from you because you're at Pernod, and no one picking up your call because now what are you doing? Yeah. And how do I benefit from you? Transitions are tough for a lot of people. I remember my earliest memories of you was seeing the whole story unfolding of Lyra leaving 999 and Lyra standing on her own. And we watched you become, I imagined the Lyra that you always wanted to become. But I cannot imagine that that transition was easy. Where did the confidence come from you to take such a leap of faith? Was this instilled from home? Is this something that you had to cultivate?
I left corporate jobs to pursue my career. So the courage stemmed from there. I left a corporate job, and it was in 2001, and I was good at my job. And it didn't matter how good I am. My company didn't pay me enough. And no, they paid my colleagues, which were white, better than I. Yeah. So it occurred to me that it doesn't matter how hard I work. A white lady or white people would always earn more than me. So it was 2001. But I had to go into a career that I knew my hard work would pay me enough. And I went to singing, yeah? And 999 was... Ish. We will not talk badly, but Arthur gave me inspiration to build my business based on him, without the bagged stuff. I'm trying to communicate, but it takes me a while, yeah? And I was exploited. And I based my business on Arthur's business. And paid my people well, and saved for the future. And Arthur made us work very hard, but we didn't get a cent. It was promotion. And that taught me how to, how to run a business. And I left, and the transition from then was hard, but I learned a few little tricks. And I built my business in 2006, and now it's...
It is what it is. It is what it is. There's something that absolutely fascinates me about you, Lyra. Every time I've heard you speak, all the time I've seen your work, every time I've listened to Mali.
Yes. Yes.
That's a powerful song.
Yes.
There's something about the way that you approach life, which goes back to this point that I asked about before you answered. The confidence and the courage and the conviction. Is that home or is that cultivated work?
My mother would say, raising me with my grandmother, and she would say, look, when I was a toddler, she'd say, look at her. She's walking outside. We are going to teach her fear because she's not afraid. So the bravery was already in me. But I had to work on my bravery. And the thought that I go through is there's nothing else for me to do. So why don't I make the move, make changes to
Take your time. We're here.
changes. If nothing changes, you're going to have the same thing over. And if you change, something new will happen.
Absolutely.
That's the thought I apply.
You're doing well. We're doing well. We're doing well. I want to take people on this journey of Lyra. So as I ask the question, I want you to stay engaged with that. You know, it's for me, the deeper understanding of what drives you, but also how that drive then shows up in moments when you are on your high and when you are on your lows. I want to speak about setbacks. You go ahead and you take this leap of faith and you're on your own. And, you know, when I was working with my head of content about how we're going to drive this conversation, we had a long discussion about backing yourself. The risk that you take when you say it's all on me. Yes. And there's no one to blame. You can't blame your bad mother or your bad father. You can't blame the thing that happened. You can't blame where you grew up. You can't blame anything. Yeah. You say, I'm going to back myself and I'm going to push forward. You've done that so many times, Lyra. Yeah. You've done that so many times. But I want to know, what were the biggest challenges of backing yourself? And what do you believe were the key decisions that you made when those challenges showed up?
That's a good question. I'm formulating.
We're here.
Ask that question again. I want to focus on, yes.
So it really is about backing yourself, firstly. And when you do decide to back yourself, and you go out on your own,
yes,
and you start your own business,
yes,
and you're the early people in the music industry who's female doing that.
Yes.
What were the key challenges you remember?
Okay. Thank you. The challenges that I had faced were requiring money to record and promote my career. And I needed to make money. And I took on little jobs. And jobs that would pay me 1,500. And when I had people to pay, and 2,000 jobs, it was very little money. But I paid myself a salary from 1,500.
Wow.
Yes. And I was cognizant of the fact that I need to save money, but spend some or in the job, yeah? And I learned to do this over time. And before long, I have some money saved, and different jobs would pay me different amounts. And 6 months down the line, I had a proper saving, and I could pay my staff. And that is the reason, and I was doing this constantly, and that was the reason I'm okay now. And I haven't been working for 16 months, but I'm fine. Finances were important to me. So in 2006, I've been doing this constantly. And I paid myself a salary. And when you make good money, don't go ballistic. Pay yourself a salary. And at the end of the year, pay yourself a bonus.
I love that. It's actually the second time that you're mentioning saving. It really, I need my audio tech team to cue Mali when I'm done with this conversation with Lyra, because suddenly I understand where that song came from. I have to say, in my own personal journey, I have many struggles with my relationship with money. And it's the reason I'm always so deliberate about having a money conversation when we have the Agenda Women Summit. Because I understood at some point that this was not only about our ability to make money and save, it was what we think money means. So what does it mean when I have money? What does it mean when I don't have money? And how we attach our identity to those two situations. So I want to come back to this money thing, because I actually had financial autonomy as part of my questions and conversations with you. You seem to have had your neck on money very early. You understood what you could do with 1,500 rands and what you could do with 2,000 rands. You understood the percentages versus the big number. When you start to work with a partner, and it's your intimate partner that you are running your business with, and all of that is shaping up, how do you... And I'm going to rephrase this, because I know that there's a lot of married women who often feel like they don't have power over their money. Yeah. I can't imagine what happens when you're not only married, but then your partner is also a business partner. What was that dynamic? And what could you... I always hate the question, what would you advise? But I just want to hear your story around how you navigated that situation.
Yes. Okay, my then husband, we worked together as separate businesses. And that was his idea. Oh, yeah. And when we got married, he suggested that we keep our business is separate, which I'm grateful for now.
I was literally listening. I was waiting to hear where the story goes because the entire time I'm just thinking that is a very good move.
Yes, because he wanted me to be independent. Oh. So I kept my assets, my house, my business, my publishing, everything when we divorced. Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's a powerful lesson. In 2021, we had a conversation through another sponsorship on finances, and that's when this whole intentionality around finances, particularly when you get married, came up. A lot of people, when we get married, we were either too young to understand how you even structure finances. We don't have any financial portfolios. You don't even know what it means. We are still figuring out what our relationship with money is. And, or you're just in love. So let's get this right. Every single person that is in this room, if you're married and you're afraid to start this conversation, say a prayer. Because you're going to need to have this conversation with your partner. If you're not married yet, have some kind of checklist for yourself. That is not the partner that you want, but the things that you're going to have to discuss financially with the person before you get married to them. It's so important that we remind each other of these things because, you guys fall in love.
My husband was already in business when I met him, and I didn't have a cent to my name. And I had to work hard because I was not going to have the security of his income
Yes.
when I was married.
Yeah.
And I had to work very hard, but it did me good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't know how much time I have because I could sit here and talk with Lyra the whole day. So someone needs to stop me. But I'm going to go to my next question. I want to come back to this journey. You start off, you're working in corporate, you leave, you work at 999, you learn a couple of things, you start to back yourself, and it's shaky at the beginning, and then you feel good. The song lands. I don't even want to call it a classic. I think a lot of your songs are almost like prayers. You know, there is intentionality around how you want people to feel.
Yes.
And you say it.
Yes.
When Feel Good did what it did you feel like I am finally doing the thing
Yes.
that I always wanted to do?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Tell me where that song came from.
It came from a place that I was dreaming of. Yeah. And it was a prayer for me to
Feel good.
sit in that future. When it landed, I started making money.
Wow.
And I started I was on the cover of Cape Town Jazz Festival. I had never performed in a jazz festival. Many things happened around that song. And it took 3 years for me to get ready and to get my mindset right, to get my heart right. I had to forgive Arthur, my bosses at corporate.
Wow.
I had to let go and allow new things to come into me.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. No matter how noble the act of pursuing a purposeful life is, and it's a noble act. I want to live purposely. I want to be intentional. I write amazing songs. I dream and I manifest. There are challenges that we still face, even in that pursuit. What did you have to lose? What did you lose? What was the cost of this intentionality, this connectedness to ideating your life, this pursuit of a life well lived?
Yes.
It's often, for a lot of people, I think the barrier is leaving people behind,
Yeah.
because you will have to leave people behind. I want to know, what was yours?
I had to leave a couple of my friends behind. One lady said to me, "Eish, she said it in Sotho, and I struggle with Sotho." Okay, I'm going to try. Chomi. You sold gold. Ke ge o nka nkenyetsa bana sekolo. Wow.
Translation.
For the ladies that are
Specifically Zulu.
a lady, the lady was telling me, "You sold gold. You must take my kids to school." But my friends wanted entitlement
Yeah.
to my work. I had to leave them. And I was wearing my short hair. Girls that wore short hair weren't popular. And a famous brand wanted me to wear a weave. They were going to give me money for wearing a weave, that I was going to be a part of their campaign. And I said, no. I'm not a model. I'm an individual. And I'm an artist. And what I stand for is me authentically. So I said no to many
Things.
opportunities because I felt that myself, that I felt ooh, that I felt they would compromise what I'm about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm in the last piece of the story, and I'm going to talk about Lyra now. So your career is going well. You've become the global artist who's performing. You're controlling your money. You make it through the period of your divorce. And just when it seems you've survived the hard years of your life, or the challenges, it's 3 years since performing internationally, and you suffer a stroke in April.
Yeah.
How did you process the news once you are being told that you've suffered a stroke and that your language center is damaged?
Yes.
And I want to speak about this for anyone who doesn't know why Lyra is struggling to find words. I'm not going to assume that everyone knows, so I'm going to give you a chance to share a little bit about that story.
I'm fascinated with my life. I'm fascinated with my brain. And the stroke was my blessing. Yeah. 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 Okay. The first time I heard I've got a stroke, I was shocked. I love myself. I eat well. I take care of my mind. How could a stroke happen to me? I'm too young to have a stroke. And the doctors, the German doctors and the South African doctors never knew how I got stroke. So it's just those things that happen. And I cried all day because I was going to perform the next 2 days later. And I'm thinking of the fans, the band. Oh, I cried. I cried until I cried out. And in the morning, I accepted my situation. And I thought, I'm alive. So I didn't die. So that there has to be something for me to learn.
Yeah.
So I opened myself to learning the lessons.
Yeah.
And calm and peace took over me. And from that day, I was happy. And my partner came to the hospital, and it was during the hospital wasn't allowing any visitors. And my partner came to the room. And he spent 5 to 6 hours every day with me. And the doctors told my partner and my agent and the German promoter that they didn't know if I'd learn to speak. The damage in my mind was so huge. And I had aphasia, which is an inability to speak, to read and write. So I had to learn to speak. And English was what English was what please interject.
Okay. Okay, I was allowing you to speak because in the interview you said you want to be able to find the words. I will definitely help.
Yes.
I remember you mentioned that's what your speech therapist uses to also teach you.
Yes, English was the language.
Language.
I used to learn to speak. And if you guys would help me, speak Zulu to me, and then I can respond. I can hear all languages, but it's harder for me to think of words and to pronounce them. It's a whole gedoente. But I could feel the words that I'm trying to say. But I couldn't think or spell them. I could feel what I wanted to say. And the words just, And I had to learn to say that words. But I did so happily. And my life is fascinating to me. And I'm enjoying my life, and I'm enjoying the recovery process. And I don't feel bad. I'm enjoying it. And I'm happy, and I'm love, and I love food.
And you have money.
Yes! 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 I have nothing to worry about. My brain shut down for a year. Yeah. My brain shut down and gave me, I had no thought. I was only involved with the moment.
That's a gift.
Yes, yes.
That's a gift.
Yes.
That's a gift.
I'm trying to tell you, my stroke was a stroke of luck.
Amen. Love it.
I love my life. Yeah.
We can feel it.
So I don't feel bad. Don't cry for me unless it's tears of joy. Yeah.
I
will
promise you.
learn how to sing and articulate words, but it's going to take time, but I'm enjoying it.
We absolutely feel the joy. You are radiant. We can, with every word, when you said your brain shut down for a year, I'm like, can you imagine sitting in meditation state for a year? Because I meditate for 20 minutes and I don't want to come out. And I'm just like, can I just rest here?
Yes, but my brain is coming back online. Oh. And some of the things that I struggle with my brain is worry. We worry out of habitual.
Yeah.
We worry habitually.
Surely.
There's nothing for us to worry about. We worry about the future. Oh, I couldn't think of the future, so I had no anxiety. Yeah.
Everyone is just like, give me that for a day, please. Give me no anxiety for a day.
I don't have anxiety previously, but I noticed I couldn't think of the future. And if somebody would ask me, what are you doing tomorrow? I couldn't, that didn't exist. I was caught up in the moment. And watching birds fly or the sea, it gives me so much pleasure. And that's why I was happy living in the moment.
Yeah.
And God or the universe took care of me.
Amen.
And I didn't worry about anything. And the universe gave me a lot. I've been spoiled. I've been spoiled. So my stroke is an amazing
Gift.
gift. Yeah.
My final question, because you've said so much of what I would have wanted to explore, and you said it so beautifully. There's something about even just listening to you think, the idea of feeling good
Feeling God.
and feeling God, and how that was delivered so beautifully for you. When striving to regain your sense of self and purpose after a life-altering event, what has been your fundamental reason to exist, to fight and to recover?
I'm alive. I didn't kick the bucket. Life is worthy of being celebrated and being lived. And I'm obsessed with making life more enjoyable for me. Because I have time to enjoy life. And I've got resources. And I'm taking the time for myself to enjoy. And you have to give me some time to enjoy life. And I'm not going back to work right now. I'm enjoying myself.
Slow down the online.
Yeah. I've been working hard all my life. For 20 years. This year, I celebrated 23 years of the music into...
That.
I've worked hard. So now it's time to enjoy myself.
Thank you. Thank you. There's meant to be someone who tells me that I'm running over, but no one is interested in this team. I'm just seeing phones and people recording and no one doing their job. But I think we have come to the end of our time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lyra. Thank you. I think we're supposed to take a picture. It's Mali by Lira. By Lira. Not that Mali. It's a different Mali. I think we're going to take a picture and we're going to move on to the next session. Geso, is there someone taking pictures? We need a professional photographer to be in the middle to take a picture, please. Whilst they find the song Mali by Lira. DJ, 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 DJ. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lira, for your honesty and time and just so much grace. Didn't that feel good? That felt so good. I'm going to call up my next guest, which is one. I don't know why everyone loves Fatuani and Justice Mukeli so much. We posted that they were going to be a part of the panel, and we had 11,000 likes. 11,000. I said, where are these people coming from? But I met Justice Mukeli at a job. I think there's a song that's going to bring them on. I met him at a job that I did a couple of, I think it was a year or two ago. And I met Fatuani on another job that I did, both for financial institutions. These boys are all about the money. And I fell in love with just their spirits. I've never had a panel with men on the Agenda Women Summit stage. But we have many men who support this platform. Many men who walk up to me and tell me that they listen to the conversations. Many men who say the conversations are empowering, although they know they're not supposed to be there. And Justice and Fatuani are those men. Men who are deliberate about being better for themselves. Being better for themselves. I remember having a conversation with Fatuani talking about how he went to therapy. I remember hearing that. I'm like, what? He said, yeah, I had to go to therapy because I realized, this is how he talks, I realized that there are certain things that I was doing and I just didn't understand why I was doing them. So I needed to make sure that I understand what that was about. So please welcome Fatuani and Justice on stage with me.
I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on.
I do want to keep the song going because I do need you to pass me over my laptop, please. I'm ready with my mic. Thank you so much. So I loaded all of my conversations because I prepared for you guys. I'm not just winging this. I did not sleep. It's the makeup covering the bags. But I do want to honor these conversations, and I had loaded the conversations on my iPad, but I could see that the specific one wasn't showing up. So that's why I will use my laptop to navigate this conversation. Thank you for being brave and bold and coming into a room full of women.
Thank you. I think it was easy to be brave and bold because, yeah, we've been uplifted by women all our lives.
Amen.
Yeah.
So quickly, just as a disclaimer, and I'm going to read this because we wrote it so beautifully, and I worked with someone on all of these conversations, and I think it's so important for me to land it as we thought about it when we wrote it. I approached this conversation as a student who aims to foster understanding and empathy rather than enforce stereotypes or rigid ideas about masculinity. My mind is open, and I hope for the conversation to lead to deeper insights. I had to say that because everyone has interfaced with masculinity that was either positive or toxic. And everyone here carries ideologies that we're going to confront today through storytelling. And I want you to remain open. Ako hashtag men are trash.
And I think if anyone feels that way, we understand.
You see? So before we all start, I want us to hold space for this conversation and the revelations these conversations will show us. And that means creating emotionally safe and non-judgmental environment where our guests can express themselves authentically. Did that sound like a disclaimer? Yes. Okay, and to start with, I want you guys to describe what you believe a world that holds space for men looks like. What does that look like when we all exist? Not just the thing that you require. When we all exist, men and women, to hold space particularly for men.
I think it's a world where we all understand we are figuring life. You know, no one has figured it out right. And us as men to learn to be more kinder and sensitive to ourselves. And speak honestly, because there's a macho way of being. Me and my brother used to be like that, where I can't hug him or look him in the eye and tell him I love him. And we need to be much more kinder as men to ourselves, and then also for ladies to understand that there's a hard shell that we were brought up with that we are peeling off slowly, and we are learning to be softer and kind.
I heard the yours, yeah, already. Just like, we know what you're talking about, injustice. What does it look like for you?
Yeah, I mean, I will echo Batwani's sentiment because I definitely believe that collectively as human beings, we need to see each other and look at each other as human beings first.
Yeah.
You know, and our shortcomings that make us who we are, you know, how tough we've become, the contribution to how hard we are came from men and women.
Yeah.
You know, and the healing that we seek is a singular journey, you know, that, you know, I need to be better for myself first. But, you know, if we are empathetic that these men, including myself, that are hurting the society, the contribution to our hurt was not only from men. And, yeah. Yeah, and I think, again, the most empowering place is not to do he said, she said, or point fingers. We are all in a journey to heal. We all want a better world for our children, for ourselves, and even those that are not present or aware that they need that, they do.
Yeah.
You know, so empathy is key, even in this conversation, that where I have arrived at in my thought and my journey to be better for myself and for you, you may not find it right. And that's okay, because, the journey to healing has no destination.
Amen.
The destination is the journey. The fact that I'm trying,
Yeah.
Again,
That is
men, we are celebrated for mediocrity and our small effort, but that effort means a lot in a world where men made no effort.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely. One of the things that I enjoyed when we had our chemistry call, which I do with every single person that I bring on stage, to better understand where they are, because I think for me it's important to make people comfortable and to also empathize with how far they're willing to go and how far they're not willing to go. What came up a lot is this idea of how what we see in society has been formulated by society. And society is not just men.
Yes.
Society is men and women. These men that you see were raised by women. You are raising boys.
Yeah.
I need you to take a moment as you explore this conversation to step out of your partner thought and think and step into your creator thought. You're creating a man.
Yeah.
Justice, there's a caption from you that says, over the past few years, I've been unpacking masculinity for myself. I started doing this because I realized that the way that I had been conditioned to be a man was not who I was.
Yeah.
And being that way was unsustainable and was only hurting me more.
Yeah.
Walking into your mind, I'd like to find out what you mean by this statement. Who was that man that you had become? What was the moment you realized that that isn't you?
Yeah, I think, I was partly brought up by my dad till I was 12. Then he left, as some of our fathers do. And I was...
Some.
Then maybe this might be the right word. An army of strong women stepped in. And it was a beautiful journey to be brought up by these wonderful women, including my mom and my aunts and just the community. But the time I spent with all the men in my society engraved in me an expectation of how I should be.
Yeah.
And I should be strong. Indoda ikhali. I'm Venda. And it's even harder. But, a Venda man is not weak. You need to be strong. You need to be all of this. And I grew up embracing that spirit that I need to be strong. I don't cry. I used to like fighting a lot. I was aggressive to please people that I don't think contributed in a meaningful way in my life.
Yeah.
Because when my dad left, they also left, most of them, the men. Then an army of amazing women raised me, also instilling the same ideology that I need to be strong. And I understand that I needed to be strong because life is tough. And yes, I became strong, blah, blah, blah. Then I started working and I experienced love for the first time.
Oh.
And my partner at that time, because I was a hard guy, I'm from the hood.
And your vendor.
So we too.
Yeah, ngilogologo, mfumekazi. So anyway, my partner said, Justice, this tough guy that you are, I don't think you are that. Because when I'm with her, I'm soft. And she said, why don't you, I didn't hear that.
I didn't also.
Yeah.
It just sounded like something that really hit someone hard.
Yeah, then she told me how soft I am and how beautiful my smile is, because I never smiled. I was like this. I was the bad twin.
Yeah.
I was the bad twin. They are twins.
Yeah. So then she embraced my soft parts. Then, as you move on. I moved on in that relationship, and I got into another one, and yeah, it was so beautiful. And my partner, who's my partner now, and she's an amazing teacher. And indirectly, she never says do this, do this, do this. You know, just her way of being made me want to be better
Better.
for myself.
Yeah.
Then, yeah.
Says marry her.
Yeah.
Was that a marry her?
Anyway, I'll get to the point. But so yeah, then the journey with her in my life, and the journey just with myself, and being able to take the step back. You know, I mean, you know, we grow. I started working, making my own money, and all that stuff. Then I realized that everything that I am is not from me. Who am I without all these notions and all these expectations? Like,
And all the noise.
The 10-year-old justice, without my dad saying, "Ngwananga angasite zwabanna," you know, or umntanami can't be gay.
Yeah.
You know, or you are hard, you are this. All like, who am I with that noise silenced? And I stepped back and I asked myself those questions. And my partner said to me, "Love, it's okay, go all the way. Even if you find something you don't want to see." Which, for every heterosexual man, our biggest fear is to be gay. Imagine. And I was like,
I can see you're still working through that.
yeah, no, for sure, for sure. It's the journey is never ending.
Yeah.
You know, so she encouraged me and she said to me, "Go all the way." And I unpacked it for myself. And what would I look like? What would I be attracted to? You know, without all of this. Because again, in the hood, your value is in how many women you are with.
Yeah.
You know, what's my value without all of that?
Yeah.
You know, so I asked myself those questions, and I went into that journey through my art, you know, and it became very clear to me that as a heterosexual man, I need to contribute to the conversation of gender and sex and all of this from a place that is meaningful. Because I find that because the other, which may be trans, gay, and women, because you are sidelined, you know, it's easier for you guys to take on that conversation.
Yes.
But it's actually harder for heterosexual men to take on that conversation.
Because what's the reward?
Yes, and if I ask myself that question openly with my friends and my brothers, I remember I was working on a project like that with my art, and I spoke about what my work is about, and my friend said, "Fana, justice. Wena ngathi."
I was one of them.
Yes.
If you date men, I wouldn't be surprised. But obviously, it's the toxicity in us where you
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
if my brother is being soft, why is it
Wait,
rubbing me off?
what's next?
Yes.
Yeah.
What are you going to do next?
So that's why.
I want to
That's why.
actually bring the same question to you, Fatuani, because when we were in Cape Town for the job that we did together, one of the things that we spoke about in that conversation was your therapy and the
Yes.
reason you wanted to go to therapy, and how beautifully it intersects with this particular caption that Justice put out around this moment when you realize that you're becoming someone that you might actually not be.
Yeah.
And you made an example of how you particularly saw specific behavior in you
Yeah.
that you had seen in your father.
Yes.
And you had seen through your father where that ends up, and that was potentially the reason that you went to therapy. I want you to share that story if you're comfortable to do so.
So obviously, our dad left us when we were about 12, and I was hurt as a child, and I said, I don't want to be like this guy. I love my mom because we spent a lot of time with my mom, baking and trying to make money to survive. And, you know, as you grow, you start working, we become the cool kids or whatever it was, Bram was happening. And then there was a point where I think we trended for a project we did called I See a Different You. And then the attention was ridiculous. You know, all types of girls were like, I was like, white girls like me, Indian girls like me, all of that, you know.
Every color.
And all kinds. And I think at that time I got too excited and enjoyed being a playboy. And I ran with it a little bit too longer than I should. and then I think every 5 or 10 years, there's a thing that happens with me where I have introspection. And I looked at Justice. He's been with his partner about 12 years.
Yeah.
And
Should I make the announcement? Please. Justice is getting married.
yeah.
Stop bothering Justice.
And so the biggest blessing to have a twin brother, we kind of mirror each other, and we are similar in many ways. We might not look really identical, but we have similarities. So in my Playboy kind of era, I looked at Justice, and we were not communicating enough. There was still that old ways of being where I'm assuming his life is amazing. He's bought a house, I haven't bought a house. He paid off his car, I haven't paid off my car. I'm the Bram Lord or whatever. I'm the guy who walks in every party for free. I'm like, you know,
In the streets.
And then
In the streets.
I had that introspection with myself, and I looked at him, and I admired parts of him that grew from the relationship we got into. And I saw that, okay, this is what's missing with me. I may be good in my career, but I'm not thriving because I'm all over the place. I need to calm down. On Fridays, I must be at home, chilling, and maybe have dinner with him and his partner, but I must simplify my life and not be all over the place. Then I then started gym. We both love gymnastics and running, boxing, all those things. So I started doing that. Then I was centered. Minimized the drinking and partying and the girls, obviously. And I went to therapy. And in the therapy, me and Justice had I think 5 years of not talking. There would always be someone in between us. We couldn't hang out together. I couldn't look at him. I was mad at him because he moved, he bought a house, and I was left in this other house. And we twins, the dream was we are together forever, you know. So I was heartbroken.
I was heartbroken.
And in the therapy, I realized that we don't communicate. And everything, life is a relationship. We are like married, you know, if we do things together. So it's like a marriage. If he says something that offends me, I must tell him so that I don't go back home and say, oh, Justice
This is what he
you know,
meant.
tell him. And same, if I do something and I feel like, oh, I overstepped, I must call him and say, hey, man, this thing, I think I wasn't aware. And then he'll say, nah, it's nothing. I didn't even see it that way. But therapy gave me power to reflect and to be much more vulnerable and talk about things that are tough. Because I think us as twins, our superpower is us together. It's the most amazing thing. And since we were kids, wherever we went together, people were like, who are those guys or whatever? And for the 5 years when I was like solo running the streets, there wasn't that power. You know? And
That is no longer Fatuani's brand.
yeah.
That is the past.
Yeah. And in the therapy, the biggest thing, I realized that I was becoming like my dad. So my dad was in our life for so long and was an amazing guy for that 12 years. And out of the blue, he left. And I realized that the streets called him again.
Yeah.
You know, and
Yeah.
I don't want the streets
Yeah.
to call me.
Yeah.
You know, and the streets will call you because you have habits. You start enjoying things to a point where they have power over you.
Yeah.
And I addressed this through therapy that I don't want to be like my dad. I want to be the men that are there. Relationships are not perfect, but I want to be, I don't have kids yet or married, or I'm not getting married anytime soon. But therapy painted a picture of myself that I had when I was like 12, and then I reconnected myself to that. So I went back to the 12-year-old, you know, which is important.
I have to say, one of the things that was illuminating for me, even in our conversation that day, was how so much of the realities of how men struggle are so true to women.
Yeah.
when you think about, it was so powerful for me the first time I heard it, that you actually recognized that you were becoming your father.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of times, and I'm gonna throw this in as something that we all need to think about. I've always said, even in speaking to my aunt, you will never escape your bloodline.
Yeah.
Genetically, it's science. The habits and the struggles of your bloodline, you will have to confront.
Yeah.
You will never be better than your bloodline.
Yeah.
I want you to take that in. Because if you do not understand that, it will overtake you and it will cripple you.
Yeah.
The important thing to know once you understand, where did we go wrong? Where do we go wrong? What's the repetition? What's the habit? What's the pattern? Then you go and figure out how to change it. That is the power of the self-development work that we do. That is the power of understanding ourselves better. That is the power of self-awareness. That is the power of living intentionally and saying, this is what I want for my life, or your bloodline will overtake you. I want to go back to this conversation. I want to go back to this conversation and speak through something that is a little bit controversial, but doesn't have to be controversial.
No, for sure.
And that is the idea of patriarchy. And every time we hear the word patriarchy, we often think of the negative sentiments of the patriarchal system. But you woke me up to something in the chemistry call around the benefits of patriarchy for women.
Yeah, I mean,
Because when I asked Justice something about patriarchy, I don't even know what my question was in the chemistry call.
Yeah.
He says to me, well, you know it does benefit women as well. And I said, okay, yeah. And he said, unless we are intentional as women and men to break down some of the notions that patriarchy perpetuates, we will not get rid of it.
yeah,
And one of those notions for me, okay, I'm not going to expose myself.
yeah,
But I want you to speak a little bit around
yeah.
how you interface personally with the idea of patriarchy as men who are going on this journey of better understanding just yourselves.
Yeah, I think for me, patriarchy, obviously, right now in our generation is something that we are tackling head on, and we have shone a light into its negatives, especially that affect the people around us negatively. But some of the things, as I told you, that we don't speak about in relation to patriarchy is how women benefit to it. I grew up in a patriarchal society that a man takes care of a woman the whole way. You know, still, it's something that I don't know how to dismantle.
Yeah.
I take care of my partner the whole way. I want to pay for a house. I want to pay, you know.
Niazbona. Okay, let's keep going.
Yeah, I mean, I'll make examples, you know. A patriarchal man, I want to pay for the house, and it's our house. It's not in my name. It's our house. She's on payroll. I want to buy a car. I want to, you know.
Niazibona. Niazibona.
You know, the whole way.
Yeah.
And that level of or that section of patriarchy is being celebrated, as you can see.
Of course.
And we are ululating and all that stuff. It's great. But then, you know, life sometimes can
Get
life, you know? And I can't keep up with my patriarchy. The good part of it. And imagine if I had to face my wife and I go to her and I say, love, I don't know how we're going to pay for the rent. Or I don't know how I'm going to keep up paying for your car. Or X, Y, the things that are masculine defining. I can't do them. Do you know what happens? I don't know if that's a safe enough space for me to go confide in her about that, because she's gonna very quickly say, window danger. You know, because I've threatened her comfort.
Yeah. You've threatened her security.
I threatened her security. We can't go to Gucci.
Nice jersey,
You know-
by the way.
You know, and you know, we can't be selective around tackling patriarchy, because the contribution of its negatives are not only from me as a man. The contributions are from the society.
Yeah.
Until we as a society are able to look at men in our society and men in our lives and empathize with where they are financially, because
And emotionally.
finance, yeah. I mean, I think for me, the most sensitive place that emasculates man is where the money is.
Yeah.
You know, and if as a man, and you know this, I've got, I started with other people and an organization called the Holding Space Project for Men, so that where you are feeling vulnerable or unheard or scared, you can come say it to other men or other men identifying humans that, yes, I don't know how I'm going to make money next month. Because even me, with all the work that I have done and I'm doing, I don't know how I can go to my wife and say, yes, love. Because it's going to threaten, you know, that space. So, yeah, anyway, those are parts of patriarchy that, as a society, we never look at from this point of view.
Yeah.
That it's comfortable and nice if a man is showing up where you need him, where he's, you know, that CLA is paid for, you know, and that
CLA.
yeah, that house and waterfall is paid for. You don't have to think about that. And he says your money is your money for you.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It feels great. But is it sustainable?
Yeah. That's the big question. Is it sustainable?
As a society, we need to dismantle those at that level and those expectations and stop celebrating that.
It was very interesting.
And I do too. I celebrate. I'm patriarchal. I've got that thing. I'm like, I mean, in umpazam, everything. Yonke into. Why must she pay?
It's the tap of the foot.
You know, yeah, but
Got this.
is it right?
Yeah. And I think these are important questions to confront. We might not have the answers today, but these are important seeds for us to plant, to really think through when we put men in this position, which I don't know if we should or not. I'm inconclusive about what we should be doing when it comes to this. But it's important for us to ask ourselves, what is the loss? What are we losing along the way? And I think one of the things that we identified as we were in conversation was intimacy. Is one of the areas where we lose. When you have a partner who has the ability to take care of everything, but is unable to be intimate with you because the only way they interface with the relationship is in their ability to take care.
Okay. That's true.
Yeah. I've had that situation.
Yeah. But when you can speak.
Fatiwani can speak more to that situation.
So I think as men, we work harder when we have a partner. I love traveling and I love all the things that slave queens do. Because
I love how Justice is looking at Fatiwani saying, man, you just keep digging this hole.
For context.
For context.
But one is a self-proclaimed
Slave
slave
queen.
queen.
yeah, I was.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's talking about himself
he's a
as a
slave
slave
queen.
queen.
Yeah.
So I call myself that even on my Instagram. I love the aesthetics, the holidays, and all of that. And when I was in my previous relationship, my ex was amazing with destinations and all of that. And I would work even harder because I have a goal. You know, there's a house we want to buy. Yes, I got that on check. And that holiday in Japan, Sri Lanka, all that stuff. And I work towards them and I get them because there's a motivating factor. And I love all of that stuff. But then what I realized was in all of those beautiful things, I couldn't show up intimately the way because the goalposts kept on shifting.
Yeah.
In Sri Lanka, I just want a photo next to these boats, and she'd be like, "You and your Instagram." And now I feel weird that Mara, I spent 200K to get
be
here.
here.
I just want a post. And then, because of the hard work, I'm thinking I'm a painter. I'm an artist. We're both artists, actually, and film directors. But at the time, I was just making art only. And I'm going, okay, I work hard. I'm selling these artworks. I'm good. I'm doing well financially. But I'm not, she's never impressed. And it affected my libido big times, where I couldn't, I just felt like I was not enough. All of the things look great, but then inside, I just didn't feel complete because now I bought a nice house, I've got a nice car, but this girl doesn't feel all the things I'm doing for her. And then it hits you as well. But it was my first time experiencing this thing. Then I don't want problems. I went to a doctor, I was like, hey, Johnny boy. I went to a doctor, I was like,
Please, let's fix
There's-
this.
yeah.
What's going on here?
there's men's clinic and all of that stuff, but I went to a urologist, and then I was hinting to Justice because I couldn't tell him properly. I was like, you must go get checked, Joe, because whatever, you know? And I went to a urologist, and the guy was doing all the tests and checking the pressure in my urine and all of that. And he's like, everything is good. And I'm with this person here. And he says, let's go to that room, and please stay here. I need to scan him by himself. And we went to that other room and he said to me, are you okay, bro? I'm like, yeah, I'm good. Like, is everything okay at home? He's like, yeah.
We just came back from New York.
My partner is amazing. We came back from Sri Lanka, whatever it is. He says, no. In most cases, you are completely healthy. In most cases is when your partner is psychologically breaking you. This thing happens. And at the time, I was like, but I've once had an accident. It's like, brother. Let me give you a homework. Just be real. Look at this whole thing and come back to me after a week. I won't give you any pills or whatever. Just go think about it. But 90% of cases like that, when men have that challenge, it's the partner. And mentally or psychologically you're not showing up, then Johnny Boy doesn't work, you know? And yeah, I then started therapy for that. I spoke to my therapist, and I think it took about 6 months to figure this thing out. And it got to a place where it was this person, because I was never enough for her. Even though I'm doing all these amazing trips, I'm not enough for this person. And I think this comes back to, let's be kinder, let's appreciate. Whether even men who are buying G63s for their partners, psychologically they are maybe broken. And because the stakes are too high, you know. And it's the simple things that create harmony and peace and love, not the materials. We love them. I love all this stuff, but I realized that it's only appreciation from my partner saying, hey, I love you, doing well. I love this thing. Wow, that's a nice painting. That's all I need, that affirmation. And love
That's
is
a clap
good.
from a man.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's many love languages. For partners, you must see what their love language is and what they respond to, give them that. And just me, if my partner says, oh, that's great, I love that drawing, I love your outfit, I'm done. I don't need a G63. I'm happy, you know. And maybe a holiday for others might be that and all of that, but it's the simplest things that will make life better for all of us.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's so important to share these stories because often we look at people's lives from the outside. The checklist that you did was because you saw someone Instagram feed. And you said, that's the life that I want.
Yeah.
The reason it's so important for me that we hear these stories, whatever you do with it is up to you. The reason we need to hear these stories is because we need to listen to the truth of what life experiences are. I mean, one of the things I said to Fatuwani when I met him is, I've never met a person who loves luxury as much as Fatuwani, but is not defined by it.
Yeah.
Fatuwani loves looking good.
I do.
At whatever the cost.
Yes.
But it is not the
100%.
cost that is defining him. And it was the first time I interfaced with that energy around luxury with someone who also then loves a beautiful life. When you go to his Instagram page, everything is beautiful, but none of it defines him. There's so many things that Fatwani spoke to that I wanted to highlight, but I'm going to move on because I've forgotten about some of them. And go to something that also came up when we were discussing this conversation, which is this idea of the pursuit of an ideal relationship based off what you saw when you were young. There's a show that was on Showmax. I always forget the name, but the husband kills someone. The wife goes to the dad and talks about how disappointed she is that the husband did this and also cheated on her because the dad never treated the mom like that. The dad turns around and says, you have no idea what my relationship with your mom was like.
Yeah.
You have no idea what my relationship with your mom was like. Between this year, when you were this age and this age, I had an affair on your mom. We brought this up when we were talking about how men sometimes go into creating relationships based on what they saw people around them say relationships are. But we also all know that Dala, a lot of older people had a very intimate relationship behind closed doors.
Yeah.
And when they came out, they had to present a front.
Yeah.
We look at the front and we say that's what the relationship is.
Yeah.
But we never really experience the intimacy of the relationship.
Yeah.
When
I
you think about how you think about framing relationships earlier and now,
Yeah.
do you think there were effects like that in what you thought should be happening? And then what did you discover in the intimacy of your own relationships?
I think if I were to speak to that, I think our generation and social media shapes so much of what the idea of a relationship should be to the worst way. Because I find that social media relationships, and forgive me if you have one of those.
I'm not even gonna ask what that is. I was just thinking, what is that? But
No, I think we as a people spend a lot of time trying to make a relationship look a certain way for people rather than being in the relationship
Itself.
for each other. You know, I read a beautiful quote that said, my relationship is sacred, not a secret. You know, because I don't share my relationship on social media at all. And I get asked, are you married? Are you this? Are you this? Are you this? And some people that know me maybe without my partner would say, why don't you post it? Why don't you do this? Well, and I'm not saying this is right. But I find that it's more important to be present in your relationship rather than being present at what it should look like for other people, you know? So growing up looking at these types of relationships, luckily for me, what shaped my view of a relationship didn't have physical abuse. Some people grew up in homes where there was no love and there was physical abuse, and when you go out of that and your uncles and aunts, you are seeing and experiencing that, and it becomes normalized.
yeah.
You know, then when you get into a relationship, your expectation is that, you know, for me to show my partner love, I need to put a hand on it.
Yeah.
Even more so, I dated someone when I was younger that she said, I don't love her because I don't hit her. And that to me broke me because I thought, how can that be love? You know, but her view of what love should be was shaped by that. And I'm pretty sure there are people to date that their love language is shaped by things like that.
Yeah.
But I would like to encourage people to invest in a relationship that is present between the two of you rather than what it looks like or what you saw or what you think the right thing is. There's no right thing. The right thing is between two people.
Absolutely. Speaking of this idea of what we see and what the truth is, I'm going to bring it back to your relationship with your brother, which Fatuwani already mentioned was scarred for a couple of years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was interesting to hear that, especially as twins, who are often seen working together. You did your business together. You were everything we saw was the twins and how amazing they were. But you both revealed that there was a time when what people saw was not the truth of your own intimacy. Fatuwani, I want you to take us through what got you out of that area, of that rut, where you were unable. You said to me, we would see each other and we're like, show, right, sharp, and you'd be gone for 5 years as twins. What got you out of that space? Because I think you touched a little bit on how your heart was broken already.
Yeah, I think Justice has always been the guy who will make an effort. We don't live together. He'd wake up and come to my house, even though we're not seeing eye to eye, and he'll sit on my couch and do whatever. I'll have him there, and it's awkward, But I think,
I was able to do that because I love him involuntarily. So even when we are not seeing eye to eye or I'm pissed off, I can't help myself. I need to be in his presence.
Which I think it's the same, but he would come to my house every day, every morning, and I'm like, aye, man, Justice. And then at some point, so his wife is our manager for our art and directing stuff, and we had this trip together, but already we had done the work to kind of fix it. And she said, no, I went to Venice for long, France for a residency. And when I was there, I was isolated, and I felt so alone. And I was chatting with him and everyone, but I just felt so alone, and then I had a fear that I might not come back to my normal life, which is nice, because I was living in a weird, in a village, And his wife said, when he dropped me off, she said, guys, hug each other and tell each other you love each other, because you won't see him for a month, bruh. And you guys are inseparable. You're always together. And we had already started doing the work, which was already good. And when I came back, normally I would just say, sure. And then we drop off. He drops me off or we chill. And his wife said, be more intentional. Look at him and tell him you miss him. Tell him about your travel. Tell him everything, how you felt. And I realized that for long we were hanging out, not present. We love each other, but we're not intentional. We're coasting. It's not like, hey, sure, Mfana, my rates and taxes are killing me, or whatever. And we talk about those things. And when she told us we need to do that, I was like, yeah, okay, it's tough. Like we're twins. I had to look at Justice and say, right now, like, why does it feel weird to tell that I miss him? It's that toxic masculinity as well, and not being present. And when we started doing that more, to go, let's have dinner at your place, and then we chill, we talk, just me and him, and then our partners are talking or we are together, we are more intentional. We're not just hanging out, because we're always together in the studio 8 hours, but we're not really intentional. And now we are more intentional. When he picks me up, I was like, should I make you a coffee? I love your outfit. It's not coasting, it's being present.
Yeah, and to that point, sure. Yeah. To that point, I also had a very similar experience to Patwani, when I started the Holding Space project. So the guys I work with, we brought facilitators that work with addicts and also with men. And we did an exercise that put me to my knees. And I'll tell you what that exercise was. They asked us to sit across each other. So you choose a man and you sit across a man with your knees touching. And yes. So imagine the toxic masculine justice that has homophobia. I'm work in progress. So I'm sitting in front of this man. We're touching, our knees are touching, and it's too close, man. Then the exercise was look at him, look at his nose, look at his eyes, look at his eyebrows, his beard, his lips. If he smiles, look at his teeth, look at his ears. And it was so uncomfortable. And I did that, and I looked, and imagine my face. Yes, what if I'm attracted to this guy? So I look at this man, I look at him, and after that, the exercises we did, my heart got so broken because I realized that I haven't even looked at my own brother that intimately in the name of I'm a man, And, that night when we finished that thing, I called my brother and I just had a random chat. And we don't call each other at night. Then in the morning I went to him. I didn't even tell him. And I was uncomfortably too close because I wanted...
I was like,
What's going on today?
I want to see what his scar looks like. I want to see his eyebrows. I want to see his lips. I haven't done that. We are 38. Imagine. And in the name of all of this weight I walk with as a man. So, yeah. Anyway.
One of the things... When I first heard you tell me that story, of course, when we were speaking about the work that you do, Justice, one of the immediate things that came to my mind was, had your father ever looked at you that way? Nope. Had an older man ever looked at you that way? Nope. And I remember your answer distinctly being, he'd never looked at us that way, but not even our mother.
Yeah. 100%. If I visit my mom now, and nothing wrong, it's how it is.
And I know how much you guys love your mother.
Yeah. So much.
And I know how much you're close to her. But there's just that level of intimacy that we sometimes don't access because we're not intentional about it.
Even kissing her, she would shrink to the smallest thing. So would I. Because it's a tough exchange that I never grew up with it. I never even saw my parents kiss or say they love each other. So... let alone the world saying to me, I need to be a certain man.
Yeah. I think one of the things that I absolutely wanted to explore in this conversation is intimacy with each other. Because what intimacy does, and intimacy is not, I like you, my friend.
Yeah.
It's really engaging with someone intentionally. When I first heard of this story, I remembered I told you guys a story of how I was raised, and I was raised in a Christian home, and but you don't date, you just get married, right?
Yeah.
And one of the things, because I absolutely loved my grandmother, and anything she wanted from me, she was gonna get, I followed that rule. Boys must not be able to approach you. It mustn't be easy. A lot of girls were raised like that. Boys mustn't find it easy to talk to you. And I developed this exterior of don't talk to me unless you know what you're going to say to me. But it didn't end with the boys. It went to also my relationships with women because it became, in a way, a part of my identity. Imagine coming into the business world where people do business with people they like. And how much I had to unpack and understand around how to change that. I remember one of the things, because I always go to books when I need solutions. I always go to books. I never think I have to enroll for a course. I think there's a book someone wrote about this thing. So I was lucky enough to find a book called The Power of Charm because I wanted to learn how to let people in, particularly in business. And it was so insightful when I heard this exercise, because the book actually teaches you how to make people fall in love with you. And it specifically speaks about when you engage with someone, don't look them dead in the eyes because you're going to scare them. You move your eyes around their face. And that's when someone feels like you're really engaged and involved with what they're saying. That is intimacy.
Yeah.
When you speak to someone, you look at their eyes, you look at their nose, you look at their mouth, and you look at their forehead. And that's how you break someone down. But that is also the reality psychologically with how we engage with each other when we go into intimate spaces. And I promise you, a lot of friendships, a lot of relationships, a lot of parent-child relationships have never accessed that level of intimacy. In closing,
Yeah.
and I'm going to allow you to say what you want to say.
Just to add on that, as an artist and as a painter, we don't have salaries, you know, and I live through my art. And how I sell my art, my strategy is ngiyashela. It's like
You're quoting your
flirting with a
client.
person.
Yeah.
But obviously it's business. We don't cross the line. But I realized that people buy my art because they like me. They don't
Yeah.
buy it because it's
It's
an
the best
amazing
art they've
artwork.
ever seen.
They're like, what a nice guy, or whatever it is. And it's those strategies where you're cool. They walk in my studio, I love your shoes. Nice, mate. You
Yes.
smell good. What do you want to have? I can order wine quickly at Salvation Cafe, to relax, chill. And then their gut goes down and they're like, okay, I'll spend 300K, whatever it is. And we are Sheila. Yeah. Sorry.
I'm not even gonna talk about what Fatuani gave me as an answer when I asked him what's the most expensive painting he's sold. I'm gonna go to my final thoughts,
Sure,
my
sure.
final question to both of you.
Yeah.
There's a quote that says, just in closing, the crisis facing men is not the crisis of masculinity. It is the crisis of patriarchal masculinity. Until we make the distinction clear, and this is for everyone in the room, there's a distinction. Until we make the distinction clear, men will continue to fear that any critique of patriarchy represents a threat to their masculinity.
No, for sure. For sure. No, I
I
agree.
need to know in closing how you interface with that ideology.
I think for me, because obviously how we were brought up in society and everything about our lives entangled, like affects our ego, you know. If as a man, a woman speaks down on me, you know, or anything that challenges maybe my pocket or anything feels like an attack because it challenges my ego, ubudoda, you know, nestima, you know, and yeah, I think the biggest part of the work that needs to be done around that is collectively as a society is to dismantle the expectations on men so that men are free to be softer, you know, because my mom, I don't know if this is an expression, but she would say, if you take two sticks, one that is wet and one that is dry, when you try bend them, the dry one will break, and the wet one has
Bend. Elasticity.
yeah, elasticity. Hey, that English word. So I think as a society, we need to create room for men to be vulnerable, to be soft, and we need to create room for them to make mistakes. You know,
make
and
mistakes.
It's a double-edged sword because sometimes the way we are brought up and our makeup, you know, as men, when we are given that platform, sometimes we take advantage. You know, but I would rather we invest in trying to help more men be softer than worry about the advantage that might be taken. It's a risky thing.
Yeah.
I know as a man in my past and sometimes in my present, when I'm given room to do better for myself and others, my reaction is not always positive. But when I recognize my flaws, I'm able to step back and learn from that and apologize or, you know, take accountability.
And I think I found power in softness. As men, if we are taught to be soft, we will have a better place for everyone. Because when we want to be the hetero is defined as a strong man who's going to change your tire and who can change lights in the house. Not all men can do that.
Especially
You
you.
know, yeah, I don't want Justice likes fixing cars. I don't want that. I want new cars. You know, yeah.
Please.
I don't want that stuff.
Slay queen.
Yeah. And so Justice has a project car. This is a macho thing, you know. This car, he climbs on top of it. There's things there. It's an amazing car. It looks great when we're driving in it, but it's a scrap for me. I don't want this thing. And there's many men who don't like that side of life. It doesn't mean you're less of a man. And as women, if we show up for your man the right way, where he's not the guy who will come and change your tire, but he's a guy who can call and get your tire changed. It's done, you know? And you know, I don't want to get dirty. Doesn't make me less of a man, you know?
True.
And as the same as we are very different, you know? He likes fixing things in his house and like gardening and whatever. And my house. He'll come there and it's like, Justice, I have a gardener, bro. It's like, no, relax, you know? And that just shows that there's so many differences in people. Men are humans too.
Yeah.
And there's women who love cars, who will jump on, who will go hiking, who will sleep in tents, which is very hectic stuff for me.
For you.
I don't want that. You know, I don't want that stuff. And so I think a better world is a world that is pro-kindness
Yeah.
and pro
And
mindfulness. Yes.
Yeah.
When you are present, you are able to see beyond the aesthetic. You know, okay, Justice likes, he dresses well and like me, but this guy can get his hands dirty. We the same. I don't want to get my hands dirty. And my partner can show up the right way for me. She can go, babe, my car broke down and whatever. I say, give me a second, hold it. Justice. Let's go. Yeah. You know?
So,
You really
mean-
did offer a solution though.
Yeah, always.
yeah,
Always.
I've got a point to add.
Yes.
I've got a point to add. Our situation is unique because we have each other. Some people are just singular. They don't have a justice. But anyway, so when we speak of balance, Patwane and I have a very beautiful godson. And he's turning 16 in December. And he's our closest friend. And we are planning with him to go camping. And we want to do a road trip and go to the bush. So I said, yeah, we must go to the bush. We must do this and this. We'll drive in my scrap car because it's cool, you know. Then whilst we were negotiating that, Patwan said, Ash, okay, I'm going to look for the place because I don't want to be in a rubbish tent. So I'll get the glamping or
Yeah.
whatever.
I don't want snakes. I don't want to see a snake.
Then anyway, in that little journey with our godson, we find balance. And I think even in a relationship, you can find balance. In life, you can find balance.
I cook, he can't cook.
Yes.
You know, and it's different strengths.
Yeah.
He wants to teach. He wants me to teach him how to cook.
Yeah.
And
You don't want him
I
to
don't
teach
want
you
that
how
stuff
to.
he does. But sorry to cut you off.
No, for
different
sure.
strengths for
Yeah.
men.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's balance in life, in business, in friendship. Let's lean into our strengths. Let's
Yes.
not come with expectations because we are human first,
Yeah.
then all the other. Yeah.
I just want to know, I've never had ululating for any conversations I had with women. What is that about? But anyway, thank you, Justice and Fatuani,
Thank you.
for your openness,
Thank you.
for the work that you are doing on yourselves,
Thank you.
for the work that you are doing with other men, for the authentic way in which you approach your own lives and the courage that you show in pursuing the life of your dreams. And I want to thank the audience. There was a lot of like, it was the first time I heard so much talking whilst we were on the panel, but I realized it was because of the insights. Everyone was trying to just talk to the next person and say, oh my gosh, that's me. I appreciate in this moment how you were able to hold space for some of my favorite people.
Thank you, thank you.
And we're going to move on to the next session.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to move on to my next conversation, which is going to be decoding beauty, the strategies behind building a successful beauty business with Sinovuyo Mondliwa. Excited to be having this conversation with Sinovuyo. They've asked me to swap because they can't see me. Can you see me now? Oh, it was a request from this side. Okay, okay. Okay, we're here. I can see everyone. Really excited to be having a conversation with Sinovuyo, one of my favorite people. I was talking to, I speak to my head of content a lot, and I was saying, you know, Sinovuyo is like a younger sister to me. Literally, even when I hear anything, and someone's like, I said, yeah, but every single time I hear anything about Sinovuyo, I get into that older sister mode. Really excited to be having this conversation with you.
You're so beautiful today.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank you.
nervous, guys, but I'll get into it.
We've had several conversations in the past, and I'm going to inform you that I did pull some questions from your post because Sinovuyo has a cult following. Sinovuyo posts that we should be buying at Pick n Pay a pajama, and the pajamas run out at Pick n Pay. So her audience is really, really amazing. I think you have done exceptionally well in presenting yourself in the most authentic way that I think you can, even to the detriment of some people possibly not liking what you might be experiencing or sharing. You have always had the courage to just show up as yourself. One of the things that drew me to you in contextualizing the Working Smart and Living Well conversation was how you spoke to me about your working seasons and how you are intentionally creating downtime and intentionally creating time to actually work. So I want to go way back to our conversation in 2020 and just ask you, what season are you in right now?
I am in a season of resting, traveling. I liked what the previous guest said, getting intimate with the people around me because I've neglected them so much in the last 3 years. getting to know my sisters again. We're going to the Daisies. I've never been to a festival like that, but I'm pushing myself. So experiences and rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where do you find the courage, Sino, to say, I am not going to work 12 months every year because it is just not how I live my best life, and not be constantly worrying about how you're going to survive and living in survival mode?
I think everything I do stems from honesty. I think you have to have a very strong underlying principle or ethic. I'm not saying it has to be positive, but I hope it's positive. So I am big on honesty. So I think how I process my thoughts, I'm very honest. So I know that when I even said to one of the ladies now, I hope in today's conversation, I'm anointed, as in what I need to say comes out. Because you find that sometimes the work that you do, you could do the same project in January and do it in September, and you'll deliver it differently because of what's coming through all around, from
Yeah.
all around. And I feel like as I'm progressing, I'm going back to who I've always been, because obviously in your 20s, you're discovering. So it's like, I'm very in tune and very honest about my emotions, my feelings. Even when I'm overthinking, I'm okay with it, as long as I'm just always honest. So I honestly decide, okay, in this season, I'm feeling so smart, so let me come up with some ideas. When the serum idea came, it was like in the middle of a normal day, and then I was like, okay, now I'm gonna work hard. Then I gave it like the strongest 4 months in the past 5 years. And then after that, we launched the products, and then I rested for a long time. Remember in December, there's a time where I was just in bed for like 4 days straight. So I think honesty, just being honest with yourself, that's where the courage comes from.
And I think someone might be wondering why I'm asking these questions in a conversation about decoding beauty. But I think when you work in an environment where you are intimately communicating with an audience around a part of their life that is so intimate to themselves, there has to be a level of empathy around understanding what the truth to their reality is in order to solve some of the problems that they're having. And I know you speak highly about the book that speaks about marketing empathy. And I think it's not only the book, but it is the way that you create and the space that you create from. I want you to share a little bit about how empathy interfaces with the products that you create and how you create.
So the empathy stance is not something I've had from the beginning, and people who've always followed me will know. So in the beginning, I wasn't so empathetic with myself as well. So when I cut my hair, my sister-in-law had cut her hair. So I got the courage to cut my hair then, and it was a bit in fashion, but I didn't like how I looked. So I wore a hat for the first 3 weeks after I cut my hair until I got used to it. Then I realized, no, man, how I felt 3 weeks later wasn't how I felt before. So that process was me just getting accustomed to the look. Not that it looked ugly, I just don't know it. And then as I went with my hair care, I realized, no, man, the reason I couldn't take care of it is because I didn't know. Now I'm just teaching myself. So after 6 months, I was like, oh, now it's like almost easy. But if you never do the 6 months of getting to know it, so you cannot give yourself empathy or any other person empathy. And I remember when I started sharing on YouTube and Instagram, I was immature in empathy because I would project in the same way I spoke to myself. I'd be like there's times I look in the mirror, I'm like, you, I'll say be whatever. But I would like, it happens. But you work through those emotions. So because Instagram and YouTube is so raw, you don't get time. I didn't at the time think, okay, how do I want to present myself? Do I want to be this way and this way? So the last 8 years has really taught me that you can learn over time. So empathy is something I've learned. So in 2020, I registered for a course, a marketing management course. And then there's a textbook called Marketing with Strategic Empathy. So the strategic part blew my mind, guys. So it's things as simple as like body language, even on camera. I remember you sent me something that you wanted me to enter, and I had to do a video. And they tell you where to sit. Your body language is important, how your body language impacts who's seeing the video or whoever's watching. So little things like that. So I understood that Black women have a very special and different relationship with their hair. You cannot, if I'm a person who has natural hair and loves their natural hair, I cannot speak about weaves because the perception of how I speak about weaves is different. So it's not that I can't have an opinion, but I need to be empathetic in how I express that opinion. So you'll see that my Instagram and YouTube journey really changed from an immature young lady growing up, but also growing up around the discussion about Black women's relationship with their natural hair or hair as a whole. So, so when you lead from a place of strategic empathy, everything works out for you. Like, there's nothing that I've ever approached with that approach that didn't work out.
Yeah.
It also ties very closely to Marianne Williamson, leading from a place of love. So love and empathy, it intertwines.
Yeah.
So if I respect Nomdeni and I see her with empathy and I love her, whatever I say or do with her will never not work out in a good way.
I think that's so powerful as we speak about, again, the idea of beauty and how when you do go into the beauty business, you are solving for a very intimate problem. People are very sensitive about where they find themselves at different times in their path, particularly with hair. And I always say to you, I'm definitely one of those people who cannot even imagine taking care of natural hair. I always say I'm just too busy, and every time we engage, Sino always enlightens me around, maybe I need to think about this way or think about that way. But it is essentially that level of empathy that allows her to engage with me, understanding where I am, and trying to understand also where I want to go. You know, maybe I don't want natural hair. Maybe I'm happy with where I am. And what are the solutions to loving my hair at any point where I have that relationship. What I then did, Sinovuyo, is because I didn't want to take over the conversation, I really wanted your people to be part of the conversation. We did pull some questions that they asked you in that last post that you did, letting everyone know that you'd be here. And Zuzi_MA said, I'd love for you to speak more on women empowerment in the business sector. And I would love to also hear your take on life and business integration, because we all know how important it is to rest whilst running a business as well.
I found it so cute that I had an office at home, so I could pack orders at any time. But quickly, that got very intertwined and crossing over into my personal life. There's times where I'd pack orders at 11. I was studying, but then I'd go in between studying and packing orders. Then I realized that that's very unhealthy. So I literally, this time last year, my lease was actually up for renewal. I got an office. So at the office, it's work. At home, there's no work. I remember how intense I was in that moment. I was like, no printers at home. I don't want to see Love Kings at home. I don't want posters. I don't want pictures. I don't want nothing. I got rid of anything that said Love. I was here with Love Kings, with Love Kings. But that separation has made me think so much better in the office. The thinking is so streamlined. At home, when I host, I'm not telling people about Love Kings. Oh, here's the door, come see. Now I'm like talking about whatever else. And I feel like that is a system. It's underrated, but separating your work physically from your home. Like when therapists say leave work at work, guys, they're not joking. My relationship has gotten so much better. I remember in a therapy session, the therapist said, on date night, you can't speak about Love Kings. On holiday, you can't speak about Love Kings. Even if the bottles are delayed at a harbor in Durban, we're not solving it on date night. Leave it alone. So I've really separated. But I do think the time when it was really intertwined, I don't hate it. It was necessary because I was upskilling. I was learning. I was trying to understand. And it gets easier. This year has been the easiest since things became amazing. So it gets easier over time. Separating home and work or business makes it easier as well. So you have to have a distinct separation. But also have empathy for yourself, learning over time.
I love that because the mic belongs to you. One of the things I said at the beginning of our day today was one of the core reasons I'm so passionate about my work is I did have these 2 seasons where I kind of leaned into either working smart or living well, and I recognized what I lost in both the seasons. And now I better understand how to create a rhythm for myself where I have harmony between the 2 areas of my life which I think are so critical. And I think what's so beautiful about you is this is no longer an idea. You have systems and structures in place that allow you to find that harmony and move between those two spaces. I have Palisa Makuru who said, can you speak about your beginning stages? Because I think we underestimate the amount of knowledge you need to take on entrepreneurship. How did you navigate using all the information provided to you without feeling overwhelmed about where to start? There were really some amazing questions there. They really helped me because, yeah, I sit here the whole day.
I love the questions. I even thought with some, wow, I've never even thought about that. Like, I'd have to think about how I would answer it. I like that one. Okay, so the harmony and systems. So I think sometimes we think that we're going to wake up and know how to do something. Guys, kunzima. Like, so for me, when in high school, all my teachers were like, you've got so much potential, but you're not tapping into it. And there's a nice saying there's so many Albert Einsteins, ekasi. It's just that they don't have the opportunities to ever find out if they are Albert Einsteins. So I feel like I was always just so smart, but I never had the right window for that smartness to be highlighted. So I think, I'm gonna quote you, picking up the breadcrumbs along the way, the woman aspect, the hair aspect, because I had 5 sisters and we grew up like fixing our hair and making ourselves beautiful through our hair. And the timing, I was 28 and lockdown that isolation did so much for me. I think those things put together unlocked so much. And then after unlocking that, there's like an explosion of everything, and then now you have to create systems to narrow it. Not narrow it, but like it's like that's the explosion, and then these 4 fingers are the systems that are going to channel all of that. So it was a beautiful process. Didn't feel beautiful when I was experiencing it, but my very, very, very smart and brilliant partner said, you're going to need systems because you're all over the place. And then I did a course with Mackenzie, and I thought the course would make us do formulas and everything. And literally the course would be like getting 7 hours of sleep is very important. But this is why it's important. And this is how you use being well rested as a tool in your business. And then they'd be like, oh, it was mind-blowing. I was also like, oh, all the time. And then the one that blew my mind was problem solving. Like, you wake up, you think, I'm smart enough to solve this problem. No, there are systems to help you. It's a scientific method. It's existed before you existed. Businesses have been formed from these systems. Plug in. So I have so many systems I've used. Just from that McKinsey course, I cannot say how many I've used. And then from the marketing course as well. Pricing. I priced out of thinking I'm smart. Let me tell you, the initial year of sales, I was badly priced. I realized when I registered for VAT that, oh my goodness, now I have to pay the VAT out of my cash flow. I didn't even know what cash flow was at the time. Out of my cash flow because I underpriced before. Do I put the VAT so that people can see it? Do I put it in? But there's a process for that. So you can start on Google, you can say Google Scholar, and you can find how have other businesses navigated this. You can consult professionals. My lawyer really helped me with processes with trademarking, design protection, accountants. They also really help. So I respect paying professionals to help because I cannot be a professional in everything. And then my partner is very good. He was like, okay, in a year's time, let's see if this is not a fluke or not. Okay, oh, you've lasted a year. Okay, but the sales were high, but let's see how they plateau because 3-year sales are more important than lockdown sales. So yes, the sales did go down. And then I consulted Justice. He worked at JP Morgan, growing small businesses. And he said, your products are too high quality. People will come back after a long time. How's your repeat customer percentage? Then I went on my Shopify. I didn't even have my stats. I wasn't paying for stats. Then he's like, start paying for stats. They're there for a reason. So then I paid for stats and it would tell me what my return customer is. Then they say there's no business without a return customer. And then I was like, oh, so I need a product that customers can come back for monthly or every 2 months. But I was like, I'm not going to do it now because I don't know what it is right now. And then I remember, I woke up one day and I was like, oh, I use serums on my face. Why can't I use serums on my scalp? Because those penetrate better than oil. So I was like, okay, I'm actually going to do a serum for scalp. Then I was like, that's going to be my product, Ekalisitili. So I was like, that's my repeat customer product. And it's transformed everything. So I mean, getting past year 1, getting to year 2, getting to year 5, which is for me soon, depends on those little consulting professionals, creating systems, understanding cash flow. So it's slow, painful, but it gets there.
Yeah.
It gets there.
One of the things I really enjoy about speaking to you, and I tell you this all the time, is that you are very practical in expressing what the entrepreneurial journey is. Every time I engage with you in conversation, it is never for inspiration for me. This one is not inspiration, guys. This one is just about facts. You know, I'm going to share a story, and I'm trying to think about where it's coming from in me. Because you know, sometimes you do something emotional, and then you do something because you're educating. But I think this lands on the education part. You know, we did a post for this particular event, and we said, if you have a sampling strategy as an entrepreneur, please put your products in our goodie bag. Do you hear me? If you have a sampling strategy, I don't want your goodie bags to give to the people at the event because we want to give people goodie bags. If your business has a sampling strategy, go ahead. We have an opportunity for you to put stuff in the goodie bag. You know, we had an email where a lady said, you are charging 1,750. How are you taking advantage of founders? Why are you not buying the products? Right? And put up a post of a highly influential influencer who said, events like this that take goodie bags from founders are taking advantage of founders. I'm going to repeat. If you have a sampling strategy, if you don't have one, we're not talking to you. The reason big businesses have sampling strategies is because they understand the importance of getting their products to people.
Yeah.
The reason small businesses do not have sampling strategies is because it's expensive. We understand that. But should you be looking for the opportunity, we can engage with you. Be careful of the advice you take on social media without further interrogation. Be careful of advice you take on social media without further interrogation. For instance, Sinovuyo would never be able to give me serums for 250 women. It's a very expensive exercise for her because she doesn't have them in a pouch somewhere. It's not part of her budget and she's not able to do that. The reason I have this conversation with Sinovuyo is because I see so many people taking 2-second insights on social media and making them a business strategy. A business strategy is an intentional process where you sit and better understand what you want to achieve and what are the best ways to achieve it. I wanted to land that to further contextualize where this conversation is going and why I will continue to have Sinovuyo speaking about processes, systems, and how she's figured out how to run her business. I'm going to go to the next question. Did any mentorship and support systems, this came from Tembeka Dube, did any mentorship and support systems play a role in your professional growth and success as an entrepreneur?
I've had formal and informal mentorship. I think both are important. Formal mentorship really speaks to what you said, systems, the technical facts. I remember complaining to my accountant about VAT and tax. And then he said to me, you don't get to complain. People that have employment 9 to 5 don't claim back for makeup,
styling,
clothes. You get to claim. You actually pay the least tax. And on top of that, VAT, you charge for VAT. So that's your cash flow management. You're not suffering. So that gave me so much perspective, and I've never felt bad about paying VAT and tax again. So I've got formal mentorship there. And then the informal mentorship, that feeds the soul. That is like, I remember when I was when I was testing my serum and products. So I gave it out to about 15 people, a lot of them being close family and friends. And I remember they were just too nice. Oh, it's amazing. Oh my gosh. I think I'm seeing my hair grow already. and it was all positive. And I was like, it can't be all positive because I'm not perfect. And my formulator is not perfect. And I remember I only got 2 harsh comments. And I received them with love because I knew those people wanted to help me. The one said, I remember I was initially going to use minoxidil, and minoxidil is prescribed by dermatologists, and it's been prescribed by dermatologists for a very long time. And then I remember the dermatologist that was talking to me about it on WhatsApp informally said, she was taking, not offense, but I'm an influencer, and we know the perspective that some people have about influencers. It's like, oh, lots of followers, you're trying like to make money in however way possible. So now I'm gonna jump onto the minoxidil bandwagon. So I sat with that for a while. I had samples with minoxidil. I'd taken pictures of the minoxidil serum. Then I was like, no, I am not going to leech off a product, an ingredient that's been built by dermatologists. I'm going to find another ingredient that does something similar, and I'm not going to talk about hair loss because I cannot speak about something that dermatologists speak about. I'm going to say, I want to help you maintain your hairline when you've done braids, because I know people aren't, I'm not going to stop doing braids, people aren't going to stop doing braids, so how can I make it easy that your hairline can be repaired? I'm not going to talk about hair loss because I'm not educated about hair loss, and I don't want to overstep boundaries. So that's an informal mentorship system that took a year or 6 months to decide all those little things. I chucked my minoxidil samples, and I started with Capedia longa and bicouple. And I'm like, people don't know it. I'm going to talk about it because I'm good at breaking down ingredients. I'm going to talk about it. And then that was the first most impactful one. And that's going to impact me for the rest of my life. I'm going to pave my own path, and I'm not going to leech off what other people have created or built. The second one was getting advice and feedback for my samples from someone who wasn't scared to be real and honest and mean, you know? So I remember I had droppers for my serum and my oil. I remember I gave it to her. She had been using it for 3 weeks. She came back to me and said, the packaging is cheap. And I remember, not like with an attitude, but it's cheap, it's messy, it's not gonna work. And I wasn't heartbroken, you know? I was like, finally, someone who's being honest. And I remember feeling like the serum, the fragrance was a bit strong for sinuses. And I said to my sister, you've got sinuses, how does it feel for the sinuses? She's like, no, it's fine, because at least it's far, it's on the head. I don't want it to be at least as far, it's on the head. Because when you're putting it on, it's gonna touch your fingers. And I was like, no, my instinct to take down the fragrance intensity was right, but I needed someone to say, yes, it's too strong, or no, it's not too strong. So having people that are able to be mean or not so nice all the time in mentorship is so important. And I think that happens a lot in professional mentorship, but you can also find it in the cracks of informal mentorship. But I think both are very important.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. There is a question from Sonwabile Mjingwana, which says, hey, Sino, I would love to hear these specific aspects of your journey worded out. There's something about giving birth to a thing that changes your life. I look at the meticulous and uniquely designed Love King Stooks and bonnets, and I'm always in awe of how it took us by storm, and it did. Sometimes we look for the grand product, whereas sometimes the product the market needs is not anything new, but something better refined and way more useful. To carry that idea from inception, irrespective of all the negatives, and bring it to life so credulously is a journey we don't see. How are you conquering fear irrespective of production backlogs, lack of funding, sustainability, etc.?
That's a loaded one. It's yummy though. I like those kind because it makes me like break it down for myself as well. So the only reason those dooks and bonnets could blow people's minds is because it came from the same people. So I had this grand thing, which is the pillowcases. I was like, oh, you just fall asleep. It works. Your skin is moisturized when you wake up, or the moisture is retained. Your hairs, that's going to be mind-blowing. And then people weren't mind-blown. And then I didn't understand. I actually wrote like a 10-page essay about this, what I'm going to say now, for the strategic empathy course. And I got an A. So it literally... So it goes by, starts by, Sino, we love the pillowcases. They're quite expensive, one. That's research. Not research, but it's feedback. That aids research. They're too expensive. I'm not going to say no if you can't afford them. You're not the target market. that's something I should be noting. Two, but it had to be said so many times. Two, people, black women, grew up wearing dukes. Okay? So it's like, oh, we want something we can see. They didn't say duk, but it was implied. But something easier. And I was like forcing the pillowcase thing, but it's not something that we're accustomed to. I remember even when I started using pillowcases, I'd change my cotton to the satin. Now the satin just sits there because I'm used to it. So I remember then I was like, oh, also it's associated with Kleenex, like I don't like the vibe. I literally was like, I don't like that vibe, you know. And then the Americans, it's like ghetto, you know. And then I remember in the comments, I'd say that, I'd be like, no, I don't like the imagery around it. And then a very smart lady, Utembi, said, how's about then you take it as a challenge to change the narrative around black women, because they love dogs, they're not gonna stop wearing dogs. Change the narrative. I remember it was the 3rd, I think it was the 3rd of May. It was the day, 4th of May, they lifted the very strict lockdown rules. The factories could start operating. I literally got up, I designed the dog, and I was like, it's gonna be a bougie dog. And then, but that's from being empathetic to people's input. And then I went to town and I was like, we're gonna do this. We created a pattern. And I was like, okay, it's gonna match with the pajamas. It's gonna match with the pillowcases. And then all of a sudden I loved the imagery. So it was, all these mind-blowing things come from being empathetic to people's input. So I think the greatest businesses come from being empathetic to people's needs and wants. And that tie to heritage and culture, I think, has been the biggest driver. And then the bonnets, there's a big pop culture movement in America, Cardi B, everyone wearing bonnets. And they
And
just
my
were...
son.
Oh yes, boys too, boys and men too. So it's taking what's happening in pop culture and making it luxurious, but tying it back to the duk that creates those mind-blowing creations. But they don't come from me. I'm not that great. We are collectively that great, but we have to listen and be empathetic to those nuggets that people
Absolutely.
give you. Yeah.
Absolutely. So Nwabile came back with a question. You're just answering people's questions on this session.
I
because
like it.
I've had an interview with Sinovuyo on the podcast. If you
And
wanna hear it.
a gender woman 2020.
And a gender woman 2020. Yes, that was our first conversation. So today, I did not want to repeat the questions that I've asked her before. I wanted to really open it up to the people that wanted to hear from her. And it was really great that you put up that post. So Nwabile came back. I need to meet Sonwabile because Sonwabile's questions were awesome.
so smart.
She's very smart. So she says, how did you avoid boss girl culture if you did? There's an illusion that comes with entrepreneurship and hustle culture that is just hard work and no rest. I believe there's a beautiful blend between hard work and reward, rest and hobbies. You, for me, carry such light, beautiful, easygoing personality. And for me, you seem to have mastered the blend. Yes, you definitely have worked tirelessly for your brand and business. And honestly, it's super inspirational. When I first heard this part, I was like, someone was reading it for me, and I was like, how have you avoided boss girl culture? And my first question was, boss girl culture, what is that? But it was beautiful that she went on to kind of clarify that we do have a culture of hustle hard, wake up at 5, don't sleep,
Yes.
keep going until you die, and then you'll get the 10 million rands, and then you'll leave it in your bank account, and everyone knows how I feel about that. But I think it's a beautiful question, and I'm curious about your answer.
I'm not smart when I'm tired. I do not have great ideas when I'm tired. I am not a loving person when I'm tired. So I understand myself and I'm honest with myself. And I think I realize that if I rest well, like even traveling, like you get so many nuggets and things that can help inform. So in those sprints, when I work hard, I'm using the last few weeks or days or months of rest and what I was taking in. When I'm resting, I'm not doing anything. I'm like passively working. It's research. I watch a lot. I haven't been watching TV now for a while, but I mean, when I'm watching a lot of YouTube, I'm inspired. When I'm talking to people more extroverted in the rest period, I'm taking in so many comments and so many things that I can then implement when I'm in my sprint period. But I think it goes back to that honesty and knowing that when I'm rested, cliches are very awesome. I love cliches because they're so true. You cannot pour from an empty cup. So if you're always working and you're always bossing up and you're always trying to chase, I've got months where my turnover targets are lower than other months. My December turnover targets are high because people are buying. November, December. But my January targets, I understand that people aren't buying as much, and then I match my rest with that period because I don't have to do as much. I know that payday weekend is when people buy a lot, so then I work harder. But I always tell Ulami, we work together, that our stock taking, we do it the quieter days. So it's hectic from the 15th to the 5th. So you get a quiet 10 days, and that's where you do. So everything in my life is built around cycles of when I'm rested, I think well. When I'm tired, I need to rest. I don't spend all the time. Some periods, I'll buy a designer bag. But some periods, no, I'm going to restock with all my money. And people ask me, oh my God, you were doing so well, but you haven't bought this. I sold my car last year for the launch. And I was like, it's fine. I was going to upgrade this car anyway, so it's okay. But it's not a broke moment. It's a visionary moment. So there's a time for everything.
Absolutely. You spoke a lot about feedback, right? And how you can get, it's almost like a data research process for you now. But I imagine at the beginning there was a time when the feedback, you were unable to receive it as data, and it almost maybe felt like a personal attack. What have you done to work through understanding when clients give you feedback, taking that and parking it because you better understand how it resolves some of your business challenges, and separating that feedback from who Sinovuyo is?
You need context. So if I have so many ladies that I chat to in my DM, and you'll see that I get into the conversation. So if someone, like yesterday we had an example of what happened. So yesterday we were viewing a new office, and literally it was the first time our office was unmanned. It was literally 15 minutes, and someone came to collect an order. And the secretary calls, actually it was packed, but the secretary couldn't find it. And she calls me and she says, yo, she was upset. And usually I would have been like, I'm not 5 Sinos in, not usually, but like 3 years ago, I'm not 5 Sinos in one. It would have been an attack.
Yeah.
So I'm not 5 Sinos in one. I can't be everywhere all the time. I'm not going to be perfect. I wasn't defensive. Defense is, you must know if you're being defensive, you're wrong. So I was just like, okay, cool. I'm going to call her. So I called her. I'm like, I'm so sorry. It's my fault. That shouldn't have happened. I am bringing, not myself, but I'm going to make sure you get that today. And I will add more things. I'm going to add a spritz. I'm going to add hair ties. I am going to make sure that you feel better for that bad experience that I made you experience. So it goes back again, sorry to say this again, but to empathy. I needed to be empathetic that she was excited to go get her parcel. When she got there, she didn't get the service that she was expecting. I remember people also would complain, why aren't you there to give us the parcels? And initially I was like, I'm not selling that I'll be giving you the parcel. But again, if you look at it empathetically, if someone is buying from an influencer, it's closer than buying from a celebrity. It's closer than buying from
A shop or
yes,
a brand.
a shop or Zara, the owner of Zara. So I cannot always be defensive or always find an excuse why they're being ridiculous. I need to say, actually, if once in a while I'm handing over the parcel, that person will buy again. So it's feedback that you can actually use to grow your revenue. I'm not saying everything must be exploitative, but I'm just saying, if you look at it from love and empathy, guys, it's always going to be good. So I sent her the spritz. She called me, oh my God, I'm so happy, Sino. And she was so happy. But had I been defensive, she would have hated me, never bought again, and told that story to every single person. Yeah, so also I'm in a place where I just love my life and I love myself and I trust myself. So I'm not as defensive. I'm not defensive like at all. Even like it's so funny when someone's being defensive, I'll look at them and I'm like, you're being defensive. But they're like, I'm not being. I'm like, you're being defensive about being defensive now. Like I'm just But also business humbles you.
Yeah.
Like you get to a point where you realize that you're nothing. Your customer is the most important person, and you've been humbled to here.
Yeah.
So I'm here now.
Yeah.
I'm very humble. So it's very hard to be defensive when you understand that you are a blade of grass.
Yeah. When was the last time you felt like everything was going wrong in business?
Last year, when I didn't understand cash flow. Guys, I had no money, but so many people, I had so much revenue, but I had no money. And I didn't understand it. Something as simple as adding a product, but you're adding product from revenue from another product. But now you don't understand why you don't have money. You actually, so Justice did a spreadsheet for me, beautiful spreadsheet. I wish I could sell it, where he tells me at what point of revenue from a certain product, I can then take some money from that product and this product and this product, and then put that money together and then create a new product. That's why the shampoo and the conditioner is not coming yet, because I'm building that cash flow. The spreadsheet is not saying it's time. Yeah, so last 2 months ago, the spreadsheet said it was time to get upgraded packaging. So you guys are getting, okay, not you guys, all my customers are getting upgraded packaging because the spreadsheet said it was time. So last year, I applied for funding and they said, yes, everything was going well. I went to meetings. And then after everything, they said, unfortunately, you've got nothing to lose. And I was like, what do you mean? They're like, if you had 5 stores or 3 stores, we'd know that like you're lower risk. If you had 10 employees instead of 3 or 2, we'd know that you've got something to lose. So we'll give you the money because you have to do all of that. But I was like, no, I'm an online store. It's clean, it's neat, low overheads, no. But it doesn't mean that by funders or investors or government, they see it the same way. So I was heartbroken by that. And I was like, you know what, it's fine. If I'm not in a position where I want to open stores at this time, then I need to find a different avenue. So that was the last time I felt like it wasn't going to work. And then my partner, very smart guy, he said, listen.
You've said it now with every question.
He says, you've stopped doing campaigns because you feel like you're fat, right? But I think you need to do a campaign every day because that's your funding. Guys, since then, I think that was last year, August. Now it's August. I've, in campaigns, done more than double of the funding that I was applying for. So there's
always ways to work around it.
And guess what? For the money that I get from campaigns, I don't have to pay it back. It doesn't have interest. So such a great strategy came from when I thought, I'm going to close this business because they're not going to give me funding because I'm not going to open shops right now. So I'm very happy to say I'm probably like a week from being self-funded, loan-free, not crying and needing funding. But you're going to keep seeing all the campaigns because I need the campaigns to fund the business.
I think there's something powerful there around how you felt about campaigns and that being the reason that because we spoke about this, the reason that you wanted to do less of them. And when there was intention around the why you were doing the campaigns, it felt like it was something that was going to resolve a bigger issue. I think a lot of women who are in corporate trying to find side hustles sometimes get very emotional about the side hustle itself and forget about the solution that the side hustle is going to solve for. I've done this myself a lot of times where I become my own block for receiving money because I'm thinking about the act of the receiving of the money and not entirely the solution that the money is going to bring either to a growing business or supplementing a salary that is not sustaining the family. So I'm grateful that you highlighted that because I think it's something that particularly a lot of people in corporates, there's so much money in the social media space. You don't have to be an influencer, but there is so much that you can do within the social media space. It could even be sharing information and your expertise in the profession that you're already in. One of the things that we already spoke about is how entrepreneurship requires expert skills.
Yeah.
I pay, oh my gosh, I don't want to talk about how many people I pay, but I pay a lot of people to be able to run the business efficiently. Not only that, we're a corporation that relies heavily on funding from big brands, where we have to be able to demonstrate impact and really make them understand why they need to continue working with us. So just an idea, something to mull over, something to think about. Think about the solution and not so much about what needs to happen in between. Things start and end. Once you have your funding, you might decide that, oh, I'm done with campaigns now because I get tired of doing them. But sometimes we really need to dig deep when we have to find solutions, especially financial solutions. We have a creator economy panel that Luyanda will be hosting after this, which will speak to some of those things. Yes.
To add on to what you're saying, I used to find the cost of paying bookkeepers and accountants so dreadful. And then I remember the funders saying, we need your monthly management accounts and your annual financial statements in order to be able to give you the funding. it's not painful anymore paying them because there's a reason.
reason.
When I was just doing it, I didn't understand what I do with the documents. It felt like a schlep. Yes, there's SARS, but I mean, even more reason. So it makes what you're paying feel less painful.
Yeah, it's the same with VET, and I want to highlight this with small businesses. When we started Agenda Woman, I registered the business VET initially. So I didn't wait to get to 1 million because I knew what my target was going to be, and I knew who my partners were going to be, and I registered VET on the basis of I know who I'm going to work with,
Yes.
not thinking about where I wanted or how or what the rules were, because you only need to register VET once you've hit your R1,000,000. But I knew from the beginning that the people that we're going to work with are in the millions and billions. So we need to be ready to receive that money.
Yeah, so not running from what you have to do, embracing it
Yeah.
and creating towards it.
Yeah. Quick question. Online and offline channels both play a crucial role in beauty product distribution. I think this is one I'm curious about as well. What are your thoughts on finding the right balance between e-commerce and brick and mortar retail presence for brands that are only existing online right now?
You absolutely have to be brick and mortar as well. My perspective on this has changed. I learned it through the marketing degree. So basically, online is new, 4IR, but most of my customers are first-time online buyers. And the reason they are is because they trust me. They follow me. They're like, if I'm paying online for Sino, it's not so bad. But they don't want to buy online. Maybe after they make that first purchase on the Love Kings website, they'll buy online again. But I remember my first online purchase wasn't also so long ago. I think it was 2019. So we're not in the culture of buying online. There's also that thing of touching and feeling. And if you walk in a mall and you're passing and seeing a product, after 10 times of seeing it, you're going to be like, I want it now. So you absolutely need to get into brick and mortar. I've spoken to Poetry, well, they've approached me. I've spoken to Arc Store. And at the current moment, my pricing model just doesn't allow. But it's because I'm funding myself. Everything is being produced by me. I'm not at optimum scale yet. But once I'm at the right scale and the cash flow process is much better, which usually starts getting good at around year 5, I know that I will start now distribution at whichever store at that time will be the best for me. So it's not that I'm not against it, I'm for it, but it's just not my time yet. And other people have different business models, they've got different reasons why they start in brick and mortar. But I don't think one is worse than the other. I think if we see in lots of big businesses, you need both. Yeah.
And that's why you're going to be part of AW Brand & Co.
Yes.
We are launching a brick mortar model, which is going to allow female founders to be able to access the market, particularly in malls. But we'll talk a little bit about that later.
And it's also important to know that Black-owned businesses are very different from your big businesses. So you cannot charge them the same percentage. It has to be, so that's been one of my biggest struggles. I cannot be charged 50% if L'Oreal is being charged 50%. It has to be different because we've got different models. So have the conversation with me. Let me tell you why I can only afford 20% and not 50%. And don't say you're not ready. I'm very ready, but I am not designed around this model yet. Yeah.
I have to say, Sinobuya has been extremely influential in us figuring out how our model is going to look for this particular shop, just better understanding the entrepreneur that we want to assist and give opportunity to. So, of course, we would also not be able to follow the big models, but we want to be able to test out because it speaks to really what it is that we're trying to solve for, which is female founders getting a bigger audience, a bigger market, and making money. So I'm going to turn this question around because this question was about building a loyal customer base and creating a connection with your customer beyond the product. I'm going to flip it because there is a point when you are growing a business where, in a way, maybe there's an expectation. I don't want to say this is the truth. There's an expectation that to build a successful business, you at some point would have to not be the face as the founder, because that limits the ability for the business to grow beyond your turner. How are you thinking through that transition, if it's going to happen in the future? And if you've seen parts of that transition, how has that looked and how has that impacted your sales?
So I've I've dealt with both extremes. So we had a case study around Richard Branson, and his products are all oriented around him and his lifestyle, and it works amazingly. But I met the founder of Superbulous, who later on sold to Take a Lot. Had a very interesting conversation with him. He's so amazing. No one wants your product. You actually have to convince people to want to. No one needs your product. You have to convince people that they want your product. How do you do that? You don't have packaging. I didn't have packaging at the time. You don't have packaging. So who's going to want something that's not in packaging? He's very funny. And then he also said, "Oh, you're the face," because I'd show him my sales, and he'd be like, "Why does it spike here? And then it's quiet, then it spikes." I was like, "Oh, that's when I've posted." He says, "I don't want a business that only sells when you've posted. What happens if you die?" So I was very overwhelmed at the time, but it took me 2 years to unpack that conversation. He said to me, "If Clicks comes to you tomorrow," not that I'm able to get into Clicks now, but if Clicks comes to you tomorrow, are you going to say, "Please give me 2 months to get packaging," or are you going to give them the product? I was literally the next day after that call, and I started finding product packaging solutions. And then, so there is a system, a scientific method to your product existing around you and it working. Like Richard Branson, he did the hot air balloon, flying around the world, all these things. It worked for that time, that place, for his customer. When I was speaking to, I think his name is Just something as well, Justice, I forgot his name. But he was like, he doesn't want to fund a business that is centered around sales being around you. So it depends. Everything is situational. So if you find a system that works and it works around you, then it works. But if you find a system that doesn't work around you, that it also works. So I've played around a bit with it. There's times where I'd hire models and they'd be the faces of the dooks or the launches. And then when I did it, the sales were much higher. And I understand the period I'm in my business, it's growing revenue so that I can fund myself and get my full product offering. So if that's working, to have me as the face to push revenue, for now, it works. At a time when I have to take myself away, let's say I'm growing to sell and my target is 450 million, I'll know when, at that time, then I don't have to be the face, because let's say, God willing, Mr. Price buys Love Kings or Woolworths buys Love Kings. I won't need to be the face because they've got enough distribution. They've got economies of scale. They don't need to drive revenue through me. So I think it's situational. In entrepreneurship, you need to be able to be agile. You need to adapt easily, and you need to be very, forgot the word, but you need to be, every single day is a new day. So yes, today I could be the face, tomorrow I could not be. You have to apply yourself every single day. Yeah. So for now, I'm growing the business, growing revenue, so it works. The spikes in sales work, so I'll be the face. But as soon as it doesn't work anymore, or I've got a better model, then I'll do that.
My final question to you. Yes, it does go by quick, especially when it's us. You've grown so much over the past 2 years, maybe even more. And it shows, not only in business, but also personally. And it shows. I would like to hear more of what have been the critical moments for that growth, and what would you encourage everyone who's about to take on an entrepreneurial journey to consider?
Okay, so I think for me, an inflection point was when I realized that in my 20s, I thought I was growing up and becoming someone different. And in the last 2 years, very specifically, I hate that it's 2 years ago is exactly when I turned 30. So it goes with when I turned 30, when I turned 40. But in the last 2 years, I've realized I'm actually returning to something that I know. So I'm returning to that girl that my mom raised and my dad raised. I'm tapping into things that are obviously not at the same level of smartness, but the ethics that were instilled in me at that time, the values that were instilled in me at that time, those are the values that I cannot take out of my mind and my body. So I'm tapping back into that. So it's sort of like growth is returning to what you've been raised to be. And a very powerful book, What Happened to You, emphasizes this. if you are born into a situation where your mother is stressed and she's unable to give you comfort and all of that, those years are very important. The first 3 weeks after you're born, the formative years, all of those years actually do determine the kind of 30 or 40-year-old you'll be. Not that if you grow up in a bad environment, you'll create a bad environment when you're older, but that situation when you're growing up impacts who you are later. So I think my growth is me settling into myself and how I was raised and who I was always meant to be, and it was always going to get you. No matter how sticky and rough it got in my 20s, it was always going to be good, because I had a very good foundation growing up.
Thank you, Sino. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
That is the end of my conversation with Sino. The mic belongs to you. That is the end of my conversation with Sino. Thank you so much for sharing so openly. And before I get up and take a picture with Sino, because I do want to rep whilst she's on stage, we are going to now have 2 breakaway sessions. One is going to be a Work Smart breakaway session, which is going to focus on the content creator economy. It's a conversation that is moderated by Luyanda Duma in conversation with Spelele Mjadu, who is ex-Unilever. Spelele was instrumental in a lot of the influencer culture that we see in South Africa today. I wanted to invite her to be part of that conversation to speak through what that looks like. And of course, Lazy Makoti, who has built her entire brand around the digital and content community in a non-conventional way as someone who works with food. The other panel is going to be a Live Well panel that's going to be moderated by Kabelo. The volunteers are going to show you the room where that is going to be happening. That will be a conversation with Sipogazi Veti, who is a wellness coach, and Tati, who is the owner of Boss Plus Journals, who has created a journal that will help women navigate journaling and figure out how to rest and connect with themselves. That will be happening in a room where the volunteers will help you to get to. After those sessions, we're going to break for lunch. This is me going to a break. Thank you so much for embracing these 3 conversations, and we're going to get that going. It's very interesting that you mention how when you left corporate, you had a strategy. Mm-hmm. You had to take time to think through, what was this business? How was it going to potentially sustain me? Mm-hmm. What are the hurdles that I can foresee? Yeah. And how do I overcome those hurdles? And then you also go on to speak about when you do find yourself in those moments where there are detours, mm-hmm. right? There are unplanned scenarios that you are confronted with. Mm-hmm. You sit back and you strategize again. It feels like it's a reoccurring theme in your narrative around your entrepreneurial journey, because I imagine when you decide to enter a competition, which I've never done in my entire life, you have to have some kind of courage, right? Mm-hmm. And some kind of fundamental belief, number one, mm-hmm. that you potentially could win. Yeah. And I understand now from speaking to a lot of actually successful entrepreneurs, mm-hmm. that it is part of the strategy. It is another way to think about how do you move your personal brand forward, mm-hmm. and how do you move your business brand forward. Yeah. When you found out about the Verve Clicquot Bold Awards, what was the reason you decided to enter?
For me, Nomdeni, I just imagined, what, the connections would do for me, personally, as well as for the business. So it was for me to tap in, those communities, yes, and networks. So I just imagined, I was reading about the award itself, and it said that there are 450 bold women, winners across the world. And I said to myself, imagine, tapping into those, imagine being part of that community and what it would do for me. Yeah. So I think that was my driving force behind,
entering the award. Yeah. I said to you earlier, when we were speaking about this award, that personally, one of the reasons I've never entered awards is maybe because I don't know if I have an inferiority complex, or I don't know what I would stand up in front of a jury and say. I've never even done a pitch competition. Mm-hmm. What in your head made you think
you could potentially win? Because I always think, I'm great at what I do, but I don't know in a competitive environment what it is that I would say, you know, that would make people think that I'm the best amongst this group of people, you know? So I want to know what it is that you thought you had that was special and could maybe get you even maybe to the top 5, because I don't know if you thought I'm definitely going to win, or you were just like, let me just get in and see how far I can go.
It was definitely a let me get in and see how far I can go. I said to myself, I think that I might just make it, you know, into the top 6.
Yeah.
You know, so it was never I'm going to win this. I said even if I make it into the top 6, then I would have made it. You know, but. Of course, you know, to enter such a competition, there has to be a level of confidence.
Of course.
You know, you don't fear putting yourself out there.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And also, you do not have a fear of taking risks.
Yeah.
Because that is a risk. You know, you're putting yourself out there. You could potentially never be called back, or there are some people who are just as great as yourself, you know, but if you don't have the fear of rejection, or for me it was, I will get something out of this, whether I win or not. You know, it's all about networks. I believe there is so much power in networks.
Me too.
You know, so for me, I knew that it's not about, you know, winning, but the networks that I'll create along the way.
Yeah.
Winning would be amazing. It would be great. And I mean, especially when I saw the people that I was up against, you know, giants in their own, you know, respective spaces. And once I met them and saw them and interacted with them, winning it didn't become about winning.
Yeah.
You know, it just said to me, I am here, and I am going to enjoy the space that I'm in, and I'm going to, you know, try get as much, you know, from the, you know, wonderful, from the bold women that I've come across.
Yeah.
I've had the privilege to tap into the great minds, and, you know, so yeah.
Tell me a little bit about the process. I remember seeing some of the entry requirements and thinking, who fits this description? But, you know, then I saw the top 6, and I heard stories about, you know, the number of women that had sent through their entries, and how they thought through the process of sifting through and getting to these final women that made it into the room when the announcement was made, which was an absolutely amazing event. Tell me a little bit about the process, and what were some interesting bits about those conversations you were having with the jury, the people that you met, and what came up? Because I think one of the powerful things I imagine about entering a competition and having yourself and your business almost scrutinized, it makes you realize certain things that maybe you might have not been paying attention to before. And in a way, it helps you grow. I want you to share a little bit about the process. What were the surprises? What did you feel like you walked away and you're like, I killed that part? If I don't make it through from this, then I mean, it's not fair or anything like that.
You know, the process was quite simple. You know, you go into the Verve website, Vervlico website, vervlico.com, where you complete an entry form about yourself, about your business. If you know your business, if you know who you are, then it's very easy, you know. So that process, I quite enjoyed. I mean, as I pressed that send button, you know, there was a confidence in me that, you know,
did you find it was reflective?
It was very reflective. You know, at some point I sat there typing, and I was just like, oh my gosh,
I've done that.
I've done that. Oh my God, this is what I've done. You know, sometimes we are in it.
Yes.
And we are you know, day to day, you wake up, you think about the grind, and it's sort of like, I love the word that you used, reflective, because as I sat there and I said to myself, oh my gosh, in these 3 years I've done all of this, and you know, it was really a moment for me to reflect, and I was proud of where I'd come, you know, and where I was, and I said to myself, oh my gosh, send this is it.
Yeah.
You know, even if I don't get a call, it's given me something. You know, it's given me the chance to reflect.
Yeah.
And I'm happy with where I am, because sometimes we're so hard on ourselves. You know, so that to me was an amazing part of the process. And then there was, of course, you know, the jury, the interviews.
So once you've submitted
Yeah,
your form, do you get a call?
So you get a call to say, we've received your application, and we will let you know of the outcome.
Okay.
So, of course, for me, the next call was, congratulations, you are part of the top 6.
Okay.
So then they explained that you are part of so it's 6 finalists. 3 are from the Bold Woman Award, and the 3 would be the Bold Future Award.
I see, okay.
Yeah. So basically they are divided into 2, Bold Award and Bold Future. So there's 3 finalists in each. Yeah. So that would be the call that I would get. I'd be so excited, and then I was run through the process that the adjudication phase. You'd be invited, and you will get the dates as to when and where, time. So that's what happened, and the adjudication process was also another form of therapy and reflection. You know, say if you know your business, it just becomes about who you are. You know, you get to reflect on your whys.
Yes.
You know, which is very important. That you do that. You know, in any case, like, you know, if you run a business, you have to constantly revisit your why, because things change. You know. In the business space,
Yeah.
and your answer to your why might be different, you know, today than it was yesterday.
Yeah.
So it was also like very reflective. It was conversations. It was, you know, adjudicators from different industries, you know, who are gurus in their spaces, you know, but at the end of the day, who are all passionate about
the work they do.
About the work they do. So that was the process.
So you go through this amazing experience where you submit this long essay to some degree, but it's reflective and it's beautiful. In actual fact, when you mentioned that, I thought, you know what? I can do reflective. I think perception is such a big thing when you think about awards and entering competitions. And I think framing this process as a process that allows you to be reflective and could also be a process that allows you to see where you need to make improvements in your business, it becomes a little softer, you know, for someone who's not competitive like me. So I really like that you also framed it that way for yourself, and you meet the juries and you have an awesome time and you're having a conversation. Even that is like you're not being asked questions, but you're actually having a conversation, and then we go into this beautiful day. Yeah. It was an awesome, awesome event.
Wow.
Such beautiful energy in the room, and you find out it's actually a night about you. We're all there to actually celebrate you. What was that like for you, finding out that you are the actual winner, and what did you do to celebrate?
It was so surreal.
Yeah.
Like, I think when Azania, who was the MC of the night, called my name.
Yeah.
Like, it took a couple of seconds for me
I remember.
up. You know, it was just like, what? Did she just say Gugu's toilet? I was just like, yes. You know, so it was amazing.
Yeah.
You know, it was out of this world. it just gave, you know, that validation
Yeah.
that, girl, you are on track. You know, sometimes we know how entrepreneurship can be a lonely journey. Sometimes you question yourself, you
Yeah.
know, if I am even doing what I'm supposed to be doing or doing it right, or, you know. So it was that moment for me, you know, it was that, you know, that lift me up, you know, moment that, girl, you're doing it, and here are the results of,
Yeah.
of your hard work, you know. The recognition for me really said, Gugu, it gave me more courage, you know, it gave me that oomph to do more.
Yeah.
Because then I really felt that I was to some degree, you know, being elevated, but with that elevation, you know, it would then sort of like come down to the women in the communities that I work with. You know, there's just, you know, that night it was about me, but what was going through my head, it was just like, oh my gosh, imagine what this will do for me. Imagine what it will do for my brand, you know, the business that I run. But imagine what it will do for the communities around me.
Yeah.
So it was just, it was an amazing night. Like sometimes, even now, you know, when I go back and I play those clips,
Yeah.
it's like, oh my gosh, it still feels so surreal.
Yeah.
You know, like a couple of months into it, you know, actually, 10 months into it, and I still can't believe it. Yeah.
And what did you do to celebrate? That's the part that I'm like, I need to know. I mean, if I won Birthday Coupled Woman, goodness, I don't even know what I would do to. Maybe I would be so shocked I would not even know what to do, you know, to celebrate. But what did you do after the event? Did you go home? Did you go partying? Did you call your mom? Did you get on the road and go home? What is it that you did when you find out that you were part of this clique of amazing women?
Yeah. I went home.
Yeah.
I went home to my mom. You know, she always centers
Grounds you.
me and grounds me, and but also it was a moment of gratitude for me, and I wanted to share that with those that are closest to me.
Yeah.
You know, that would be my mother. I've got a 15-year-old daughter who thinks I am the greatest thing,
Yeah.
you know, in this world of hers, like, you know, mom, like there's nothing that my mother can't do, type of a thing. So I wanted her to be part of the celebrations. I wanted my sister, you know, to be part of the celebrations as well. So it was definitely going home. We had a Thanksgiving dinner. We prayed, we danced, and yeah, you know, lots of gratitude.
Yeah. Your grandmother's still alive?
My grandmother is no more, yeah.
What do you think she would have said, you know, to see Gugu achieve this enormous milestone? You know, you were this Gugu that she watched and listened to when you told the stories about Johannesburg and Durban and seeing the world. And now you are not only seeing the world, you are part of this clique of global women who are just amazing and acknowledged and respected. What do you think she would have said if she was home when you went home to tell them about this?
I think she would have said, I knew it.
Yeah.
It was written in the stars.
Yeah.
You know, my grandmother always said to me, you are going to do great things. You are going to elevate our name someday. You know, she'd say simple things or things that I found like, you know, funny at that time. You know, like being the first in the family to get in an aeroplane.
Yeah.
You know, my grandmother told me that you'd be the first in the family to get in an aeroplane. You'd be the first to go out into this far and distant lands that we don't know about, and you'll tell us about it.
Yeah.
And it has happened exactly as, you know, my grandmother had said. So I think my grandmother would have said, I told you that if you believe in yourself, all these things, all these great, you know, things that you have in your mind are going to happen. So I think she would have said,
I knew it.
I knew it.
I knew it.
It was written in the stars. This is for you. Own it. And when I posted the announcement on my Instagram, a friend of mine, and I said, she knows me very well, this one, because her comment was, Gogo is dancing in heaven. I was just like, I had goosebumps. I was like, this is the person who knows me, who knows my story. That Gogo no Mama are at the center of it all.
When women are economically independent, the world looks beautiful.
A rand in a woman's hand goes a long way.
Every woman who becomes economically viable actually empowers more than just her family.
What economic independence gives us is decision-making power.
Women are more empathetic than men.
So when they are financially independent, they are able to do a lot more.
Something relatable to many of us is also a toxic working environment. If you are financially or economically independent, you can walk away from any of that. We would think that there is a one-for-one relationship in terms of your family, but women actually tend to do more than that.
A more economically empowered female population means a greater economically empowered population.
I generally prioritize living well rituals and practices like meditation.
I turn off my laptop at 4:30.
I improve my mental well-being by eating clean and going to gym.
I sleep like 8+ hours a day.
My go-to practice for managing stress is being still.
As long as I have an hour at the gym, I really feel centered.
There is a way in which exercising allows you to disconnect in order to maintain the energy that we sometimes need to navigate our work days.
I work out 3-4 times a week, and I hang out with my daughter.
I like to just take time out for myself and then take the next step.
The most impactful advice that I've received from a mentor is to believe in myself.
The most impactful advice I learned from the mentor is to make the first thing first.
Definitely to persevere and to persist.
What got you here won't necessarily take you forward.
Never stop believing in yourself and in your abilities.
It's important to play on people's strengths because that's when you can become a better leader.
Really be clear about what the problem they want to solve is.
Also to be tenacious. It's something that we have to all do if we want to have a seat at the table.
Whatever it is that has made you successful, you almost always need to check in.
What that also says to me is, I have the ability to get the job done.
The power of networking for me is a real superpower.
I do believe that your network is your net worth.
This allows me to onboard new insights.
I 100% believe in the power of network. I believe it's at the heart of growth.
The power of networking and shared experiences has been really amazing.
The individuals that we surround ourselves with, we are inspired by daily.
Through network, I've been able to grow.
One of the things that is a fundamental principle for me when it comes to networking is that the more you give, the more you receive.
My network to me represents endless opportunities.
To be able to know that I can count on a few people or a few trusted confidants is always for me the go-to.
Visibility is so key.
It is very important to see women take positions of power because it helps us come to the table as well.
It gives us a sense of hope. It gives us a sense of what's possible.
If we're not there in the forefront as women to advocate for other females, then we are letting down generations that are coming up after us.
So having women in these positions is really important because it helps bring other women up.
I look up to women that have gone through what I've gone through.
What you want to see in the world is people who've done it, who've walked the path you're trying to walk.
As the majority gender, it's finally the time for us to take our thrones and show the world what we can achieve.
It's very interesting that you mention how when you left corporate, you had a strategy. You had to take time to think through, what was this business? How was it going to potentially sustain me? What are the hurdles that I can foresee? And how do I overcome those hurdles? And then you also go on to speak about when you do find yourself in those moments where there are detours, right? There are unplanned scenarios that you are confronted with, you sit back and you strategize again. It feels like it's a reoccurring theme in your narrative around your entrepreneurial journey, because I imagine when you decide to enter a competition, which I've never done in my entire life, you have to have some kind of courage, right? And some kind of fundamental belief, number one, that you potentially could win. And I understand now from speaking to a lot of actually successful entrepreneurs that it is part of the strategy. It is another way to think about how do you move your personal brand forward and how do you move your business brand forward. When you found out about the Verve Cliquot Bold Awards, what was the reason you decided to enter?
For me, Nomdeni, I just imagined, what, the connections would do for me, personally, as well as for the business. So it was for me to tap in, those communities,
yes,
and networks. So I just imagined, I was reading about the award itself, and it said that there are 450 bold women, winners across the world. And I said to myself, imagine, tapping into those, imagine being part of that community and what it would do for me. So I think that was my driving force behind,
entering the awards. I said to you earlier, when we were speaking about this award, that personally, one of the reasons I've never entered awards is maybe because I don't know if I have an inferiority complex, or I don't know what I would stand up in front of a jury and say. I've never even done a pitch competition. What in your head made you think you could potentially win? Because I always think, I'm great at what I do, but I don't know in a competitive environment what it is that I would say, that would make people think that I'm the best amongst this group of people, So I want to know what it is that you thought you had that was special and could maybe get you even maybe to the top 5, because I don't know if you thought I'm definitely going to win, or you were just like, let me just get in and see how far I can go.
It was definitely a let me get in and see how far I can go. I said to myself, I think that I might just make it, into the top 6. So it was never, I'm going to win this. I said, even if I make it into the top 6, then I would have made it, Of course, to enter such a competition, there has to be a level of confidence.
Of course.
You don't fear putting yourself out there. And also you do not have a fear of taking risks, because that is a risk. You're putting yourself out there, you could potentially never be called back, or there are some people who are just as great as yourself, you know, but if you don't have the fear of rejection or for me it was, I will get something out of this, whether I win or not. You know, it's all about networks. I believe there is so much power in networks.
Me too.
You know, so for me, I knew that it's not about, you know, winning, but the networks that I'll create along the way. Winning would be amazing. It would be great. And I mean, especially when I saw the people that I was up against, you know, giants in their own, you know, respective spaces. And once I met them and saw them and interacted with them, winning it didn't become about winning. You know, it said to me, I am here, and I am going to enjoy the space that I'm in, and I'm going to, you know, try get as much, you know, from the, you know, wonderful, from the bold women that I've come across. I've had the privilege to tap into the great minds, and, you know, so yeah.
Tell me a little bit about the process. I remember seeing some of the entry requirements and thinking, who fits this description? But, you know, then I saw the top 6, and I heard stories about, you know, the number of women that had sent through their entries and how they thought through the process of sifting through and getting to these final women that made it into the room when the announcement was made, which was an absolutely amazing event. Tell me a little bit about the process, and what were some interesting bits about those conversations you were having with the jury, the people that you met, and what came up? Because I think one of the powerful things I imagine about entering a competition and having yourself and your business almost scrutinized, it makes you realize certain things that maybe you might have not been paying attention to before. And in a way, it helps you grow. I want you to share a little bit about the process. What were the surprises? What did you feel like you walked away and you're like, I killed that part? If I don't make it through from this, then I mean, it's not fair or anything like that.
You know, the process was quite simple. You know, you go into the Verve website, Vervlico website, vervlico.com, where you complete an entry form about yourself, about your business. If you know your business, if you know who you are, then it's very easy. You know, so that process I quite enjoyed. I mean, as I pressed that send button, you know, there was a confidence in me that,
Did you find it was reflective?
It was very reflective. You know, at some point I sat there typing and I was just like, oh my gosh,
I've done that.
I've done that. Oh my God, this is what I've done. You know, sometimes we are in it. And we are, you know, day to day, you wake up, you think about the grind, and it's sort of like, I love the word that you used, reflective, because as I sat there and I said to myself, oh my gosh, in these 3 years, I've done all of this. And, you know, it was really a moment for me to reflect, and I was proud of where I'd come, you know, and where I was. And I said to myself, oh my gosh, send this is it. You know, even if I don't get a call, it's given me something. You know, it's given me the chance to reflect. And I'm happy with where I am, because sometimes we're so hard on ourselves. You know, so that to me was an amazing part of the process. And then there was, of course, you know, the jury, the interviews.
So once you've submitted your form, do you get a call?
So you get a call to say, we've received your application, and we will let you know of the outcome.
Okay.
So, of course, for me, the next call was, congratulations, you are part of the top 6.
Okay.
So then they explained that you are part of so it's 6 finalists. 3 are from the Bold Woman Award, and the 3 would be the Bold Future Award.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, there are divided into 2, Bold Award and Bold Future. So there's 3 finalists in each. Yeah. So that would be the call that I would get. I'd be so excited, and then I was run through the process that the adjudication phase. You'd be invited, and you'll get the dates as to when and where time. So that's what happened, and the adjudication process was also another form of therapy and reflection. You know, say if you know your business, it just becomes about who you are. You know, you get to reflect on your whys.
Yes.
You know, which is very important. That you do that. You know, in any case, like you know, if you run a business, you have to constantly revisit your why because things change. You know. In the business space, and your answer to your why might be different, you know, today than it was yesterday. So it was also like very reflective. It was conversations. It was, you know, adjudicators from different industries, you know, who are gurus in their spaces, you know, but at the end of the day, who are all passionate about
the work they do.
About the work they do. So that was the process.
So you go through this amazing experience where you submit this long essay to some degree, but it's reflective and it's beautiful. In actual fact, when you mentioned that, I thought, you know what? I can do reflective. I think perception is such a big thing when you think about awards and entering competitions. And I think framing this process as a process that allows you to be reflective and could also be a process that allows you to see where you need to make improvements in your business, it becomes a little softer, you know, for someone who's not competitive like me. So I really like that you also framed it that way for yourself, and you meet the juries and you have an awesome time and you're having a conversation. Even that is like you're not being asked questions, but you're actually having a conversation, and then we go into this beautiful day. It was an awesome, awesome, awesome event.
Wow.
Such beautiful energy in the room, and you find out it's actually a night about you. We're all there to actually celebrate you. What was that like for you, finding out that you are the actual winner, and what did you do to celebrate?
It was so surreal.
Yeah.
Like, I think when Azania, who was the MC of the night, called my name.
Yeah.
Like, it took a couple of seconds for me
I remember.
up. You know, it was just like, what? Did she just say Gugu's Tole? And I was just like, yes. You know, so it was amazing.
Yeah.
You know, it was out of this world. It just gave, you know, that validation that, girl, you are on track. You know, sometimes we know how entrepreneurship can be a lonely journey. Sometimes you question yourself, you know, if I am even doing what I'm supposed to be doing or doing it right, or, you know. So it was that moment for me, you know, it was that, you know, that lift me up, you know, moment that, girl, you're doing it, and here are the results of your hard work, you know. The recognition for me really said, Gugu, it gave me more courage, you know, it gave me that oomph to do more. Because then I really felt that I was to some degree, you know, being elevated, but with that elevation, you know, it would then sort of like come down to the women in the communities that I work with. You know, there's just, you know, that night it was about me, but what was going through my head, it was just like, oh my gosh, imagine what this will do for me. Imagine what it will do for my brand, you know, the business that I run. But imagine what it will do for the communities around me.
Yeah.
So it was just, it was an amazing night. like sometimes even now, when I go back and I play those clips,
Yeah.
it's like, oh my gosh, it still feels so surreal.
Yeah.
Like a couple of months into it, actually, 10 months into it, and I still can't believe it. Yeah.
And what did you do to celebrate? That's the part that I'm like, I need to know. I mean, if I won Birthday Bold Woman, goodness, I don't even know what I would do maybe I would be so shocked I would not even know what to do, to celebrate. But what did you do after the event? Did you go home? Did you go partying? Did you call your mom? Did you get on the road and go home? What is it that you did when you find out that you were part of this clique of amazing women?
Yeah, I went home.
Yeah.
I went home to my mom. She always centers me and grounds me, and but also it was a moment of gratitude for me, and I wanted to share that with those that are closest to me. That would be my mother. I've got a 15-year-old daughter who thinks I am the greatest thing, in this world of hers, like, mom, like there's nothing that my mother can't do, type of a thing. So I wanted her to be part of the celebrations. I wanted my sister, to be part of the celebrations as well. So it was definitely going home. We had a Thanksgiving dinner. We prayed, we danced, lots of gratitude.
Yeah, your grandmother is still alive?
My grandmother is no more, yeah.
What do you think she would have said, to see Gugu achieve this enormous milestone? You were this Gugu that she watched and listened to when you told the stories about Johannesburg and Durban and seeing the world. And now you are not only seeing the world, you are part of this clique of global women who are just amazing and acknowledged and respected. What do you think she would have said if she was home when you went home to tell them about this?
I think she would have said, "I knew it.
Yeah,
it was written in the stars."
Yeah,
my grandmother always said to me, "You are going to do great things. You are going to elevate our name someday." She'd say simple things or things that I found like, funny at that time, like being the first in the family to get in an aeroplane. My grandmother told me that you'd be the first in the family to get in an aeroplane. You'd be the first to go out into this far and distant lands that we don't know about, and you'll tell us about it. And it has happened exactly as my grandmother had said. So I think my grandmother would have said, I told you that if you believe in yourself, all these things, all these great, things that you have in your mind are going to happen. So I think she would have said,
I knew it.
I knew it.
I knew it.
It was written in the stars. This is for you. Own it. And when I posted the announcement on my Instagram, a friend of mine, and I said, she knows me very well, this one, because her comment was, Gogo is dancing in heaven. I was just like, I had goosebumps. I was like, this is the person who knows me, who knows my story. That Gogo no Mama are at the center of it all.
When women are economically independent, the world looks beautiful.
A rand in a woman's hand goes a long way.
Every woman who becomes economically viable actually empowers more than just her family.
What economic independence gives us is decision-making power.
Women are more empathetic than men.
So when they are financially independent, they are able to do a lot more.
Something relatable to many of us is also a toxic working environment. If you are financially or economically independent, you can walk away from any of that. We would think that there's a one-for-one relationship in terms of your family, but women actually tend to do more than that.
A more economically empowered female population means a greater economically empowered population.
I generally prioritize living well rituals and practices like meditation.
I turn off my laptop at 4:30.
I improve my mental well-being by eating clean and going to gym.
I sleep like 8+ hours a day.
My go-to practice for managing stress is being still.
As long as I have an hour at the gym, I really feel centered.
There is a way in which exercising allows you to disconnect in order to maintain the energy that we sometimes need to navigate our work days.
I work out 3-4 times a week, and I hang out with my daughter.
I like to just take time out for myself and then take the next step.
The most impactful advice that I've received from a mentor is to believe in myself.
The most impactful advice I learned from the mentor is to make the first thing first.
Definitely to persevere and to persist.
You know, what got you here won't necessarily take you forward.
Never stop believing in yourself and in your abilities.
It's important to play on people's strengths because that's when you can become a better leader.
Really be clear about what the problem they want to solve is.
Also to be tenacious. It's something that we have to all do if we want to have a seat at the table.
Whatever it is that has made you successful, you almost always need to check in.
What that also says to me is, I have the ability to get the job done.
The power of networking for me is a real superpower.
I do believe that your network is your net worth.
This allows me to onboard new insights.
I 100% believe in the power of network. I believe it's at the heart of growth. The power of networking and shared experiences has been really amazing.
The individuals that we surround ourselves with, we are inspired by daily.
Through network, I've been able to grow. One of the things that is a fundamental principle for me when it comes to networking is that the more you give, the more you receive.
My network to me represents endless opportunities.
To be able to know that I can count on a few people or a few trusted confidants is always for me the go-to.
Visibility is so key.
It is very important to see women take positions of power
because it helps us come to the table as well.
It gives us a sense of hope. It gives us a sense of what's possible.
If we're not there in the forefront as women to advocate for other females, then we are letting down generations that are coming up after us.
So having women in these positions is really important because it helps bring other women up.
I look up to women that have gone through what I've gone through.
What you want to see in the world is people who've done it, who've walked the path you're trying to walk.
As the majority gender, it's finally the time for us to take our thrones and show the world what we can achieve.
It's very interesting that you mention how when you left corporate, you had a strategy.
Mm-hmm.
You had to take time to think through what was this business, how was it going to potentially sustain me,
Mm-hmm.
what are the hurdles that I can foresee,
Yeah.
and how do I overcome those hurdles. And then you also go on to speak about when you do find yourself in those moments where there are detours,
Mhm.
right? There are unplanned scenarios that you are confronted with,
Mhm.
you sit back and you strategize again. It feels like it's a reoccurring theme in your narrative around your entrepreneurial journey, because I imagine when you decide to enter a competition, which I've never done in my entire life, you have to have some kind of courage, right? And some kind of fundamental belief, number one, that you potentially could win.
Yeah.
And I understand now from speaking to a lot of actually successful entrepreneurs that it is part of the strategy. It is another way to think about how do you move your personal brand forward and how do you move your business brand forward.
Yeah.
When you found out about the Verve Clicquot Bold Awards, what was the reason you decided to enter?
For me, Nomdeni, I just imagined, what, the connections would do for me, personally, as well as for the business. So it was for me to tap in, those
communities,
and networks. So I just imagined, I was reading about the award itself, and it said that there are 450 bold women winners across the world. And I said to myself, imagine tapping into those, imagine being part of that community and what it would do for me.
Yeah.
So I think that was my driving force behind,
entering the awards.
Yeah.
I said to you earlier, when we were speaking about this award, that personally, one of the reasons I've never entered awards is maybe because I don't know if I have an inferiority complex, or I don't know what I would stand up in front of a jury and say. I've never even done a pitch competition. What in your head made you think you could potentially win? Because I always think, I'm great at what I do, but I don't know in a competitive environment what it is that I would say, that would make people think that I'm the best amongst this group of people, So I want to know what it is that you thought you had that was special and could maybe get you even maybe to the top 5, because I don't know if you thought I'm definitely going to win, or you were just like, let me just get in and see how far I can go.
It was definitely a let me get in and see how far I can go. I said to myself, I think that I might just make it, into the top 6.
Yeah.
So it was never, I'm going to win this. I said, even if I make it into the top 6, then I would have made it, Of course, to enter such a competition, there has to be a level of confidence.
Of course.
You don't fear putting yourself out there.
Yeah.
And also you do not have a fear of taking risks,
Yeah.
because that is a risk. You're putting yourself out there, you could potentially never be called back,
Yeah.
or there are some people who are just as great as yourself, but if you don't have the fear of rejection, or for me it was, I will get something out of this, whether I win or not. It's all about networks. I believe there is so much power in networks.
Me too.
So for me, I knew that it's not about, winning, but the networks that I'll create along the way.
Yeah.
Winning would be amazing. It would be great. And especially when I saw the people that I was up against, giants in their own, respective spaces. And once I met them and saw them and interacted with them, winning it didn't become about winning.
Yeah.
It just said to me, I am here, and I am going to enjoy the space that I'm in, and I'm going to, try get as much, from the, from the bold women that I've come across.
Yeah.
I've had the privilege to tap into the great minds, and, so yeah.
Tell me a little bit about the process. I remember seeing some of the entry requirements and thinking, who fits this description? But, you know, then I saw the top 6 and I heard stories about, you know, the number of women that had sent through their entries and how they thought through the process of sifting through and getting to these final women that made it into the room when the announcement was made, which was an absolutely amazing event. Tell me a little bit about the process and what were some interesting bits about those conversations you were having with the jury, the people that you met, and what came up? Because I think one of the powerful things I imagine about entering a competition and having yourself and your business almost scrutinized, it makes you realize certain things that maybe you might have not been paying attention to before. And in a way, it helps you grow. I want you to share a little bit about the process. What were the surprises? What did you feel like you walked away and you're like, I killed that part. If I don't make it through from this, then I mean, it's not fair or anything like that.
You know, the process was quite simple. You know, you go into the Verve website, Vervlico website, vervlico.com, where you complete an entry form about yourself, about your business. If you know your business, if you know who you are, then it's very easy. You know, so that process I quite enjoyed. I mean, as I pressed that send button, you know, there was a confidence in me that, you know,
did you find it was reflective?
It was very reflective. You know, at some point I sat there typing and I was just like, oh my gosh,
I've done that.
I've done that. Oh my God, this is what I've done. You know, sometimes we are in it. And we are, you know, day to day, you wake up, you think about the grind, and it's sort of like, I love the word that you use, reflective, because as I sat there and I said to myself, oh my gosh, in these 3 years, I've done all of this. And, you know, it was really a moment for me to reflect, and I was proud of where I'd come, you know, and where I was. And I said to myself, oh my gosh, send this is it. You know, even if I don't get a call, it's given me something. You know, it's given me the chance to reflect. And I'm happy with where I am, because sometimes we're so hard on ourselves. You know, so that to me was an amazing part of the process. And then there was, of course, you know, the jury, the interviews.
So once you've submitted your form, do you get a call?
So you get a call to say, we've received your application, and we will let you know of the outcome.
Okay.
So, of course, for me, the next call was, congratulations, you are part of the top 6.
Okay.
So then they explained that you are part of so it's 6 finalists. 3 are from the Bold Woman Award, and the 3 would be the Bold Future Award.
I see, okay.
Yeah. So basically they are divided into 2, Bold Award and Bold Future. So there's 3 finalists in each. So that would be the call that I would get. I'd be so excited, and then I was run through the process that the adjudication phase. You'd be invited, and you'll get the dates as to when and where time. So that's what happened, and the adjudication process was also another form of therapy and reflection. You know, I say, if you know your business, it just becomes about who you are. You know, you get to reflect on your whys. You know, which is very important. That you do that. You know, in any case, like, you know, if you run a business, you have to constantly revisit your why, because things change. You know. In the business space, and your answer to your why might be different, you know, today than it was yesterday. So it was also like very reflective. It was conversations. It was, you know, adjudicators from different industries, you know, who are gurus in their spaces,
Yeah.
you know, but at the end of the day, who are all passionate about
the work they do.
About the work they do. So yeah, that was the process.
So you go through this amazing experience where you submit this long essay to some degree, but it's reflective and it's beautiful. In actual fact, when you mentioned that, I thought, you know what? I can do reflective. I think perception is such a big thing when you think about awards and entering competitions. And I think framing this process as a process that allows you to be reflective and could also be a process that allows you to see where you need to make improvements in your business, it becomes a little softer, you know, for someone who's not competitive like me. So I really like that you also framed it that way for yourself, and you meet the juries and you have an awesome time and you're having a conversation. Even that is like you're not being asked questions, but you're actually having a conversation, and then we go into this beautiful day. Yeah. It was an awesome, awesome, awesome event. Wow. Such beautiful energy in the room, and you find out it's actually a night about you. We're all there to actually celebrate you. What was that like for you, finding out that you are the actual winner, and what did you do to celebrate?
It was so surreal.
Yeah.
Like, I think when Azania, who was the MC of the night, called my name.
Yeah.
Like, it took a couple of seconds for me.
I remember.
Up. You know, it was just like, what? Did she just say Gugu's Tole? And I was just like, yes. You know, so it was amazing.
Yeah.
You know, it was out of this world. It just gave, you know, that validation.
Yeah.
That, girl, you are on track. You know, sometimes we know how entrepreneurship can be a lonely journey. Sometimes you question yourself.
Yeah.
You know, if I am even doing what I'm supposed to be doing, or doing it right, or you know. So it was that moment for me. You know, it was that. You know, that lift me up, you know, moment that, girl, you're doing it, and here are the results of, of your hard work, you know. The recognition for me really said, Gugu, it gave me more courage, you know, it gave me that oomph to do more.
Yeah.
Because then I really felt that I was to some degree, you know, being elevated, but with that elevation, you know, it would then sort of like come down to the women in the communities that I work with. You know, there's just, you know, that night it was about me, but what was going through my head, it was just like, oh my gosh, imagine what this will do for me. Imagine what it will do for my brand, you know, the business that I run. But imagine what it will do for the communities around me.
Yeah.
So it was just, it was an amazing night. Like sometimes, even now, you know, when I go back and I play those clips, it's like, oh my gosh, it still feels so surreal.
Yeah.
You know, like a couple of months into it, you know, actually, 10 months into it. And I still can't believe it. Yeah.
And what did you do to celebrate? That's the part that I'm like, I need to know. I mean, if I won Berkeley Coupled Woman, goodness, I don't even know what I would do to. Maybe I would be so shocked. I would not even know what to do, you know, to celebrate. But what did you do after the event? Did you go home? Did you go partying? Did you call your mom? Did you get on the road and go home? What is it that you did when you find out that you were part of this clique of amazing women?
Yeah, I went home.
Yeah.
I went home to my mom. You know, she always centers me and grounds me, and but also it was a moment of gratitude for me, and I wanted to share that with those that are closest to me.
Yeah.
You know, that would be my mother. I've got a 15-year-old daughter who thinks I am the greatest thing, you know, in this world of hers. Like, you know, mom, like there's nothing that my mother can't do, type of a thing. So I wanted her to be part of the celebrations. I wanted my sister, to be part of the celebrations as well. So it was definitely going home. We had a Thanksgiving dinner. We prayed, we danced, lots of gratitude.
Yeah, your grandmother's still alive?
My grandmother is no more, yeah.
What do you think she would have said, to see Gugu achieve this enormous milestone? You were this Gugu that she watched and listened to when you told the stories about Johannesburg and Durban and seeing the world. And now you are not only seeing the world, you are part of this clique of global women who are just amazing and acknowledged and respected. What do you think she would have said if she was home, when you went home to tell them about this?
I think she would have said, I knew it.
Yeah.
It was written in the stars.
Yeah.
My grandmother always said to me, you are going to do great things. You are going to elevate our name someday. She'd say simple things or things that I found funny at that time. Like being the first in the family to get in an aeroplane. My grandmother told me that you'd be the first in the family to get in an aeroplane. You'd be the first to go out into this far and distant lands that we don't know about, and you'll tell us about it. And it has happened exactly as my grandmother had said. So I think my grandmother would have said, I told you that if you believe in yourself, all these things, all these great, things that you have in your mind are going to happen. So I think she would have said,
I knew it.
I knew it.
I knew it.
It was written in the stars. This is for you. Own it. And when I posted the announcement on my Instagram, a friend of mine, and I said, she knows me very well, this one, because her comment was, Gogo is dancing in heaven. I was just like, I had goosebumps. I was like, this is the person who knows me, who knows my story. That Ugogo no Mama are at the center of it all.
there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are
Yeah, do it more so the other ones can come back. Okay, ladies, I'm going to ask everyone to come back to the main conversation area. I really love that everyone is supporting the female founders, because then they can come back to me and say, yeah, we made a lot of money at your event. And that's all I want to hear. That's all I really want to hear. I'm going to ask everyone to come back to the conversation area. We literally have only 2 conversations left and the rest of the afternoon to do everything that we want to do. I do need everyone seated so that we don't have the distraction of the noise on the side. I'm going to keep talking until everyone is seated. I might run out of words. I might run out of breath. So please help me not get to that place. Who's in charge of the pop-up? Who can get people out of the shopping area? It's women and shopping. Yes, Yolanda. Oh my gosh. How are you guys feeling? How are you feeling? How are you feeling? How are the drinks? How is the champagne? How is everything? How is the food? No one is hungry here. Who's hungry? Okay. All right. I'll take care of you. I'll take care of you. Don't worry. I need to know so that I can take care of it. So we have 2 sessions left, and I will make sure you don't leave hungry. I feel like I'm a late comer, guys. People who didn't have breakfast. Oh, okay. Sorry, Hadi. Sorry. Okay, so I'm going to move ahead and get on to the next conversation. Please allow me to engage with 3 amazing women. I am thrilled to be in conversation powered by MultiChoice. I am chatting to Deshni Naidu, who is from MultiChoice. I don't often give titles when it comes to people in this space because I always want to keep the energy at this is another woman that is going through experiences that I'm going through. And I don't want you to know what their bank balance looks like yet. Because if I give you the title, then you're going to think, hey, this is why you're thinking this way. And then the other lady I am chatting to is Yolanda Tsuba, who is a lot of people's favorite here. I am excited to really get in her brain and get a better understanding of her journey and how she's crafted her career. This is the career panel. It was the most popular one last year. Got people crying, got people like ululating, got people praising God, got people thinking about their whole lives. And then the third lady on this panel is going to be a very special one to join the panel because she's actually an entrepreneur and this is a corporate career panel, and it is Sibu Mabena. Another one of everyone's favorites. I'm going to ask the ladies to come on stage so we can begin our conversation. Penny, where am I sitting? Over like this. I'm going to ask you, Yolanda, to scoot over as well so that I make sure that I do see you as part of the conversation. I'm going to ask, please, with all due respect, if there is a conversation that you'd like to have that does not pertain to the conversation we're having in this room, I would like for you to excuse yourself, please. Out of respect for everyone who is here to be empowered and to absorb the knowledge, I know it's not for everyone. I know some people came for specific panels, but out of respect for everyone in the room, please excuse yourself if you want to have a separate conversation. I am going to chat to these 3 ladies on a topic called The Long Game, Building an Impactful Corporate Career. Just for interest's sake, how many people in the room identify as corporate career women who are actually employed and working for someone?
Thank you for playing your
Yeah. Thank you.
And how many women in the room identify as female founders?
Yes.
I can see that there will be food coming in, just to make sure that someone who didn't get, they do get. And if we don't have some of that, I think there'll be an arrangement again when we are done. Thank you, Done. So I was specifically quite intentional about saying the long game when it comes to career conversations. It was inspired by my conversation with Yolanda. We were in Durban for the Mentorship Boardroom, which is an organization that is led by Yolanda, which focuses on giving, I don't even want to say young people, giving people an opportunity to access mentors and mentorship. And Yolanda was kind enough to invite me to be one of her speakers at UKZN. And as I always do, I go into deep conversations with people if I sit with them for over 5 minutes. And one of the things I said to her is, in an environment where everyone wants to leave their job, why did you stay? Maybe let me start, let that be my first question. In a world that says go in and be an entrepreneur and that's how you're going to change the world, why did you stay as a corporate champion? Because I think that's what you are. And how has that allowed you to still build a purpose-filled life?
Yeah, thanks, Nomdeni. She couldn't have started this easy, how did you start and all that? Those kind of questions, right? Yeah. I mean, why did I stay, right? Why did I stay in corporate? There were 2 reasons in the main. The first one is I was always that big impact player. And I asked myself, can I build, looking at myself in the mirror, can I build something that would be as impactful as what I have in the back of my mind, right? And after actually sitting down and toying with the idea, I actually realized I couldn't, right? And by the way, there are people that are built to actually be able to do huge impact, right? And there are people that are built to be in corporate, right? And I reflected and I said, you know what? I am built to be in corporate. And I'm going to make my biggest impact and change wherever I can do, and whatever change I want to bring, I will do it in corporate. So it is important to know yourself, right? And have that conversation with self that says, who am I? What is important to me? Where do I want to make an impact? My bank balance wasn't the biggest thing on my mind. I actually did have a conversation about my bank balance with myself, right? And I said, do I want to be a billionaire? Because me, if I'm going to be an entrepreneur, the standard, I must be a billionaire. And I sat down and I said, you know what? I can make 200 million or 300 million with never having to actually not sleep, worry about where the bills are going to be paid or not, and all these other things that Nomdeni and all the entrepreneurs here know very well, right? Right? So those are the conversations that I had with myself. You must ask yourself, what's your risk appetite, right? And the other thing that I actually had a self-conversation with was, Yolanda, can you build something from scratch? And the answer was no, right? I cannot build anything from scratch. But what I can do, and I'm amazing at, right? Give me something that's here. And then you say, grow it. I can So that's my story, and that's how I actually went through the process of saying, do I want to be an entrepreneur? Do I want to actually stay in corporate? And I really made my decision based on some of those kind of key fundamentals around that.
Thank you for sharing that. I think it's such a powerful, for me, starting point, because I do find that a lot of women in corporate spaces do feel this urge to be free. I think it's there's something dangerous about narratives that are perpetuated without context. Everyone is doing it, then there must be something that's happening on the other side. Ask me and Sivu what's happening on the other side.
because it's definitely not what Yolanda wants to interface with. In speaking about work environments, Deshni, I often say to young people, when they think about the job that they want to do, and I sometimes think maybe I say it from privilege, but you'll enlighten me as someone who's been at MultiChoice for as long as you have. How important has it been, as you've observed people come in and out of the organization, as you've stayed with the organization, to align your values with those of the organization? I think a lot of people get jobs, of course, because they need to pay the bills. But I think it's important to always stay connected with what was your reason, because if that's the reason, you'll definitely struggle.
Yeah.
It's not enough motivation. But when you do find an alignment between your work and your values, what has that journey been like for you? And at which point did you identify that that's probably the reason that you've stayed with the organization you're with?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And firstly, I want to say what an amazing audience. Guys, I was absolutely blown away that each and every woman is on point. You look fabulous. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me here. You know, I want to be totally vulnerable, if I can. There was a point in my career when I thought, this is it. So where else from here? And what is it that I need to do? And there were moments that I thought, maybe it's time for me to seek somewhere else. You know, just go into something that I've never done, the uncharted. And I'm sure many of you have had those moments in your career when you thought you need something new and refreshing. But to your point, I think when you want to make an impact in an organization, you can't only impact the organization and yourself by only climbing the corporate ladder. It's about that, aligning your values, your passion, and just what your entire being is about. And that's what I did. Okay, so yes, I've been with MultiChoice for many years. I don't want to give that away, because then I give away my age. Okay, but as a little girl, I always wanted to be in television. Yes, I dreamt big of being on the screen. And yes, I did have privileges of being there sometimes. But in the industry that I'm in and with the opportunities that we have, they're so few and far between. So I had to craft a niche for myself. I started in a very technical background, and there was not much support because women weren't exposed to the technical aspect of the business. We were often the people that had to be the administrators, those tasks, or the secretary, or the PA, and I didn't want to be that. And fast forward a few years, and through some really great people that had given me opportunities, I'd succeeded. But it was that point when, after becoming a mom, and your life becomes so consuming, and you're struggling to find that balance, I really got to a point where I thought, I need to leave work and be a stay-at-home mom. But it would have been something that killed my passion, because I am so driven by the success of media and the broadcast industry that I thought that this would be a great opportunity for me to pay it forward. And all the struggles that I had to get to where I wanted to be, I didn't want the young ladies that are coming into broadcast to go through that. And that's when I kind of aligned my passion to that of the organization. And that's what it's about, because if you do that and you align your value system to that of an organization or a product or a company, that's where you will just excel, and it will be natural. Because women, we do things naturally, and then it's better. It's just more comfortable. We don't have to try very hard at things that we're passionate about.
True.
So that's where I think I find myself now. It's about aligning and how I can add value to them, not just value to myself.
Yeah. Sibu, you're the outcast on this panel. You're an entrepreneur, but I'm going to give context to why I felt it was important to bring you into this conversation. Number one, it is a multi-choice powered conversation, and it aligns with how do you position yourself for impactful work as an organization, and this speaks to, and here's the thing, I work with organizations I believe in. There's many, many organizations in this country. So when you hear me speak about organizations, even past sponsors that I've had, I fundamentally pick partners that believe in the values that align with Agenda Women. So when I speak about multi-choice and I speak about impact, it is because of the work that I've seen them do with people like Sibu. I've seen the work that they've done even with us as an organization. I've seen the stuff they've done with Abo Lulu, with Lulu Hela Media, and how they continue to figure out how to be impactful in specific areas that can change the dynamic of the community. Sibu, you came into entrepreneurship. I don't think you had a clue. I don't think you had a clue you would get to a point where you're hiring an MD for your organization. Don't make me cry.
Yeah.
How have you navigated, and this is going to go back to a conversation that we had way back, how have you navigated, and this is to give insight to people coming into corporate spaces, how have you navigated building corporate culture as a young female entrepreneur who might not really have guidance around how do you galvanize people around a movement and face the dynamics of a growing organization?
Wow. Trust nomdeni to strike a chord. Okay, so thank you for this platform. Thank you for this conversation. I think it is an important one because had I been exposed to spaces like these 12 years ago, I think I would have gotten to where we are now faster. There were a lot of lessons learned on the job. We learned how to fly the plane whilst in the air. But what I was resolute about was building a business I would want to work in. And I think coming out of my passions, doing social media as a passion, being an early adopter, plugging people, connecting artists to brands, being a dancer, being a creative, and then having to corporatize it so that industry could take me seriously and not just see me as a hip-hop girl or see me as a social media thug. I had to find a way to package our business for it to make sense to industry. I was tired of getting just the peanuts, getting paid through someone, always having to invoice a white agency. I wanted to be the agency that invoices directly. I wanted to be the one that people could invoice. And I think it was in realizing that if you want to play with corporate, be like corporate. And it's really just infrastructurally be like a corporate, because when they're looking for a partner, they want to see someone who's able to build like they've built. In us having opened our offices a month ago and buying a building, branding the building in a place where,
Don't make me cry.
In having a building, it now extends beyond the corporate seeing us seriously, but our staff's families seeing us seriously.
Yeah.
We want people's mothers to be proud that their children work at Duma Collective. And that pride then extends into them, where they go, they're able to say, yeah, I work at Duma, and that means something. So it's all of that building something that I want to be proud of, that I want the other people to be proud of, so that corporates can say, let's work with this company because this company looks like they know what they're doing. We may make mistakes, and we do. We're still learning a lot. There's a lot we have to still play catch up on against the bigger agencies that we're coming up against. But for all intents and purposes, what our clients know about us is we will bend over backwards. We will put our best foot forward. And even if the best foot forward isn't the rightest one for that moment, as someone who works in corporate, contributing to our PO being processed, contributing to a brief coming our way, contributing to work being approved, when people drive past that building at 20 Republic Road, they know that they contributed to that happening. So it's in that context that I went out and I sought people who were experienced enough to come and teach me, whilst I paid them to teach me, because I also don't take it for granted that mentorship isn't something that is easy to do for people who are actually working and people who are actually busy. So our MD, Lindiwe Maduna, she's got 20 years of experience in agency. She comes from 3 of the biggest agencies in South Africa, and when I recruited her, she's got 3 children. 1 is in university, 2 are in primary school and high school, and a house and responsibilities, medical aid, life insurance, funeral policies, a mother to take care of. And I had to make the decision to pay her more than me because that's what she needed and that's what I needed. And it was in making that decision to say, okay, Sis Lindy, because I really want you, I'm going to make the investment. I will sacrifice for now so that one day I'll get to live like a queen. It's just making decisions like that. We've got our financial manager in the audience here, Senzi Mkhize. We went and poached her from a school where she was processing kind follow up on your school fees. Ma'am, Mr. and Mrs. And we brought her in and we said, we're a spaza shop, I'm going to be honest. I need you to come help us fix ourselves, fix our house, so that when people approach us to work with us, they're working with a solid team, they're working with a solid company. So it was just making the decision to say, I'm going to put the needs of the business ahead of my own. I drove a Ford Fiesta, no offense to anyone who drives it, but I drove a Ford Fiesta having money to buy a Range Rover. But I did it because now I can drive a Volvo comfortably. Because we have money to buy a Bentley, you understand? It's those kind of decisions that you make to say, I'm putting the needs of the business first, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to get the right people that I can afford to get in, so that we can really become that oasis for African creativity to flourish and for corporate South Africa to actually believe us. Thank you.
Yolanda, you have built, I have to say, there's a move that you made in your career in a setback, and I'd been watching your career for some time because a friend told me about you. And I started, just watching. I was like, oh, this is nice, this is lovely. And you made a move in your career that I want you to speak about, because it speaks to the power of understanding your impact in an organization beyond the norms in how they would behave. You speak about being an impact player a lot. My question to you is, how do you make the decisions around the organizations that you work with in order to continue to be impactful? Number two, you've not only worked in South Africa, you've also worked in Africa, and you came back to South Africa. I want you to unpack why you decided to leave the country and come back, and how did you make that last move to the organization that you're in now, from their competitor?
Into them, yeah. Maybe let me pick a point in time, and that is, a little bit about my history. I mean, I was this kind of poster child on what is possible when it came to like a young CEO of a listed company, and I was on all these big boards and so on when I was very young, in my 20s. And then, a very hard decision was then when that period actually ended in my life, and I said, I want something else, I want to do something else. And basically the question is, what do you then do, right? And that's when I went into reflective mode, and that's when I made the decision, by the way, that I'm a corporate animal, because a lot of my colleagues started their own thing, right? And by the way, one of them made like 200 million last year after tax, right? By making by choosing to be more of an entrepreneur and do the M&A things. But at that point, I had this mentor. His name is Simon Sussman. And Simon Sussman, he's the ex-CEO of Woolworths. Their family owns Woolworths, and at least a big chunk of Woolworths, and then became the chairman of Woolworths, right? And Simon Sussman said something quite fundamental to me in one of our sessions. And I remember we're sitting in the back of, the shop. In the back there, the untidy kind of space there, like warehousey, half officey, and then there are placards and whatever. We're sitting in that space, right? And he said to me, Yolanda, anyone can be a shooting star, but what's going to make you sustainable, right? So he's like, anyone can be a young CEO, right? But what's going to make you sustainable, right? And I went home and I thought about that question for a couple of days. And I said, I need to learn repeatable models of success. In other words, right? I needed to learn how to keep on doing this thing over and over again so that I'm not just a shooting star, right? And I reflected on that process, and then I said, who has done this repeatable model of success thing? I identified, I was already with ABSA, who had then actually gone into the rest of the continent and so on. But I asked myself, who are the companies in South Africa that actually have done this? And I identified 2 companies. One of them was SAB Miller. SAB Miller in 1994 was a company on the south tip of Africa, right? By the time 2000 actually happened, 2010 happened, they are now number 2 brewer in the world, have assets across the continents of this world, right? Africa, America, both Americas, South and North, Europe, you name it. Number 2 brewer in the world, only to AB InBev, right? By the time they sold, I think they sold for R1 trillion, right? So that's how much they've moved from being here to there. The second one was MTN, right? And MTN was born in 1994. SAB was not, but in 1994, they were just here, right? And they had gone to be one of the top 10 MNOs, telecom players in the world, right? And I said, there is something in the DNA of these companies that makes them be able to replicate their success over and over again. And I said, I want to learn from these companies. I didn't know who the CEO was or whatever, how to get hold of them. Uba no kumbulu 1023, no 110 with Vodacom. Do you remember the directory services? Some of you are too young, man. You don't even know what we're talking about, right? Look at her, she's like, so there used to be a book with everyone's name on it, right? Yeah, it's called the directory, right? And then that morphed into calling. You understand? So you could call Telkom or Vodacom or MTN to ask for a number. Yeah. And I called SAB. I called MTN. I didn't know the people I was calling. Right? And I said, can I please speak to the CEO? Can I please speak to Phuthuma Nhleko? Can I please speak to Norman Adamy? Abangazi from above, so, right? And then you get through to the showstoppers. You know the showstoppers. Lama PA. Lama PA akon. Right? All the PAs, right? Right? We know them. Right? Give me a showstopper. Stop nonsense. Right? I charmed my way on the call and they said yes, right? We'll pass on the message. And then I wrote an email to both the CEOs. And I went to a meeting with Norman Adamy at SAB, and 2 days later I had a meeting with Phuthuma Nhleko at MTN, right? And in the meeting, don't say wow, because there's a part that is wow, right? This is not it. I'm coming to the part that is wow. I have a discussion with Norman, right? And I say, Norman, this is what I'm looking for in my career. I'm looking for a role like this, like this, like this, right? And then I go to Phuthuma, I say the same thing. Phuthuma says to me, Yolanda, I'm about to transition out. I'm transitioning out. A new CEO is coming in. Can we have this conversation when the new CEO comes, right? And I'm like, no problem, we can have that conversation. And then Norman, 2 days later, Norman calls me, right? Remember, my stomach was churning when I was calling Norman, when I was calling Phuthuma. Have you ever called people that you respect that you don't even know? What happens to your stomach? Uvalo, yeah? Your heart is going like this, it's as if it's going to come here to your mouth, right? I was like that. I was terrified, right? But I made those calls, right? And then, 2 days later, Norman phones me. Yolanda, we've created a group executive role for you as an executive director at SAB. Right? 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 And what does that say, right? The biggest thing it says is that in corporate, right, you need courage, right? You need a little bit of bravery, right? And that's what I admire most, by the way, from entrepreneurs. They go and talk to anyone. Have you seen that? You go into a room and then the entrepreneurs are amaking already ukuthi bazokhuluma nabani. Yeah, and we don't do it in corporate, right? But in corporate, we like it because we don't have to do it every day, right? We have to do it for moments at a time. I only had to be brave that whole year in 2011, most probably for 10 minutes. But that 10 minutes changed my entire life. So who you choose in terms of where you actually plant your palak, how do you align their values, yours, your purpose, your passion, is super, super important, right? So as a career person, are you choosing the jobs that you're going to, or are the jobs choosing you?
Yeah.
Guys, I am not meaning to be hard on anyone, right? But I'm telling you guys, the people that are choosing where they go, right? Now, guys, I don't remember the last time you took me CV. But I've had fantastic jobs. When I went to MTN, right? Now, just by the way, 10 years later, right? In between, I joined Vodacom. After SAP, I joined Vodacom. And I go to Ghana as well. I become a CEO in Ghana. And then I come back. There are many reasons I came back. I believe that I can make an impact in South Africa and in Africa. And I believe, by the way, me going to Ghana was part of my learning journey. And that's important, again, in corporate. Your learning never stops, right? Your learning never stops. You are the ones that are custodians of your level of competence, because what actually introduces you in any room when you're in corporate is your level of competence, right? Is what people are saying about you, right? If about sitting next, you are not going anywhere. Let's have that right? So these are the important things that you have to bear in mind. 10 years later, I get a call from MTN. I'm like, I know, I'm not talking to MTN. You know the story, right? And then Feleng finally gets to me, right? They send a lady because they realize, good, I'm not talking to the guys. And then the lady comes to me and is like, can you please have a 15-minute conversation with our CEO, right? 15, right? She begs me for a 15-minute conversation. And I go and we have tea at Rob's house. And Rob actually says, Yolanda, you know, I know this about you and da-da-da. I've met you when you were at Vodafone and all that. We'd like to offer you this role. My interview was a rooibos tea. Right? I'm just giving you a sense, right? Right? And when they made me the job offer, it was more than double what I was getting paid. Right? I never asked for a cent, but it was more than double that. What's the importance of that? Is that for me, when I got that job finally, guess who did they ask as a reference for me? At MTN. Who used to be the chairman of MTN now? There's a guy who used to be the CEO of MTN, Uphuthuma Mantleko. Uphuthuma Mantleko and I only ever met, I think, once, right? But he gave me a glowing reference. Why did he give me a glowing reference? It's because 10 years before, I had the courage to pick up that phone and talk to him. Otherwise, he would have never known me, right? So every opportunity, every touch point that you have as you go up in your career is a moment to actually build something, right? Don't take it for granted, right? Because the people that you keep on meeting on your way up, or when you want something, or when they want something, they are the same people that will make sure that you deliver on your own personal ambitions as well.
Amen.
Yeah.
There's so much, Yolanda, that you touched on that I think, of course, is really insightful and powerful. And one of the things that you mentioned in the end is this idea of every experience is a touch point. I think people take that for granted so much. You meet someone, you're a volunteer, you're just dilly-dallying and doing whatever you want. That's a touch point. You meet someone at an event and you have a conversation with them and you're not clear. That's a touch point. Everything you end up becoming is a representation of the trail that you left behind you.
Yep.
What you say you get a yes to and a no to It's a representation of the trail that you've created yourself. The reason some people work as much as they do, or with so much precision, maybe let me explain precision, is because you have to understand every experience is a touch point. And I just wanted to go into that a little bit. There's something Yolanda also says a lot around this concept, and I don't know how she didn't end there. She kind of mentioned it briefly. This idea yokuthi dume ngani.
Yeah, I didn't.
Sikwazi ngani. Okay, mangikhuluma ngawe ngithini? Am I saying you wear cute earrings? Is it because you want to start an earrings company? Do you get what I'm saying? If you're investing so much money on beautiful earrings, what are the earrings giving you back? If you're investing so much money on beautiful clothes, what are the clothes giving you back? Udume ngani? And how are you significantly choosing what you want to be known for? And how does that connect to where you want to go? The biggest problem we have is lack of intentionality.
Yes.
We're just cruising through life and expecting life to be glorious. It doesn't work that way. So Yolanda says that a lot. You need to be very clear. Uzibuze nawe when you leave here. If they had to ask 5 people around me, what would they say about me?
Yeah.
And is that taking me where I say I want to go? Deshni, Maya Angelou says courage is the most important of all the virtues. So ironic. It was my next question, and Yolanda touched on it. Because without courage, you can't practice any of the other virtues consistently.
Absolutely.
When you think about this very fluffy and fascinating idea of aligning your values with the corporate, people start to think, then you're cruising, right? Oh, because we're aligned, then we're cruising. But what happens when you have a vision for your position and your role that is not accepted by the organization that you're in? How do you become impactful? When you're sitting in a position and you can see what is possible for the organization, but no one is supporting you. How have you navigated a situation like that if it has existed for you?
So I think every day you get into some conversation around the boardroom where there's majority men, and they just think that you are flying on another planet because your idea is never going to work. It's never going to work. Guys, I don't know how many of you have seen, okay, so I work in a division within MultiChoice, so I work for Supersport. Supersport is synonymous with men, right? Sportsmen on the field, men doing camera work and engineering and all of those things. But there were points that we needed to touch on over the past couple of years, and we needed to make a mark and make a space for women and needed to be heard, okay? And there was a conscious point at one meeting where I actually said, if you're not going to listen to what I'm going to say, I'm actually going to take the idea somewhere else. And when you see that idea develop into a success story, then please don't be coming and calling us to do promos on it. And it was tongue-in-cheek. But this year, the year 2023, has been declared the year for her at Supersport. Okay? And it was not just a tick box. It was not just about turning the galaxy, the galaxy, we refer to it as the N board to anything. You know when you see that S coming on and it says World of Champions? This year, that is pink. Do you know how much backlash we had about this? What are you doing? Are you guys crazy? I mean, can you see rugby players watching and then they see this pink? You know, they budge. But the idea behind it was to do something so special around the 4 Women World Cups that we had in the year. The Rugby World Cup, the ICC Cricket World Cup earlier this year, followed by the Netball World Cup. There was an Under-20 World Cup, and now you saw Banyana in the FIFA Women's World Cup. And I know we didn't get the results that we aimed for, but we got the results that we aimed for by putting those ladies on the map, by showing the world that we can compete on a global stage. And one step further, we chose to do the Netball World Cup with an all-female crew. Yeah. Never been done anywhere in the world. I can tell you that. So my learning and development department, together with the HR team, said, how are we going to get onto this? Let's contact New York Film Academy. We'll bring them on board. Again, like any corporate, we pay these copious amounts of money to do training. We'll bring New York Film Academy on board because, you know, it sells overseas, right? And let us help the Africans on doing this. This is what the conversation was. And then somebody in the New York Film Academy board of executives said, rather brave move, it's not going to be achievable, but we'll start the program with you. And I had the courage to walk into a room with the support of a very, very inspirational now CPO that we had. And we said, guys, if they think that it's unachievable, we'll show them that we'll achieve it. And yes, we achieved it with the guidance and the support of our male allies. But damn, we had 200 women put that Netball World Cup on air around the globe. We had people from New Zealand, Australia, and England, predominantly great sporting countries, great background on broadcasting, come to us and say, how can we partner with you? So I want to say to that point, I want to say to that guy at New York Film Academy, would you like an invite to the netball? That's what I want to say to him.
Love it.
It's those moments, so if nobody's going to listen to you and those ideas don't come to life there, make a table somewhere else. Get your own panel. Move it to where you want it to grow. And that's what it's all about.
I think please. I think the repetitive message every time I've spoken to anyone in corporate spaces who's doing well is you will fight if you believe in the work. If you fundamentally are aligned with the work, you will fight, you'll be creative, and you'll be present. Sibu, you have an agency. Who's worked in an agency here before? So for anyone who hasn't worked in agency, there is a common narrative around agency culture being toxic. There's a common narrative around agencies overworking their people. And I understand it. A lot of times when you're an agency, you are supporting the vision of another organization. And you often have to drive their ambition. And depending on who you're reporting to, it trickles down to the people that you work with. But I'm interested, although I know the answer, for you to share how you are rethinking this culture of agencies being unable to sometimes even walk away from organizations that are bringing in the toxicity in their companies. How are you working through this dynamic and this understanding and this belief that the agency culture is very tough on a lot of people?
Gee whiz. Okay, I'm going to be very real but diplomatic at the same time, because we still have work and jobs to do with these organizations. What we have spent a lot of time doing is trying to establish who we are. I think that's step one for us. Who are we as a Duma collective? What do we value in terms of our output? Okay, what we are chasing is excellence. What we are chasing is creativity. What we are chasing is heart. What we are chasing is ideas that move people. What we are chasing is work that makes the people who've given us a job proud to say that they gave us the job. That's what we're chasing. What does it take to do that? It takes hard work. Unfortunately, hard work is actually hard. It takes dedication. It takes focus. it takes ambition. It takes really wanting to do more. It takes wanting to be obsessed with improvement. So we are working heavily on making sure that the people who say they are Dumerians understand that that is what we do.
Dumerians.
Guys, it started out as Madumane, and then so now that as an organization we are establishing that, and you were really drilling it in to say this is how we do Duma Collective. When we then interface with the client and we present ourselves as Duma Collective, we are clear on how we do us. So how do we partner with you on how you do you for things to happen? It's a partnership. It's like a relationship. I don't like to repeat food, but maybe Bay does. So how do we meet in the middle? It's silly things like that. So with our clients who don't brief us on written briefs, we have now put in place a system where, okay, someone on our team will listen and scribe the brief so that we have a written brief, because we know our client's not going to give us the written brief. And then we'll send to some and say, is this correct? Did we capture this brief correctly? Do you approve that this is what we're going to do? And when they do, it's a yes. Then we go to war. We start the work. Then we're able to hold each other accountable, because what you are going to die on is that hill of he said, she said. But then you still want to deliver on the job, and the client says, but this is how I work. And unfortunately, a lot of the time it's the male clients say, but this is how I work. Do you want to do the job or not? So we've learned to say, okay, this is how you work, this is how we work, let's meet you in the middle. That's been the one thing, to try to teach clients how to work with us. Secondly, I've said to people, environments are not toxic by themselves. Toxic people create toxic environments. So every time we have a conversation about toxic work environment, I'm very blunt with the team. And I say, if anyone here goes out there and says this is a toxic work environment, tell them what you contributed to this toxic work environment. And we all have to be very aware of what we're doing and the social contract that we have amongst us. We are here to work, and we're here to do cool shit and get paid for it. That's what we're here to do. And we're doing this while building an oasis for other creatives to find. So if you are going to be here to take away from this, what are you saying people are going to find when you've left?
Yeah.
And also when you do leave and you go to the next place, and you get there and people say, you're from Duma Collective. Oh, okay, let's see. That's not the brand you want to walk into a place with. So what is the responsibility on your shoulders? To create the brand you want to carry.
Yeah.
Because that becomes your reputation. Your reputation is where you come from also, not just who you are. So now, that teaching and that coaching, because we're young, we're inexperienced, we come from where we come from, we were raised the way we were raised, everybody's got a different understanding of how to do things, solve conflict, etc. Ours is to establish, at Duma Collective, how do we do things? And then be resolute about it and collaborate with our clients to be able to make sure that this is who we say we are, that's who you are, how do we collaborate to make magic?
Thank you. I think another part that I hear coming up often in this conversation is accountability, right? What is your role in what your life looks like, in what your work situation looks like, in what your love life looks like, in what your relationship with your parents looks like, in what your relationship with your siblings look like? These are societies, these are small communities that don't function with just one individual. For a thing to exist between two people, they would have had to participate for it to exist. So this idea of accountability is another, I think, point that we need to kind of, in our own interrogation and times of meditation, we need to get into. What is my part in this thing looking the way that it looks? I'm going to ask a question that I'm going to ask all of you to respond to. And I'm really curious about your answers, particularly as successful people. You get contracts, you have a high-flying position, as well as yourself, Yolanda. We live in a society that has, in a way, normalized corrupt activity, unethical behavior. I want to speak to the ladies in the room that could right now be confronted with a decision that is unethical. And I don't want to make it seem like we don't find ourselves in those positions, when I could get the contract if I give someone 100,000 rands back. But I'm feeling like maybe this doesn't feel okay for me, where maybe I could do this to get that back, but it doesn't feel okay to me. When you are an impact-driven career person and you are faced with unethical situations, how have you navigated those environments, particularly, and I think all of you would have potentially seen something around yourself, heard something that happened somewhere. What is it in you that says, where I am is enough, and what is going to drive me is the work I want to do? Yolanda, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real issue, right? It's a real issue for everyone in corporate, and especially for people who are entrepreneurs, right? Because you're confronted with that all the time, right? There are always people trying to deliver on easy money, right? My ex-boss, Tokyo, used to say, the worst people to deal with in corporate South Africa, and corporate in general, firstly, is corrupt politicians. And then he said, then it's the number two was corrupt government officials. And then he said, unreformed white business. Those were the three worst people that he used to actually talk to, right? But in reality, right, when you were actually confronted with the situation, the first question, and I'm going to first take it from the guys that are in corporate, right? Ask yourself, what's the present value of my future earnings, right? Because we don't ask these questions. What's the present value of my future earnings? If you are like her, 25, right? Just started on your new job and you have your first kind of big promotion. See, I'm picking on you. No. You have your first promotion and all those kind of stuff. You've got another 30 years of earning potential in you. How can someone offer you 100,000 and you think it's okay? Guys, let's actually do this kind of balancing act, right? If you are 40, right, and someone offers you 100,000 rand, right, in order for you to swing something their way or whatever, right? Again, I ask you, right? When you get fired, right? When, not I didn't say if, when you get fired, right? Because in corporate now, the forensic tools that we use are so sophisticated it's not funny, right? I mean, we're finding things that we never thought was actually possible to find, right? So you ask yourself, when I lose my job, I lose my car, I have to take out my children from private schools, and I have to do this. Is this worth it, right? And I hope the answer you get to is it is not. Because, Tina, what we do, we look at now, right? And now is not enough because no one is going to employ you after your record shows that you have been dismissed in corporate South Africa for unethical conduct or corruption or anything like that. The people that are supporting you now, giving you the 100,000s and whatever, they forget about you. They go to the next guy. We won, right? So, and I hope you remember this. The second thing is your own ethical compass, right? I do not know what your ethical compass as an individual is like. But my boss, Otokyo, said to me when I became a deputy CEO, and thank God I was young when he said that, because I was about 24, 25. He said, Yolanda, right? Here, what is your Sunday Times test, right? Front page of Sunday Times. If your family, your friends, your colleagues, and everyone you know saw this story on the front page of a Sunday Times, would you be proud? Right? And if when you would be proud of that story, then your ethical compass ends there, right? If you would not be, it depends what the story is. I don't know what the story would be, right? But all I know is you actually have to be clear on that test for yourself. Would I be proud if what I'm doing right now, unseen to the rest of the world, right, had to come out into the public? If the answer is no, don't do it. That's how simple it is. Guys, there is no secret amongst two people, between two people, sorry. There is no such thing, right? Two people cannot have a secret. If you want a secret, keep it to yourself. Right? So never believe that someone who has a transactional relationship with you has a vested interest in preserving your reputation. I don't know why people actually believe that that is true, right? But what is someone who you just had a transactional relationship with now, who's going to pay you 100,000, has a vested interest in what your reputation will be in 2 years or 5 years. They have none, right? And these are important things, whether you're an entrepreneur or indeed if you are a corporate person. Those are my tests even today.
So, Yolanda, I think you summed it up very well, but I want to share something. So this week, we're a bit delayed. This week, we are going into our goal settings within the teams that we have. And I said to the teams to come up with, our vital behaviors and the cardinal sins. And interesting enough, we had all agreed that one of the cardinal sins is exactly what we're talking about now, the topic. But the behavior is to do the right thing even when no one is watching. And some of the team members looked at me and I was like, how does that become a behavior for us? I said, it does not become a behavior only in the workplace. It's also in your personal life, right? A value system is something that is your makeup.
Yeah.
It's where you come from. What you've been taught, your foundation that your life is built on. And when somebody asks you to do something that makes you feel uncomfortable, whether it's taking 100,000 or, rendering favors in other ways, how does it make you feel here? That's your gut feel. And apart from the best friend, the gut feel is the one you trust. Because when it's that feeling that you said, I think it was you said that feeling you had in your tummy when you went to your meeting and to your CEO. It's that feeling. It's made something is nervous. Now, in her case, it was nervousness about, or anxiousness about, how do I approach this guy? I'm so young. But when something makes you nervous, it's not right. It's not right. You are the creator of your own destiny. You in the driving seat of your life, okay? 100K today is gone tomorrow, okay? But you know what's there to live is the reputation. The reputational damage for us as women that have to work more harder to be seen, to get opportunities in life, it's just not worth it. And it's so hard. They say trust is earned. It takes a long time to earn somebody's trust because you've got to prove yourself. It takes a split second to lose it. And the one thing that makes me very mindful of situations like this is in 5 or 10 years to come, you never know how that ghost might come back to haunt you. And whose path are you going to cross again? And how are you going to have to explain it? In the business that I work in, there's a lot of traveling involved. Okay, so it's people covering the sport events every weekend, month after month, year after year, and that's what they do. They literally live out of a suitcase. And when we started introducing women into the workspace, I was very worried because I felt that there needed to be somebody who had this more senior role and more nurturing role towards the young ladies to explain to them certain things that you don't do when you're away for work. And without offending them, because you never know how the next person is going to take it if you're going to go and say, hey, don't do 1, 2, 3. I had to explain to them and use myself as an example by saying, you might be the only girl on the crew today of 30 guys. You've got 2 off days between the next soccer match. You're going to be staying at the hotel, boredom sets in. Do whatever you do, socialize, network, because it's about networking as well. But never lose your respect and your dignity. When that guy says, no, just come over, man, I'll be at my room, we can chat there. Don't do it. Because you have nobody else to prove your case wrong the next day. And that stigma that you, that reputation that you earn that day never goes away. It stays. And they chat. The guys chat amongst themselves. Hey, you know this one? Last night. So it's same. It's the same principle for me about doing anything untoward. If it makes you uneasy in here, don't do it.
Before you start, I know Sibu has to go, so once you've answered, I will allow you to excuse yourself if you need to step out. I will have one question. I'll direct it to Yolanda, and I'll be closing the panel after your answer.
This is such an important conversation to be had, especially as women, and then as entrepreneurs, and then as Black entrepreneurs. Because if I did half the things my counterparts did, I would be so much richer right now. That it is a reality. I have been told point blank period, there are jobs you don't get because we're not our sneaky necks. Yes, girl. I had someone call me Margaret Thatcher one time. I've had someone say, you're one of the boys, and I'm fine with that, I don't care, but they don't invite me to certain spaces or conversations because I'm not gonna give it up. I think one of the things that anchor me is that when I, the Lord, say the time is right. Right? Because there's so many jobs we could have gotten had we just did the thing that the others do. There are contracts we would have had more money in had we been willing to shave off some for other people. It's gotten, it did get to a point where it started to bug me, where it's just like, okay, cool. You know what, if that's how we play the game, that's the system, that's the rules, then let's see, let's try. And I failed because I don't know how to do their lives. I don't know. So
you don't know how to pass the envelope.
How do you have the conversation? So, okay, here's the budget. Do we put, like, because we don't know. They don't tell us. So the biggest danger, the biggest risk is that you're going to try and you're going to fail. And when you fail, boom, here comes the conversation about the reputation. So it's patience, but it's also what Yolanda said about your work speaking for you. Uthi, even if they go to the guy that gave them the brown envelope, because you're the one that actually knows how to do the work. So if you're able to just work on perfecting the craft, work on your offering, work on your product, work on your service, then unfortunately for those who have paid their way in, when it's your turn to show up and shine, you will be seen to be the right person to do the job. And it sounds easy right now for me to say it because we have actually built a runway of clients who know us and who consistently give us opportunities. Like, I've never had to give anyone a brown envelope at MultiChoice. And it's because they see us. They said, this product, this project is ours. We're going to build this company. The MultiChoice Innovation Fund, 8 people, only 8 companies were chosen out of thousands of entries to get funded, to be given money to grow and develop. And we got that opportunity because of work that was done, because of work that they saw. And because of the way it happened, there were too many people in the decision-making line for any one person to say, Manje mina, are you gonna break me off? And I'll say that's one of the things that we've done deliberately, is to work with a lot of people in the business. Because if this one today doesn't like us, someone else is going to be like, no, but they delivered the last time, give them a chance. If that person feels bad on a day, then the next person will say, no, but remember when they did that other thing, they were actually really good, give them a chance. So we're constantly proving ourselves. It's exhausting, yes, but we're constantly proving ourselves to as many people as possible so that the reputation is about they do good work, just give them the job. So it becomes difficult for the one who's getting the brown envelope to be like, nah, I want these people. So everyone in the room becomes like, why? Why them? We yasha. Because those are the conversations that happen. What are you getting? Now, oh, okay, you were overseas last week, but we know your salary because you earn like me. But you're always fighting for this one agency. Why? Then it starts conversations. It's like the girl-boy conversation. The agency brown envelope conversation is a very tricky one to shave off. So if you can avoid, as a supplier to anything, government department, private sector, if you can avoid that conversation being attached to your name, please wait for the day when the job is yours rightfully. I beg.
I beg. It was so important for me to ask that question because these are conversations that we don't have. And these are things that I know haunt a lot of people because it can get tough. And that's the truth. You know, no matter how ethical you are, no matter what morals you hold, there are days when you really think about, well, I'm going to do the job anyway. You know, I'm going to do the job. So I might as well be involved in this transaction. And I think it was important for me to have people who have a proven success record, who have had challenges getting there, to really share how they've navigated some of these situations. In closing, and I'm going to throw this question to Amanda because this is work that she's extremely passionate about. This is work,
Amanda, stop disturbing. Okanye, it's my twin sister, don't worry. She's
Amanda
here.
is actually Yolanda's twin sister. So I always get Amanda Yolanda confused. Yolanda, a different Amanda.
No, a different one, not this.
Okay, we'll talk about it during happy hour. You guys can come and ask me what I was talking about. But Yolanda started the Mentorship Boardroom, like I said, as a platform for people to access mentorship. How has mentorship been instrumental in your success? And what is the one thing you could tell anyone about mentorship that could help them get it right?
Shoo, Nkosi yam. How many of you have had mentors? Did you love the experience or hate it? Loved it, right? I have had very few people come to me and say, I've absolutely hated my mentorship experience. Very few, right? To make mentorship work, right? Firstly, you actually have to choose someone you admire, right? Because at the end of the day, when they say you become like the average of the people you spend the most people with, it is 100% true, right? If you hang around with anyone, if you hang around with Nomdeni, what happens is that you start getting her mannerism. Unconsciously, you know. You meet someone, like they batting eyelids. My neighbor, her name was Amanda, right? Amanda, you know. And Amanda had a stutter, right? I started stuttering in high school. Oh, mama, you know that. Right? But that is the truth. It is inorganic. You don't have to think about it. It's subconscious, right? So if you actually want to have the best outcome, only go for people you admire. Go for people who you think what they are doing is amazing. They are taking you in the direction that you want your destiny to be. If I collabo, you know, guys. Yes. Ukensani this morning we're in another function. She was lamenting for the people that sit on panels today, right? Have no content, have no track record, but they are imparting things to people as mentors and also as subject matter experts. Right? She was saying that, you know, Ukensani is bold. Yeah, we are insolent. And so it's important than who you choose, right? That's the first thing. The second thing is, guys, if you actually want to go a step beyond mentorship, because mentors generally give you perspective, some of them become sponsors in the end. However, the people who've got the right kind of fix in this thing are people who also get sponsors, right? Sponsors are the people that speak for you when you're not in the room. They are the people that says, hey, yamazi unomndeni, ngelo xesha kuthethwa ngento, something completely different, where that person would not be in the room, right? I got my name mentioned in places where I had no business being in, right? I mean, I remember even sitting in a table with Adrian, what's his name? Gore. Adrian Gore, right? Remember the climate change guy from the US, right? And, you know, not because I deserve to be there, right? Because my sponsor decided, ukuthi, hey, wenzani? Ngithi ngihleli endlini. Athi, hayi, gqoka man, wash and come. I'm like, what's going on? It's like Adrian is coming for dinner at my house, right? He wants to be with like 6 or 8 people. You're one of the 6 or 8 people, right? Right? That's what sponsors do, right? They actually write applications for you, right? I mean, my applications, I guess my YGL at World Economic Forum was actually, I still suspect today, although both of them don't admit it, was Tokyo and Jill Marcus, right? They are the ones that actually nominated me for YGL back in 2007, right? So you become one of the young global leaders, and you're exposed now to hundreds of other new leaders, right? You are able to sit in the same table with Jamie Dimon, the CEO of, I think he's amazing, CEO of JP Morgan Chase, right? You're able to sit with Bill Clinton, you're able to sit with this and have conversations, right? So that's what sponsors do. How do sponsors then find you? Unfortunately, you don't find your sponsor, right? Sponsors find you. They find you when they know go to Tumengan.
Yeah.
Right? Right? When you are busy doing you at the best kind of ability of you that you can be. Guys, we only want to associate labor to be successful, man.
Yes.
Right? Let's call it what it is. Ne? When you look at people that you want to befriend, are you looking at the least successful person? No. So why do you think people like me, Amanda, and others are going to actually go and choose someone who's sitting there in the corner and pull you out? They are here, they are here, they are here, they are here. You know, and then right? That's how it works. That's how it works, guys. That's how it works. That's how we do this thing. And then lastly, right? And lastly, is that every successful sports person has one thing. They have a coach, right? Every successful sports person has a coach, right? These are the people that we regard as highest performance individuals, right? And a coach. Tiger Woods has a coach, right? Usain Bolt has a coach. And then when, hi man, no, you can't be at the top of your game without someone at some point who knows the path. They don't know, like Usain Bolt's coach does not run faster than Usain Bolt. Nina Kisho, you want someone who runs faster than you. But they know how to get the best version of you out, the best performance out of you. You understand? They get you out, right? And it is important at some point in your life to have a coach, right? Please, guys, do yourself that favor. Do that investment in yourself, right? Even people like me have had coaches, right? I mean, I always talk about the beginning of COVID, right? Maqala COVID, ubane bekwazi ukwenza Microsoft Teams, nama Zoom meetings. Bakhona ngoku even like 4 years later who don't even know how to put, like, my background anjani njani. Have you seen that thing? 4 years later, hi guys, improve your game. Improve your game. Yabona mina again, eh? Let me tell you about me. What I did, as accomplished as I am, right? And I have lots of resources around me. right? I phoned a lady called Vumi Msweli. I'm like, hey, Vumi, this thing is new age, man. Right? Ngicela uzonceda, man. Yeah? Uvumi. I was like, okay, Yolanda, let's set you up. Right? So when you look at my original background, even Yolanda's, teams, I had everything. Yolanda, flower on the right. Mamela, you guys, a picture of a family on the left. Right? Hey, they were like, and what did it do? It made me automatically relatable every time I sat in front of that. So now people didn't understand, why does she feel comfortable, right? She actually said, when you sit, you actually sit this way. Ubane beyazi ukuthi fanele ajonge light, the direction of the light. All our desks, those who have study desks in there, and those, guys, where was your window versus your desk before COVID? Before COVID. Hi guys, your desk, the light was behind you. It wasn't in front of you. Anyone who says otherwise, you know. And where was your bookshelf? I'm sorry, guys. So me, a coach told me what to do, and it was 1 hour, right? You guys had to figure it out over a period of time. No, this is what happens. You must do it this way. You must do it that way. And then she actually said something very important to me around the interactions around Zoom and Teams meeting, right? There is a specific etiquette. You know, when you go to a normal meeting, you can be late by 5 minutes. Do you know in Teams you can't? Everyone look thinks that's weird, like there's something wrong with you. If you, and you can't be stuck in traffic either, right? So there is some etiquette that is required there. There's etiquette about the sequence of speaking, and then also around what you say, right? Because now only one person speaks. I come to know Eda to what, because when you are sitting like this, other people are agreeing and are seeing the body language and whatever. You don't have that working for you. So now how you articulate things becomes super, super important, especially as a leader, right? So all I'm saying here is that there are things that you are not born with, guys, that you need someone else to help you with. It might be your career and how to accelerate it. It might be different things. And I'm just using innocuous kind of example in this case. But guys, 3 elements that help us is our mentors, our sponsors, and definitely our coach. And 2 of those are 100% in our control. So let's use that to ensure that we're able to become the best versions of ourselves. Okay, that is my appeal to you.
Definitely the team that is managing time is about to kill me.
Yes.
But I always give this panel space to breathe. I don't think the corporate girls get a lot of opportunities to hear from high-flying corporate executives about real challenges that they're facing and how other people have explored solving for those problems. So thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and thank you, Sibu, for staying.
Thank you.
going to ask Yolanda and her cult, because I can see her people around her, to give us a chance to navigate this last conversation. Yolanda's not going anywhere. She had a conversation that she was part of in the morning, an event that she was part of in the morning, and her PA called me, and she says, Yolanda wants to know what time she's on because she wants to end at your event. So we have Yolanda up until we leave this space. The next conversation is by far my personal favorite. I know that the last one is a lot of people's favorites because we get a lot of women who are in corporate spaces and who are dying for that knowledge. This one is my favorite. I love talking about money. I love talking about money, especially with women. Especially with women. Because I know how women become when they have economic abundance and independence. I've seen how women have shaped their lives in a better way. I've seen how women have shaped their communities in a better way. I've seen how they've made bold, courageous decisions because they could afford their dreams. So I love having this conversation, and I'm so honored that Nedbank has agreed to go on this wild ride with me, because I came up with this wild idea where I said, what if we got 2 ladies from our tribe to be part of this conversation, to tell us their true story of the challenges they face, the things that they've won in, and how they are seeking help. Nedbank was kind enough, the team, I sent them a message this morning and I said, thank you for agreeing to this wild idea, because it is definitely a wild card, but it's one of the things I love about the brand. It is their courage to be experiential and to understand their consumers better. So I am going to welcome Kensani Nobanda on stage, who is coming on the panel as an expert, not as an expert, as a representative of the Nedbank brand, and therefore sharing with us some of the insights around how they've explored, particularly the female economy. I'm correct. Thank you for being with us. And then I'm going to invite our 2 ladies who are bold enough to say, we want to share our stories because we are dying to get help. We want to go on a financial transformation journey. And if this is our chance to change our lives, we're taking it and we're going to tell our story. Lisigo and Lisigo. It was a coincidence. Dr. Frank, to the stage, the only gentleman in this panel, but not the only gentleman in our panel today. And Dr. Frank is a head of financial wellness and advisory at Nedbank. I actually was thrilled that Nedbank has a role like this, which particularly focuses on financial wellness.
Yolanda doesn't believe it.
Oh, I'm right? I was really thrilled when I found out there is a role like this. I did read through your biography as well, and I said, I need help from Dr. Frank myself. So I am thrilled to be having this conversation with you. Kenzie, I interfaced with the Nedbank team, particularly your team, around your passion and ambitions in understanding the female economy. I was blown away, firstly, that there was such deliberateness around better understanding this consumer and what their needs are and how you can help them. The bank can help them. I feel like Nedbank people embody the brand so much. When I say you, I'm talking about Kenzie and Nedbank, just so that everyone is aware. What was the motivation? What is the curiosity around this particular demographic for the organization and for yourself?
Yeah, thanks for that, Numdeni. Hi, everyone. Hey. Thank you for having me. I guess maybe let's take a step back. It's always an interesting one for me, right? Because if you think about, especially, I guess, in the apartheid era, who was holding families together financially? Women. If you think about it even now, like men might, before I got married, I remember getting advice, and I won't say from who, but if I told you from who, it would be very funny. And this guy said to me, man, actually very old man, he said to me, you know, with your husband, he must be the head of the house, but you must be the neck. So what does the neck do? That's the person who actually moves the head and controls the head. It was actually the chairman of PSL who gave me this advice, which is why I think it's very funny. The reason I say it is because in many ways, women have actually been managing household finances, ensuring that families are able to get by, even with however much that they have. So I guess as a starting point, it's not like we had this big aha, right? Like, it's actually always been there. It's just never been something that I guess as an organization or many organizations have really focused on. And if you look at banking advertising, and I'll raise my hand on this, banking advertising, you would really think men they might be the ones bringing the money, but the people who are the ones who are making sure that the money goes long, helps the family, is actually women. So when we sort of sat on that insight, we then said we actually need to make sure that we're creating solutions that ensure that we help women to be able to, achieve what they can. Yeah. I think that's the first part in taking a step back. I think there's a couple of other things. If you just look at what's happened with females over the last few years. So firstly, a lot of focus on development and all of that has been around women. In fact, that's why there's probably programs like Mentor a Boy Child and all of that, because there's maybe a realization that there's been too much focus on women. But what that's done for women is it's given us opportunities that we never had in the past. So what does that mean? If you look at from an earning perspective, so in general, if you take 100% of the economy and you look at how much of that economy women are earning, in the last few years, it's gone from 20% to 26%. So it's still very low at 26%, but it's growing. If you look at from an education perspective, there's more women in South Africa getting degrees versus men. Women are actually challenging themselves much more to be more successful. So if you ignore, so there's a selfish thing, of course, as a bank, right? Because you're basically ignoring a space in the market in the context of the sort of things that you can do, the sort of products and services that you can do that can actually incredibly grow your own business and your own organization. And we should never shy away from saying that we want to target women quite specifically. I know Lizzie is in the room. She's at Nedbank, and when we talk about the female economy, it is massive. So that's actually why for us, it's something that we think is a massive growth vector, a massive growth driver for the organization. But I also think will have a big impact on family in South Africa because of the role that women play. But tonight we don't want to go to Konka and flash bottles, right? Yes. We want to make sure that actually our families are surviving and that we are making a positive impact. And that's why it's important that women then get empowered as they go through that journey. But I have to say, Nomdeni, like I say, we've been doing it. And that's the thing that as women we must own. The reason a lot of, especially Black South African families are where they are right now, most of us, how we got to varsity is our moms, like more than anything else,
Thank you, Kenzie. Dr. Frank, I'm going to come to you. And I would love for you to share a little bit about what inspired you to take on this journey of better understanding or participating in financial wellness, just as a conversation, as an expert in the space. I feel like it's a job I could have done if I had known earlier that there's something like that. But because of my passion in seeing people economically independent and how I see so often that it's information, lack of information and access that really trips people up from their ability to take their lives to the next level. What has been your journey and what has been the inspirations for you to be working where you are, doing the work that you do? And maybe share a little bit about what it has been and what you've studied.
Thank you for the opportunity, fantastic. I just want to start by saying, I'm feeling very special today. Just saying, right? What an awesome opportunity. And it really gives me a privilege to get an opportunity to say a couple of things that we're very passionate about, particularly at Nedbank, around women and money. At Nedbank, one of the things that excites me every single day to work there is really this idea that we look each other in the eyes and we say, we money experts to do good. What does that mean? And I'll link that to my own money journey. I think it says a couple of things. The first is money is so central to our lives. whether we like it or not, right? To get something to eat, to go to work, you need money to pay for rates. Yet, is it not amazing that something so central in our lives, we hardly get an opportunity to learn how to manage it? I want you to reflect on your own life, where the dinner table discussions around, in our household, this is money that comes in, and it's not necessarily Abasali telling you how much, but kind of giving you the awareness that there's things to pay for, money comes in, perhaps, you know, they have a loan on this car or even on this house. It hardly happens. And what is the outcome of that? It's mistakes. Not that mistakes are necessarily bad, because we can learn from them, but there are certainly some mistakes that we should avoid. We don't need to pay for them, you know? And so, for me, when you say money expects that you good, and my own journey, it's really anchored on my own experiences. I'll tell you briefly a couple of things. I've been married for 25 years. And I've embarrassed my wife a lot about money. So let me tell you the one that turned the direction. So I'm working in an asset management firm in 1998, and yeah. I always laugh a little bit when I think about it, because it was such a turning point. So we had a little flat in Braamfontein. Because I'm one of those guys, I kind of said to my wife in 97, we're doing honors, and I said to her, it was the most unromantic proposal. So I kind of just said, Tuli, how about, then I did like kind of a little bit of a pause. And I looked, we kind of, just start our life together. And she's like, what do you mean? I'm like, you're finishing your degree this year, I'm finishing my degree next year, you know. And she agreed. How crazy is that? How crazy is that? And so we start together, very young, earning so little, 42,000 a year, that's what I was earning in 98. She's earning 36,000 a year. Please, the news were actually a year, not a month. January 98 to June 98, I've accumulated so much debt. You know the thing we call latex today? Supporting extended family, first person in the house to get a degree, little bit of catch-up consumption, I buy this awesome VTech, all those little things. So much so that June 98, I owe over 80,000. And I earn, as I just said, 42. Before I know it, we used to say those days, they've put me at the ITC. You know that expression, right? Which means I'm now blacklisted. I have gone to my... Yes! I don't know if the panel knew. Kenzie, I don't know. Is it okay for me to say this?
Absolutely.
My boss is in the audience. I didn't say it at the interview. Anyway, I've said it. It's out. I get blacklisted. I'm struggling with money. Yeah. Then I'm at OK Bazaars. Jorison Street, Braamfontein. The trolley is full. Utululwano tool is right by me. I swipe. You know they give you those fancy cards when you've just graduated. You can see where this is going. Swipe, decline. Confidently, I say, oh, there's money there. It's the machine. Take 2, decline. And then they politely say, can you go to the office and kind of talk to the man? They'll phone the bank. They phone the bank. To cut a long story short, there's no money. And you have to leave the trolley. And you have to walk out. You know, that day, I said to myself, there has to be another way. This is too stressful. I can't continue a life like this. I committed to manage money better. That was the beginning of me working towards getting my master's in finance, becoming a certified financial planner. So what turned it around for me was financial stress. It was too much. It was the arguments in the house. We just got married. And yakaban about money, you know. And so for me, what a privilege to be at Nedbank. What a privilege every single day. I've just come from Alex. right? Helping entrepreneurs manage money. Why? I want to go back to what Kenzie said. It's not about money. It's about households. When a family is stressed about money, when a parent says, sorry, I can't even get you a little meal that I've been promising, a happy meal. It's not about the parent saying no. It's about the kid saying, I can't trust this parent.
Yes.
How can they not have 15 rand? They said last month they would have it. And this month they don't have it. And next month they don't have it. Can you see the impact on parenting?
Yeah.
Can you see the impact on parenting?
Yeah.
And it's not only the parent. Then there's shame. I'm ashamed. I can't get my kids a happy meal. And so for us at Nedbank, for me, the passion is how can we empower people to manage something so central, something we don't get trained when you're growing up. If we can do that, it's not about money. We're nation building. I'm a nation builder. That's how I see my job. Thank you. Long answer.
I love it. Absolutely love it. I really, really love how you contextualize, I think, a passion that I share, and I say it all the time, this idea of having money conversations as a nation-building exercise. I'm going to go to Lesego and Lesego. They do not know each other. They ended up here by just deciding that they're going to fill in a financial wellness form that we shared in the week. We literally turned this around, I think, in 3 days. And we got so many women signing up and saying, we would love to take part in this transformational journey. And there's something that Dr. Frank touched on now, which was going to be a segue to my question to the ladies. This idea of shame around our inability to pursue a specific task. That could be groceries, that could be shopping. For someone else, it could be getting a Louis Vuitton bag because that's what everyone has around them. It differs for everyone at different levels. But all of it carries shame. Lesego and Lesego, I want to understand how you went over the hurdle of, should I decide to participate in this? Am I not ashamed of what people will think of me? What was the driver for you to share your story? And if you're comfortable, please do share your story with our audience today.
Which Lesego?
Any Lesego.
All right. For me, I just want to be free. It's as simple as that. I want financial freedom. I have 2 little girls, and you know.
Was that a way?
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and I want to be serious. I want to be disciplined. I want to change my mindset about money. For me, you know, to do things because I really can afford them, not because it's just an impulsive decision. But now I've also got children, and I have to make sure that, you know, they are provided for, and I want to instill good money habits within them. So it's just that good understanding of money. You know, I know like sometimes we get financial advisors and you get this product and this product and product, but I think what I've learned is that it's more than that. You know, there's a psychology, there's a mindset that you need to address as well. So that's why I want to go into this journey.
Please, we have to clap for her.
Wow.
Lesego.
I don't think there'll ever be a better moment to say thank you to Nedbank and to Agenda Women for this opportunity. What may sometimes feel like just getting an event done or doing what your job requires of you, you never really know the impact it has in someone else's life. And for that, I'd like to say thank you so much. I remain indebted. I have no doubt whatsoever that the coming years of my life are built on this moment and the journey I'm going to be taken on for the coming 12 months. For that, let me say thank you. Thank you so much. On my journey with money, I said it in my story when I was applying to be here. And I said that I come from a household where, not even just a household, a lineage where I have not seen anyone model a healthy relationship with money. And what that meant is that
those who have it are enslaved by it. So they have it to demonstrate that they have it. Their goal with having money is to show people that they have it. And what that does is that more than being focused on outrunning poverty, you're focused on depicting having arrived at a destination of financial freedom. And what that did for me is that, so I'm 24 years of age. I did. I'm gonna give the context for that. I don't usually just give away my age, but I thought I should now. So I'm from Burgersfort, and when I completed my matric, I told my parents I want to go study in Cape Town. Coming from a family where just getting me basic education seemed luxurious, my dad took me out of my other siblings and said, I hope you pass so that they can also go. So without placing an ultimatum on me, I knew that the stakes were high. And I knew what I had to make out of that. When I told my parents I want to go study in Cape Town, the conversation was not a one-day conversation. They called my uncles from Oliven to come and channel me because I was delusional. At the time, we hadn't even received our matric results, you know, and I was firm on it. I'm going to study in Cape Town. And ultimately, I told my mom that the reason it's important that you release me out of everything I've known is because I will not know what to mirror if the only thing I am exposed to is this. And she did, you know, she did. She released me. I did my LLB at the University of Western Cape, and that was the beginning of my life. In 2020, I completed my Bachelor of Laws. And in 2021, I was unemployed. 2021, I'm unemployed. And now I don't know how to face my dad, who put everything he had into making me what I am. And what I did was to take any job that I could get. I remember having to put away my law degree and work, just make money. And beginning of the year, I earmarked a firm, a black-owned firm in Sandton, and I said, I'm going to work there. And I got offers from other law firms, but they were not that one, and I had to turn them down, despite poverty. I had to turn them down because I knew what it is that I wanted. But now coming to the story of shame. It's no doubt that poverty strips you of your dignity. It makes you feel less than your counterparts. It makes you feel like you have nothing to offer, not just financially, but to conversations, because your voice is backed by nothing. And my decision was that guys. And just to, you know, just to answer your question of how I decided my story is worth sharing, the reason I said my age is because I wanted to be known that I'm not where I want to be financially, but I know that I am not where I was. And that is the important part. And that in my pursuit of some sort of financial freedom, I have prayed for one thing and one thing only, that when the resources come, I am not a slave to them. Because they are not meant to be served by me. They are meant to serve me. And because I have gotten that opportunity, I can stand here and share my story and share pictures of where I come from and how we are working to transform that without feeling shame. Because once you own something, it cannot strip you of anything. But it's when we buy Gucci, when we buy LV, when we don't really afford it, that we are not owning our circumstances. So when someone posts a picture of where we come from, under the post where we've posted an 80,000 bag, that we are stripped of that which we were trying to buy, which is worth. And I learned that money is not supposed to govern me. And because of that, every cent that I get now, other than paying rent and, you know, standard costs of having to live, I am building at home. I'm building at home because anyone who has done their articles, I hope my employers won't see this, they will tell you that it's a challenging journey. It's something, it takes everything from you. So what I decided is that if it's going to cost me this much, I might as well put it into something I'll be able to look back at and say, this is what I lost, but this is what I gained for my family.
Awesome. Nice. Well done. Well done. Sure. Thank you. Sure. Well done.
Sure. You know, when I spoke to Rachel and Nonji at Nedbank about this panel,
Oh, nice, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, this is the last time. When I spoke to Nonji and Rachel about this panel, I said we're going to change people's lives. And I have to tell you, we picked Lesego and Lesego without vetting them or talking to them. I said, Rachel, I know this community.
Yeah.
I know these women. They said, do you think we can pull it off? I said, I know them. I know their struggles, but I also know their might. The reason I'm crying is because this is why I do the work I do.
Yeah.
It's these stories. It's what we're going to see 12 months from now.
Yeah.
So I'm going to stop crying now and go to Kenzie. Kenzie.
You've been crying the whole day.
It was just the morning, and now the ending always gets me. Kenzie, you guys at Nedbank have done a lot of work around better understanding how money habits shape people's behaviors. There's a lot that Lesego has spoken to that really is anchored around her identifying that the behaviors that were in her community, in her home, were going to shape her habits. And she needed to move away to kind of figure out what's new and what's out there. What were key insights that you could share with us today that you discovered around how our behaviors and the behaviors we see around us start to shape our habits when it comes to money?
Yeah, so I think it's such a good question. I think it was about 5 years ago, one of the big insights we discovered was that people are very comfortable to talk about their relationships. They can talk about death. But when it comes to a money conversation, people don't want to have it. So firstly, I think incredible for you two, ladies, to be able to come here and be to have that conversation. And it's so unfortunate because, I talk about you must face your money. Guys, even if you look away, the situation doesn't change. Doesn't matter, it's the situation. So you have to face your money. And when we recognized that, we worked actually with a psychologist. And what we discovered was that a lot of money habits they come from sometimes a lot of unconscious stuff. How we've been brought up, things that have been said to us, the people that we're with. So we identified 8 archetypes in terms of how people, how they are with money. I'll give you an example. I'm a gifter. And it's important to understand that I'm a gifter, right? Because it means I probably, when I want people to like me, or when I want to please people, I buy them shit. You know what I mean, right? And that's not the best way of spending my money, honestly speaking. And there's different archetypes, and you need to be clear what your archetype is. So we've actually got a survey that you can fill in, and you'll be quite clear what your archetype is. In that archetype, we also tell you, before you even go to in-depth, you can very quickly understand what does that archetype mean in terms of how I spend money? What does it mean in terms of my relationships with other people? Because money is actually, it's a thing, right? Whether it's a car, but it's so deeply psychological, which is why we actually worked with a psychologist to really be able to help people understand what is my relationship with money. And a lot of us have got very bad relationships with money. When we did that work, there were 3 insights that drove actually the campaign that we did at that time. The first insight was 2 out of 3 South Africans spend more than they earn. 2 out of 3 South Africans. 70% of businesses in South Africa fail in their first 2 years of operations because they don't know how to manage money. You can have a fantastic business idea, but fundamentally, if you don't know how to manage money, it's going to fail. And the last insight we had, and this is a big psychological thing around getting rich quick thing in South Africa, right? Pyramid schemes. We actually found that about 30-40% of South Africans lose money in pyramid schemes. And because you, and yes, we are born a good pyramid scheme. But you think, no, maybe I'm the first one, maybe, you know. So we did a campaign called Money Secrets, which was really around saying to South Africans, it's time to talk about the hardest thing to talk about, money. And it's a conversation that is, a lot of us didn't grow up with. I'll give maybe a personal thing. I was incredibly fortunate growing up that my parents, so I would say to them, I grew up in a normal middle-class family and went to a private school in Eswatini, and I would see my friends, Swati girl, that's how I'm wearing. And I would say to my parents, like, oh, I want Levi's jeans or whatever. So my mom would say, no problem. Here's your dad and your and I's income. They would show me their salaries. Here's the family expenses, and they would show me. Then they would say, do you still want those Levi's? And I would go, no. Like, so from a very young age, I was taught the understanding of income, just a basic level of income and expenses and stuff. And it was such a useful conversation for me. But a lot of us never grew up like that. So by the time we get to be lawyers at the black law firm that we want, and you just don't know, like, how do I, you know, and you're caught up and you don't understand your money behavior, you don't understand your money psychology, the things and that you're going to make. Dr. Frank was very lucky that he picked it up very quickly. A lot of people don't. If you look at our bank's results that we just released maybe 2-3 weeks ago, the bad debts and the impairments that all banks have at the moment, where people just cannot pay for the stuff that they have. South Africa's economy right now is not growing the way it should be growing. Jobs are not there. So it is a tough economic condition. And if you don't manage yourself and manage your own money and understand your relationship with money, you're actually gonna, I don't want to say the word, yourself up. Like, that's what, I'm trying to be a better human being.
I love that, Kenzie, that, we're not only speaking to ideologies, we're speaking to data and facts. We're speaking, you both sit in a position where you have access to what is really, I hope you don't have access to my account. You have access to really what is going on truthfully when it comes to South Africa and some of the challenges that we're facing. Dr. Frank, in the work that you do, I'm curious, when you interface particularly with the female client, what are some of the habits, the money habits that you see consistently in how we're engaging with money?
Oh, what a powerful question. And we've been talking a lot about it in August, being Women's Month, Happy Women's Month.
Thank you.
Right? And so there are unique relationships that women have with money. It's not good or bad. It's just about awareness, right? So I don't want you to judge them as good or bad, but also I want you to reflect on them in your own personal space, because when we do the research, it's in general, we interview 1,500 women and we find the following and we generalize, right? It might not be exactly you, but these are general trends in SA and even in Europe and North America. What is the first one, right, that I see? It's this amazing idea that, generally speaking, women are okay with the idea of saving. Meaning, I'm going to put money aside and not spend it. Right? That's saving. So we give a tick on that. However, we have a problem. Because women are not comfortable with investing. Investing means I am going to take some of my money. I want to grow it. But to grow it, I'm going to have to take some risk. It could be buying a property. It could be putting it in shares on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. It could be putting it in exchange, in any product that have more risk than a bank account, right? Then you find out that, I'm going to lose my money. You know, I want to see it, I want it here growing, right? But it doesn't really grow in your bank account. Think of most successful women you admire. I can tell you, who have made it. They didn't make it by having their money in a fixed deposit account. They take risk. They take risk. You start a business, there's Amanda. You start a business. That's taking risk. You put in your hard-earned money in an idea and you hope, pray, wish it's going to be okay. That's taking risk, right? So one example is this idea that generally you find, so we call it women generally exhibit or show low risk tolerance. I don't want to lose this money, so I'm not going to invest. Right? Where does it come from? That's the second thing. Where does it come from? So Kenzie touched a little bit on it. It comes from lack or low financial knowledge. I just don't know. I hear someone had money in African bank. Yo, what happened to African bank? You get a few examples. And then someone said, Kamelangani, Steinhoff. Do you know I saw the drama? I saw it on Showmax. Put your money in shares, it goes. So you've got all these negative stereotypes, and you don't go and explore them. So financial education plays a big role, because when you are empowered with knowledge, you say to yourself, okay, but let me read up on it myself. Let me try it. I've got a little bit of money that I am prepared to put aside. I don't need it for the next 2 to 3 years. Let me buy a few shares. Let me tell you what happens to you when you buy shares. You know, you hear about share price going up, down, Bruce Whitfield, 702, what, ne? Kenzie, Nedbank results. Hey, that's out there. Just do yourself a favor. Buy 100 Nedbank shares. Buy 100 Woolworths shares, ShopRite, Discam, any listed, MTN, Vodacom. These brands we consume. They say the economy is slowing down. You run to check what's happening with your shares. Because you want to know the impact of changes in the economy on my money. And that's how you learn. And by the way, you don't need thousands to own shares. You can just put a little bit. And the knowledge, the getting your statement from the company and learning about what are they doing, is it growing or not, it improves your level of knowledge, right? And for me, that's the other thing I've seen. So the investing part is linked to this idea that, but I don't know, let me not maybe experiment because I just don't know. So knowledge. The last big one for me is the following. So investing and financial education. The other interesting one is this idea that often, and I think of my mom, standard one education, my father was a taxi driver, so my mom just left it to him, right? So I would not be doing justice to this platform if I don't mention this, socialization, because I also don't want it to come out as we're blaming women, right? My goodness, these texts are hard. There is so much against you. It's a fact. How do I know? Because, one, growing up, parents, and they love it, they're doing what society says they must do, and that's the best they know. They socialize us. They talk to money differently to boys and girls. They give you a picture, you know what, you'll find someone, even though they don't verbalize it, you get married, everything's going to be okay. The other one, you must work hard, you're going to work, you're going to this. Subtle messages around money, right? So there's a big impact on how you raised up. And there's an underlying psychology that just says, but I don't need to be involved in this. Someone will. Ladies, I want to tell you today on this awesome platform, no, own your money. Kenzie said it. No one is going to do it for you. No one is going to do it for you. Eh? You see, I'm also doing what I learned from my daughter. I'm going to tell you, did you see? No one is going to do it for you. I learned it from my 20-year-old daughter. So, No one is going to come and rescue you. You need to manage your money. You need to be interested. You need to learn. And you need to challenge this societal thing that says, no, someone is going to do it for you. And let me tell you, you touched on it, Lesego. If you don't do it, ladies, I want you to reflect on this. Your discussions, if you've got kids, nieces, with friends, what are you discussing about money? Because if we want to break this cycle, we got to have conversations that says, show me, did you get your credit score? And then someone says, hi, come on, you need a credit score. Then empower them because you know. So if you don't talk about it, who is talking about it? And for me, those are the three big things: investing, financial education, and kind of socialization. Society wants you to play in a certain kind of, they put you in a box as a woman and money. Break out of that.
Break out of it.
Break out of it. I absolutely love how you touched on the last part around socialization and what we're talking about as girls when it comes to money.
Yes.
Because when you really start to reflect about the last conversation you had with your girlfriends around money, it could potentially, percentage-wise, I'm not doing any research, could really have led to the idea of, you know, I just want a partner who can just take care of everything. I say it sometimes when I'm tired, and I'm like, I just want to bake cupcakes and have a billionaire or something happening because I'm tired. And it is these nuances of socialization that allow statements like that to even be jokes. But it's true. The first time I came across an app, I'm not going to mention names, where I could buy shares, it was through a male partner who encouraged me to explore those possibilities. And I've never looked back. It is the simplest thing to buy shares. I was also shocked by how many people don't know how cheap it is to access shares. I did go ahead and buy shares, and I'm very, very happy because I chose the ones that have dividends as well. So now and again, I get a little bit of money coming in, which I then reinvest into buying more shares. And I think it's such a powerful conversation to also have with women because we have children. What I then did is I got my kids to download the same app and told them they need to buy shares. So as little as 100 rands.
Correct.
As little as 100 rands. I'm going to tell you guys what the app is. I can't talk about it here. As little as 100 rands. I will definitely share. I will definitely share the app.
We have one as well.
As little as 100 rands, you can buy shares. The reason I wanted to make sure that I don't talk about it is because I do want almost a concentrated journey that we all go on. And I do want to bring, I did say, there was a lady here who came to me who had also applied to be part of this conversation but didn't make it. And I said to her, I'm so sorry, the Listicho's got the opportunity. And she said, I really, really wanted it. I know how desperate people are to change their financial lives. And there are so many opportunities that are available. We just need to get the right information.
Correct.
So my children have this app. Another thing that I just need to mention this, trade tax-free savings accounts. Not just for adults, but for children. To start them off young, because it's going to link back to the question I'm going to go to Kenzie about, which is retirement. And I'm speaking about things that are on my mind, things that women are talking about around me. I am turning 40 next year. I am counting back already. I don't know if it happens with everyone. You hit an age and you're like, okay, I potentially have this much left. And I start to do the math around, okay, if I started at 25 and I did this and that and that, and now I'm starting at 40, okay, then I need to kind of hurry it up and figure out how that works. And it's a little tougher when you start late. The reason I'm sharing this is because if you have children, the best gift you can give them is to solve some of these problems and start to put these behaviors as habits in their own lives. Kenzie, let's talk retirement.
So before I get to retirement, I just want to build on just a point that Dr. Frank made around investments. Because, so what we have at banks, right, is we call it lazy money, where people just leave their money in their bank account. It's actually lazy money, it's your money, and you could be making a lot more out of it, and that's why investments is important. And the thing with investments, though, is you must have a long-term view. So you can take any stock exchange over the last 10 years and look at the returns over the last 10 years. I can tell you, you might have dipped in year 3, year 5 will up, year 6, but 10 year, 15 year, it will grow. You just have to be patient and ensure that you don't now run and remove your money and all of that, which is what a lot of people do. So I just wanted to land that. And then on the children thing, and not necessarily selling the brand here, but I will. So we've just launched a game called Chowtown on Roblox, and it basically teaches kids to be entrepreneurs. So you go into the game, and as a child, you open a restaurant, you learn how to sell, you learn how to market, you learn how to manage your money, how much stock should you buy in order to be able to sell to your clients and all of that. We currently have about 100,000 kids on it, and so for me, the point on like starting kids young on understanding money is like really important. But let me get to retirement. Again, we work on facts and data. Here is a brutal fact about South Africans, which is going to be the same for everyone in this room. 90% of South Africans cannot afford to retire. 90. And it is...
must take that in first, Kenzie. Just let's take it
There was
in.
definitely a voice that said, that's not money.
It's a
90% of South Africans cannot afford to retire. For us as a bank, it is important that we help you move from that 90%. Dr. Frank can speak a lot more about the stuff that we have. But again, it's a mindset shift, right? Because you think to yourself, will I even get to 60? Like, you're like, why am I worried about things that far off? No, you must worry about things that far off. And for me, I know like you might get to 40 and think it's never too late. You might have to invest more, take higher risks because actually you are older. That's okay. But you don't want to get to that point where you actually realize I'm 70, 75, 80 years old and I have to continue working because I actually can't afford to retire. And I don't know, Dr. Frank, if you want to speak about some of the stuff that we have. Yeah,
I can just add a couple of things. You know, what's so interesting about retirement, just build on Kenzie's idea first, is somehow you just think you'll be okay when you get there. Right? Kind of the mind just tricks you. You just think, I'll be okay. You know, you don't plan. When we do interviews in our financial education network, that's one common thing. That I'm surprised I'm 55, but I don't have, I haven't put anything aside. People often change jobs and, we cash in our pension and we lose, kind of growth from it. So I can certainly tell you that one of the biggest challenges that we have found at Nedbank that make people not prepare well for retirement, it's this idea of, I am faced with problems of today. I've got financial stress today. I need to survive today. So the today pulls us so much that we whether we deliberate or not, it's another point, but we just can't get to the planning for the future, right? That's one thing. I think the other thing I want to add, and to bring to your idea of kids, and can say also the Chowtown, is this. One of the biggest things, I want you to reflect on it yourself. What is one of the biggest wealth destroyers for all of us here? Men and female, right? Yes, death is an outcome of that, but before you even get to that, it's a psychological thing. What is it called? You know, like when you in the movie, da-da-da-da, drum roll before it comes. It's this instant gratification. I want it now, right? And so, I'm not prepared to put aside I'm not prepared to wait. For me, it takes back, and you can see here without revealing my age, it takes me back to the good old lay-by. Imagine how disciplined our parents were. 6 months, Buffett. 6 months of putting, then you go and get it. I'm simply saying to you, you need to reflect what role does instant gratification play in your life? Because if you can't solve for instant gratification, you're going to have problems in retirement. Because you spend it now. We don't plan. You can't wait. You're impatient. You find reasons, to kind of, I get it and I want it now, right? And so, if we pull all that together, what is it that we've done as a bank? And our competitors are also doing that. It's this. For me, it's one thing. I look at when I started, you think of a budget. You're thinking of maybe taking a piece of paper and you must write, or if you're good, you do it on Excel. But I mean, it's a chore, it's hard. Good people, I want to say this to you. We know women, by the way, from also our research, planning, that's a strength among many women. Planning, right? And so, if we can marry that planning skill with budgeting, you don't need to do it on paper. Guys, you have an app.
Our app does it for you.
Our app does it for you there, right? So, guys, there are so many apps.
It works.
There are so many. Make technology work for you. Can I give you an example that drives what Kenzie's saying about retirement, right? So I want to put him on aside. But I know, my goodness, I know my money archetype, if I'm the giver. For some, a money archetype is about status, right? All those might not help us prepare for retirement. So we're saying, money, whilst it's rands and cents, I hope you have got the sense that this thing, and you mean, it's about psychology. It's here. It's your mindset. It's what money means to you. So you got to know what money means to you. Then you must protect yourself. From who? From yourself. You say, I know when it's in the account, I spend it. I don't even want to think about it. What am I going to do? I'm just going to make an automatic stop-out from my check account into a savings account, into my unit. I don't even have to think about it. Whether it's 100, whether it's 1,000, it doesn't matter. Often people say to me, Kent, Dr. Max, 100 rand. Malingane. I say, oh, wait a minute. What's 100 times 6? Then they say 600. I'm saying, 600? Is it little? I'm going to get 600. Do you have 600? Right? And then you say times 12, 1,200. Do you have 1,200 lying around? If you put 100 rands a month and you don't touch it for 12 months, 1,200 you didn't have. And if you automate through apps, if you tell the app to track your expenses, you don't even have to do it yourself. It picks up over time. You shop here, this is fuel, this is clothes, this is food, this is transport, and suddenly the budget is done for you. Why? Because you made such a powerful point. The point about money, it must save us. We must be in the driving seat. So a budget is just a spending plan. You're telling the money where to go. So you reflect on that app and you say, I'm spending 50% on this category. Let's just say needs. Yeah, this is okay for day to day. I'm spending 40% on ones, but I'm not saving. Maybe that's a little bit too much. Right? And there's no judging. It's you asking yourself this powerful question. The way I'm spending money today, is it serving me well? Is it taking me to the future? That we had Yolanda talking about your future 10, 15 years. So just sit back and say to yourself, my spending patterns, are they getting me to where I want to be, in 10 years? Are they getting me to come to a point on retirement? To retirement, it starts today by just having the discipline. Finish off on retirement. Ladies, I have to ask you this. When last did you look at if you're in formal employment, your benefit statement? How many of you go and say, where is the money? Where is it invested? How much do I have now? How is it growing? Our research at Nedbank tells us, most people start working. They want more money to take home. They take less risk with their pension money. And they put it in cash-like instruments, a money market, that have low returns and low risk. And they never change it. And so it doesn't grow. So I would like to offer you what we offer when you do financial training at Nedbank. When did you last have a date with your money? When? Once a week? Once a month? Have a date with your money. Have a conversation. Am I managing it so that I'm financially well and I get to this future that Yolanda spoke about with the way I'm managing my money, including retirement?
At this point, my team might actually lift my chair and put me in the bathroom for time management. Everywhere I look, someone is...
You're in trouble.
I'm going to stop this conversation here because this is not where it ends. This is not where it ends. It was very interesting when you said money dates because I said we're going to have several money dates.
Absolutely.
Going into the end of the year because we all know there's a Christmas shopping situation that's coming.
And
We all
gifting.
know that there's gifting, Kenzie. Kenzie, hold on to your purse. We all know that January rolls in and then the school fees. It's so crazy how we repeat the same cycles over and over again. And in the same way that Dr. Frank mentions, we can't even judge it because this is habitual. And the only way to change habit into intersect it with a new and positive habit. So our new and positive habit for Agenda Women going forward will be establishing money dates.
Yeah.
So I'm going to close this conversation here. Thank you, Lisigo and Lisigo, for your courage.
Thank you. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kenzie, for your insights. I am a big believer in data giving us the opportunity to introspect and to make different decisions. And that's why I love the work that you guys do because it's so data-driven. It's not just an idea that came from a marketing office somewhere. It is a data-backed idea and concept that you're sharing with us. And Dr. Frank, for the stories and the insights as well. This is going to be the end of the panels. We're going to move into Mental Power Hour. Before we do, I will invite a representative from Glade who are presenting Mental Power Hour to us this year to have a quick word. It's not going to be a conversation because we will be standing. So as soon as my panel gets off stage, we will go ahead and have that quick word from Glade around why they decided to power Mental Power Hour. Thank you so much to everyone in the Netback panel. To the Netbank panel, and thank you immensely to the Netbank team for trusting us with this opportunity. This is not where it ends. I am now even more confident that this is work that we need to be doing because it is nation building. So when I talk about money, I'm building the nation. It's not just for vibes. I am building the nation. Nation builder over here. Come on stage. We had an amazing opportunity this year, and I always am transparent and very truthful with how we work, and particularly how we work with our partners. We were approached by Glade, and I'm saying this because I always want to champion brands that are bold enough to say, we are going to invest in women. I cannot tell you how tough it is to get brands to understand the impact of investing in women. We all know that women change communities. And for Glade to actually reach out to us and say, how can we empower the women that are going to be part of this conversation? We showed them everything that we do in this platform. We had an absolutely pleasant interaction going back and forth because more than anything, they read through everything that we work on and they said, maybe let's try this one. I won't tell you which one they started with. Then they said, you know what, maybe this one will be more impactful. So I am excited to have Glade as a partner. They want to really speak through mentorship as a tool and vehicle that will empower women. I'll give you the stage to share a little bit about why this work is important for you.
Hello, everybody. Lovely to see you all. My name is Rashmi. I'm the marketing manager at SC Johnson, and one of the brands that I look after is Glade. So I wanted to give you a little bit of insight into how we actually got to this campaign. A couple of years back, when I was actually the brand manager, we did some insights because, as you know, with brands, it all starts with the consumer, right? So what we did was we embarked on a journey to truly understand what fragrance means to our consumers. And in that journey, what we found was that there was a strong connection with scent and core memory. It was a rather visceral and emotive connection where a lot of the women highlighted the important role that actually related back to the role of females in their lives. So, as you can imagine, women have played important roles, starting from our grandmothers, who have showed the strength and determination, to the women of the past, who show the courage, and to the women of our future, that show the passion and the determination. And that has led us to this campaign of Make Africa Bloom. Make Africa Bloom is a campaign that is embarking to empower females, empower the females of South Africa. One of the key statistics that we know that within South Africa is 50% of our population is females. In the working force, our representation is only about 45%. However, when you delve deeper into women in senior leadership positions, it's less than 29%, which is just unacceptable. Which is why Glade wants to embark on empowering women and utilizing events such as this to help mentor and develop so that we can give you the platform to grow and develop yourself. I'm really excited because this is one of many events that we're going to be embarking on. And it's just a journey. It's not a stop. It's a journey in terms of where we want to take the brand, where we want to extend ourselves in terms of engaging with our consumers. It's driving a conversation with our consumers and changing the narrative in terms of the role of females in this country. Our time is now, so I recognize you and I celebrate you and I thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Without further ado, we are going to move on to the last part of our event. I do have to say goodbye to the stream if I'm not mistaken. Am I saying goodbye to the stream? Well, the stream doesn't get to participate in Mental Power Hour, but Glade has given everyone on the stream an opportunity to have a digital Mental Power Hour with myself. So 10 people from the live stream will be contacted to spend time virtually with me sometime in the week, if I get a moment. Well, I have to get a moment, where they will be doing a similar activity to what will be taking place in the room right now. Mental Power Hour is an idea I came across when I was traveling. As part of my research and development, I can call it that now. I spent a lot of money trying to figure out how to grow this brand. But as part of those trips that I took, I encountered an event. I was traveling in New York, which had a similar concept. And I thought to myself, I have to figure out how to give women back home this opportunity. This is not my idea. It's an idea I came across. And I will continue to champion it because I understand the impact of mentorship in my own life. A lot of the people that you see on stage are people who have mentored me formally and informally. It's people who I've watched over the years. If I could tell you my story with Yolanda, she doesn't even know it. But I was very intentional about making sure that I'm visible in front of people who are looking for people who are here. So I had to get myself here to then make sure that they take me there. So I'm very, very confident that mentorship is an important part of growing for women, particularly in corporate and in entrepreneurship as well. How we're going to do this is, I would like to ask for a 5-minute break. Do I have a 5-minute break? Okay. But before we go on that 5-minute break, I'd like to invite all the mentors on stage so that the entire audience can see who they will have an opportunity to speak with. I would like to invite all the mentors on stage. That is the invitation itself. I don't see anyone moving. I would like to invite all the mentors on stage so that you would be able to see who has given their time, who has said, I will give my hour to anyone who wants to chat to me. It is strictly Q&A. There is no theme. Sorry. There's no theme in terms of what the conversations would be. I have Thandeka Nombanjinji, who represents women in construction. I listen, guys. I listen. I always hear people, when we're done with the event saying, oh, there was too much marketing, or there was too much this. So this is a diverse group of women who have specialties in different industries. You can come on stage, Lazy Makoti, and Sino, and Tati, and Spare. We don't have to stand in a line. We can do a double line. But these are all women who you've either heard stories from, you've heard about. Chamin Karimeng actually called me last minute and said, I raised my hand and I'm going to be there for anyone who wants to understand how to navigate the public speaking space. It's the same with Nozi. Spare is in PR, Chipo is in fintech, Sophie is in ESG. There is a diverse group of women. Celeste is in luxury, of course. We can see it. We can see it. But I tried my best to make sure that there is diversity in terms of what the women in stage specialize in. No is in sports broadcasting. I did my best, guys. I really did my best to make sure that there is diversity in this audience. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. What we will be attempting to do is find a way for each one of you to settle with the woman that you pick. We will coordinate it on stage whilst you take a pee break. And wherever you decide to sit, I want to encourage you, please sit in a U-shaped format, because we do have our videography team who would like to come into the circle and catch a bit of the conversation. But these are the faces of Mental Power Hour 2023. I will ask them to remain on stage whilst we take the break and figure out the setup. I'd like all the volunteers to come in and see how they can help us. And in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, we can start our Mental Power Hour. It's the last part of our event. And after that, we are having happy hour. Thank you so much to everyone that joined me on the stream. I don't know, where do I look? Is this where the stream is? I want us all to wave goodbye to the stream. Thank you so much for everyone who joined the event on YouTube. We will be reaching out to the 10 people that are going to win. And for everyone in the room, please, you're more than welcome to take a break. 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and then we'll get started with Mental Power Hour. They will be here, the faces of 2023.